I roughs up what needs roughing up on this island.
Tremere guard their secrets well.
Ah, there you are.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Hello everybody, happy Sunday. Welcome Paradise, Ameladil, Quiescent Pandemonium and Melanol, and any lurkers and Kazandar, Hillocks of Eternity. You love this game? I think I will love it too. It's great to see all of you here. Welcome again. I hope you are having a fine Sunday, a lazy weekend where you can relax and maybe enjoy some Pillars of Eternity stream today. So I decided not to take a break from streaming, at least for today. I might still take Wednesday off.
New critical hits boost. Amalanduel
The
just
other
boosted
PoE.
the other PoE.
Sure. Because honestly, the last 2 days were better for me, and I was very excited to start Pillars of Eternity after finishing Kingdom Come Deliverance yesterday, after 90 plus hours of gameplay.
Give me strength!
Hey, Ajantis or Iantis. Very nice. Underrated character. So we jump from 100-hour game into another 100-hour game. In fact, this might even be longer. I have a feeling that this might break records. So our longest game so far is Baldur's Gate 2 with 100 hours 51 minutes. Neverwinter Nights with 100 hours 50 minutes. Then the third place, Kingdom Come Deliverance with 90 hours 46
realize how very pretty we all are.
minutes. 444. That is 2/3 of 666. A triple digits, yet the wrong one. Still, better than 333. I take Zeran over Mitral any day. So I have a feeling that this game might surpass all of these, become a 100+ hour game, especially with the style that I play and on stream and with the DLCs, which is the White March, which we are going to also be playing as part of this playthrough. So the game is long if you push the side content. Otherwise, I think the main quest would be around 40 hours or so. You think you spent 75-80 hours on your first playthrough, including DLC. I know Parrot has spent even more. I think over 100 hours. From your understanding, the dialogues can also be very, what's a good word, verbose? Yeah. You don't think it's longer than BG2? I think it might be. You'll predict 150 hours for Pillars plus White March. I don't know about 150. You know, the longer the game goes, I tend to lose my motivation for 100%. Although, even though I don't stray from that aim, I tend to skip or go past dialogues and contents a little faster. So I cannot keep up the, you know, full focus on the game once it starts getting longer. So I don't think it will be that long. I think I will start slightly rushing it towards the end, as I usually do, as I did with Kingdom Come Deliverance also and other games. So I predict over 100 hours, but I don't know. We shall see. We shall see. So one thing I can tell you is I played this game back in 2015, in April, in fact. This game came out in 26th of March, and I started playing on April, apparently. I don't remember anything. I have checked my achievements, and I have seen that I have finished Act 1. I haven't finished Act 2. I don't know how much of Act 2 I have played, and I did that in 44 hours. The thing that can really drag this game out is all the Kickstarter tribute characters spread about. Oh yeah, I remember about those. I might not read all of it. I think it was kind of clear if a character was a Kickstarter tribute or not, if it had anything important relating to the story, or if it was a original story requested by the donator. So I should skip them altogether. They can be immersion breaking. Yes, I think I will tend to skip them whenever I can notice them. They are reported for lore and think they are just fun little bits added in. Yes, exactly. Whenever I can recognize that they are Kickstarter donator content, I will skip them. Anything planned for 1000 hours mark? No, QP, I haven't, but I did notice that we are going to be hitting that along the playthrough of Pillars of Eternity. We are very close. We are at 961. So it's going to happen, but I don't know if we are going to do anything special about it. I think we will just recognize it and move on. I can't think of anything to do, honestly. So, yeah, so as usual, we are going to be starting today's stream with some development lore and some general knowledge about the game. Over the updates, move the hour counter 20 pixels to the right. That's not going to be necessary. It is actually preset. So yeah, we are going to I will be extra. So let me restart what I'm trying to say. During Kingdom Come Deliverance Wikipedia, I was very annoyed by Wikipedia. Wikipedia had already been committing some crimes, giving us spoilers from the sections that are not even related to the plot or setting, right? You know, you could find spoilers in the accolades section, for example. So I considered, so it was even worse for Kingdom Come Deliverance. So I considered skipping Wikipedia entirely for Pillars of Eternity. Exactly, unsolicited spoilers. One thing that I don't want to, I cannot tolerate in this channel. And I do it to myself every time I read Wikipedia. So I almost skipped Pillars of Eternity entirely but I decided not to. So what we are going to do is we are going to look at Moby Games first. After reading Moby Games, we are going to skip all the way to development. And I'm going to be very careful not to get any spoilers. Then we are going to take a look at the release and reception.
Moo.
Moo.
So I am going to be skipping the general article and gameplay and obviously story. Moby Games. Yeah. Moby Games. So that's what we are going to do. Then obviously we are going to look at the manual, a quick look at the manual. We are not going to be reading every page. I think there are 70, 80, yes, 70 something pages here. So without further ado, let's start what is on the internet about this game before we start playing. You'll catch up with me after wiki reading. Alright, Parrots, alright. It shouldn't take as long as usual. So, Pillars of Eternity.
New critical hits boost. Amalanduel just boosted Wikipedia listing unmarked spoilers because nothing is sacred.
Okay. And I should say, if you can think of a better source than Wikipedia for reading the what? Amalanduel, you haven't been lurking enough apparently. Sorry, Amalanduel, you can do that in an hour. Yeah, an hour. Well, apparently, you've been boosting 3 times every day, and I had some shorter streams lately, so it is entirely possible. You know, earning 3,000 points, so boosting 3 games per day is 3,000 points, and earning 3,000 points means lurking for 5 hours. And I haven't always streamed for 5 hours every day. You weren't paying attention to your spending habits. Anyway, I'm sure you'll get it today. But no worries, Amanado. So, yes. Moby Games. Pillars of Eternity, March 26, 2015. Developers Obsidian Entertainment and published by Paradox Interactive. Obsidian Entertainment is obviously what became of the dissolved Black Isle. Once Interplay closed down Black Isle, most of the crew, including some of the more important ones, lead figures like Chris Avalon, founded Obsidian Entertainment. PC DVD, yes. So, some of the people... So, Black Isle also... Let's go into a little bit of history. Black Isle also aided BioWare a lot. So, even though, for example, Baldur's Gate is a BioWare-developed game, Black Isle has been in the developments quite a bit helping BioWare. That's also true for the similar era games like Icewind Dale. Black Isle was in it a lot, and Planescape Torment. So they know what those games are. Obsidian, people in Obsidian know very well what the isometric Infinite Engine era RPGs are, not only in a technical perspective. So it's no surprise that they made a game like Pillars of Eternity. Pillars of Eternity is a role-playing game crowdfunded as a spiritual successor to the Infinite Engine RPGs like Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale. It uses an isometric viewpoint with 2D hand-drawn backgrounds. The gameplay is party-based with a real-time with pause combat system. The game is set in a new fantasy world called Eora, where you are a newcomer in the Eastern Reach area. After surviving a mystical storm, it appears you are a watcher with the ability to read, hear the memories of the souls. Your main quest is to learn why your powers have been awakened. During the journey, the players are able to recruit up to 5 companions, each with their own motivations. The 11 classes, Fighter, Paladin, Ranger, Wizard, Druid, Monk, Priest, Rogue, Chanter, and Cypher, and mechanics are reminiscent of Dungeons & Dragons, but are entirely new. Hey Maddox. Yes, Fresh Pillars run. We are starting today after looking at some of the content. Are you a fan of the game? Also, welcome to the channel. Let's look at some of the promo images rather than screenshots before we move on from Moby Games. This looks like a German promo. This is probably from a magazine. Look at how beautiful this looks. It is basically Baldur's Gate looking better. What you see here. It looks so nice. And puzzles too, obviously. I'm really excited for this playthrough. Really excited. It's your favorite CRPG and one of the games with special place in your heart overall. I hope you enjoy. I hope you stay to watch this a little bit and enjoy. I tend to take my time with these games. I have played on stream Baldur's Gate and Planescape Torment and stuff. I am thinking that Baldur's Gate 1 took 80 hours including expansions, and Baldur's Gate 2 took 100 hours including expansions. I have a feeling that this is going to take even longer, somewhere between 100 and 120 hours, but we shall see. I think I'm going to be having fun with this game. It's a great game. Alright, so is
your
there
sound card works perfectly.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate the follow. Let's see if there's a trailer or something. A release trailer for this game. There doesn't seem to be one. Alright, let's move on to Wikipedia with extreme caution about not getting spoilers. Pillars of Eternity was developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by Paradox Interactive. The game uses a game engine developed in Unity specifically for Pillars of Eternity. The game was directed by Josh Sawyer. There were multiple competing pitches for Pillars of Eternity storyline within the studio, and the one worked on by Eric Fenstermaker and George Zitz ultimately won, after which Fenstermaker, who previously worked as a writer on the company's Fallout New Vegas, was designated the game's lead narrative designer. Also involved in production were Adam Branagh, Chris Avellone, and Tim Kaine. Look at these legendary names. Chris Avellone, Tim Kaine. No wonder this game is so good. The audio director of Pillars of Eternity was Justin Bell, who also composed the game's score. Bell stated he was inspired by the music of Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale when composing the game's music. On September 10, 2012, Obsidian's webpage began teasing about a new game entitled Project X. It initially was a number 4 encircled by an Ouroboros. The next time it was revealed to be a countdown. On September 14, 2012, the Kickstarter campaign went live, revealing further details of the project. It completed its $1.1 million objective in just over 24 hours. That is impressive. And the first set of stretch goals were announced. Pillars of Eternity surpassed the 1.6 million mark 5 days after the fundraising began. It was announced an OS X version of the game would be provided together with a digital rights management free option through GOG.com. A Linux version was announced on September 21st. It passed 2 million mark. It was announced that Wasteland 2 would be offered to backers who pledge. Okay. In the last year of campaign, Pillars of Eternity surpassed Double Fine Adventure as Kickstarter's most funded video game at the time. What is Double Fine Adventure? It's Broken Age. Okay, it's Broken Age. I still have to play this game. I haven't played Broken Age. The project was part of a broader trend during the early 2010s of veteran game developers using nostalgia-driven crowdfunding campaigns to fund development in genres considered too obsolete or niche for major publishers. Fergus Urquhart, Obsidian's CEO, explained why they chose to use a crowdfunding model for Pillars of Eternity instead of the traditional developer and publisher arrangement. What Kickstarter does is let us make a game that is absolutely reminiscent of those great games, since trying to get that funded through a traditional publisher would be next to impossible. In an interview, Josh Sawyer said that being free of the limitations of a publisher would enable them to delve into more mature subject matter. Slavery, hostile prejudice, racial, cultural, spiritual, sexual, drug use and trade, and so on will all help flesh out the story. Obsidian was said to be inspired by In Exile Entertainment's success of using Kickstarters to find a Wasteland 2. Chris Avalon said that during project's announcement that if the campaign were to succeed, Pillars of Eternity would become a franchise. And it did. He ruled out the possible console port of the game, saying, "Those console limitations affect role-playing games mechanics and content more than players may realize." I realize it quite a bit actually, and most CRPG players will also very fervently complain about how console release of good games ruin great franchises, which is what happened to Dragon Age and other games also, like Deus Ex. More than players may realize, especially for players who've never played a PC role-playing game and realize what's been lost over the years, and often doesn't add to the role-playing game experience. Nevertheless, the game was successfully ported to consoles later. Okay, this is funny though. This is funny. Deus Ex wasn't a console issue, it was a Square Enix issue. That's also true, but I think Deus Ex 2 suffered from being consoleized. Additionally, he pledged... Well, you are correct. It is more of a Square Enix issue because they forced the release earlier than what was necessary for that game, or what that game was deserving, at least what a sequel to Deus Ex was deserving. But I think it also... I might be completely mistaken, but I think it also suffers from being consoleized. Additionally, he pledged to write a novella set in the game world. 4 novellas were later made available on the company's website. They must be somewhere still. I'm not going to read them, but, you know, let's take a quick look at them. Yeah, they are here. They are here. I never read these before. Doing some background check before diving in. Yes, that's what we do here. I'm playing this game as part of Critical Hits, which is a community-driven system where the viewers choose games to play. So this is the 20th such game, 19 of which have been chosen by the community. And since these games really needs a ton of support, and they are usually the best of their kinds, I think they deserve some background checking before we actually start the game. I think they are good games, they are good enough games to read about before actually playing them. So I tend to do this for every Critical Hits game. On October 16, Pillars of Eternity's Kickstarter funding concluded with a total of $3,986,929, becoming the most highly funded video game on the Kickstarter platform at the time. Together with the funds collected via PayPal, its budget rose to $4.1 million. Obsidian announced the official title for the game would be Pillars of Eternity, dropping the working title Project Eternity. They launched a poll asking backers whether or not they would support further fundraising. Okay, let's move on. In March 2014, it was announced that Paradox Interactive would publish the game. It was stated that Paradox's role would be taking care of marketing and distribution of the game, while Obsidian would still retain the rights to the intellectual property. Now, that is a good publishing model. That is a good publishing model. Otherwise, the publisher tends to own the developers and the game suffers for it. On March 11th, a preview video of the documentary series titled Road to Eternity was released. Okay, we can move on. Release. On March 17, Obsidian confirmed that Pillars of Eternity went gold, indicating it was being prepared for production and release. The game was released for Microsoft Windows on March 26th. Expansion pack. A two-part expansion, Pillars of Eternity White March, was announced by Obsidian at Electronic Entertainment Expo in 2015. Part 1 was released on August 25. Part 2 was released February 16th next year. It extended the game, raised the level cap. Okay, let's not read that. Reception. Pillars of Eternity was met with positive reviews upon its release. It is listed on Metacritic with a score of 89/100. indicating generally favorable reviews according to the site. The Escapist wrote that it caters to a nostalgic fanbase, it's an excellent role-playing game on its own merits. And also said that it is the best isometric role-playing game to come out in years. Yes, basically since the earlier days, right? PC Gamer said that Obsidian made their best game thus far with Pillars of Eternity. So, Obsidian Entertainment, let's take a look at their games prior to Pillars of Eternity. So, both Fallout New Vegas and KOTOR 2 have been released before Pillars of Eternity. I would definitely say that Pillars is a better game than KOTOR 2 because KOTOR 2 suffered that release. Although it has been fixed by the community later, with the restoration patches and stuff. But I'm not so sure if Pillars of Eternity is a better game than Fallout New Vegas. Even though Fallout New Vegas suffers from being a mainly Bethesda game, I think it is an amazing game still, thanks to Obsidian's involvement. So it would be tough to compare Pillars with Fallout. I cannot really say which one is better, since they are very different. I think they are great games. So is it really fair to say that Pillars is better than New Vegas? I think it's unfair to say that one is better than the other. They are very different games. I agree. So I don't think it's fair to make a comparison, because both are great games. Wrote that it's a worthy successor to the games it was inspired by. IGN praised the game, saying that it is a representation of what is good about old-school role-playing games. Digital Spy lauded Pillars of Eternity, writing that it's a masterclass in role-playing game development. Okay, let's move on. Sales. As of February 2016, the game had sold over 700,000. October 2015, 500,000. It's quite a lot of sales in a quick time. A sequel to Pillars of Eternity was confirmed by Obsidian in May 2016, along with the possible plans to crowdfund the game. The campaign was launched on Fig on January 26, 2017, where it was officially announced that Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire. It was released on May 8, 2018. So, as opposed to Pillars of Eternity 1, I actually played and finished Pillars of Eternity 2 at release. I haven't finished Pillars of Eternity 1, but I have finished this one, and it's also a great game. And Pillars was intended as a spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate, while New Vegas was a continuation of a revived franchise. The intent behind the games are also quite different. They are both great games. I completely agree with that, Cassandra. Maybe since it is not fully developed by Obsidian, maybe they decided to count New Vegas. I don't think so. They wouldn't do that. Got any idea in mind of what character do you want to make? No, but when I play RPGs, I usually tend to play roguelike characters. Rogues, thieves, sometimes rangers, characters with stealth capability and, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to play. I also don't know too much about the classes in this game. I don't remember, so we are going to be taking a look. I might go for... But I do remember that we are able to make multiple characters after starting the game. I think there was a mechanic at taverns where you could recruit companions which you made yourself. So we might end up making more characters than one, or we might end up recruiting some of the companions, the official companions. I don't know. I am going into this game pretty much blind, even though I played the game in 2015. I don't remember, so we shall see. We could go for a thief-like, roguelike, or not. Let's take some look at the manual. I'm not going to read it from cover to cover, obviously. But let's take a look at some of the mechanics. Maybe we can now look at the classes also. Pillars of Eternity has 6 races to choose from: Aumaua, humans, elves, dwarves, godlike, and Orlans. Once you've selected your race, you can select the sub-race for your particular character. Each race has its own set of modifiers that differentiate it from the other races. Remember, you can also buy companions from taverns where you customize stuff. You could do a playthrough with all player characters. Yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking. We could do that. Would be nice to run a chat party, but there's a thing for dungeon crawlers like Grimrock. That's a thing for dungeon crawlers like Grimrock. No, we did that for Temple of Elemental Evil too, Emelandil. We ran a chat party. In fact, everyone who were quick enough to claim a spot could design their characters, and I didn't make the characters myself. So we could do something like that. I haven't asked people because I'm not sure if I'm going to be creating the whole party or recruiting official companions, but we will see. We might do it as we get there. You may choose from 11 different classes: Barbarian, Chanter, Cypher, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Priest, Ranger, Rogue, and Wizard. So I remember a little bit of the Chanter mechanic. It was something like a bard where the character chanted verses and you could keep up 2 verses at any given time, something like that, I think. But I don't remember Cypher. We will have to read about it. Each class has its own strengths and weaknesses. For more information on each individual class, see the info pane for the clock. Might. A character's physical and spiritual strength. Affects damage with all attacks, healing, and the fortitude defense. So the thing with this game, every stat is important for every character. Cyphers are basically psychic warriors. Okay. You mean with games like these, where you got companion-specific stories and quests, would be a waste not to indulge with pre-written stories, I guess. Yeah, Melandil, you have a point, but we may still choose to forego that and make player character party just for the sake of more optimization. Story NPCs really add flavor to the game. It's nice to have them around just for extra dialogues they throw. I agree, but sometimes companions in RPGs tire me. Welcome back, Parrot. Welcome back. It's good to have you back. Sometimes, even though I do trust Pillars of Eternity and what the developers did for the companions, it still sometimes to me feels like a chore to do the official companion content rather than just focusing on our character and the because the design for companion quests seem to sometimes be different. Like the companion can go out of the party and you might have to find them, which will break your party composition for a little while. Or I don't know. They tend to sometimes design those quests in ways that I don't really enjoy. I did that too in Baldur's Gate. I didn't try to focus on... I mean, I pretty much skipped some of the companion quests. The companions are all excellent. You were sorry you couldn't employ all of them at all times due to the party cap. We might... I think I will end up recruiting some companions and sticking with them. I probably will not go out of my way to do all of the companion quests, like finish a character, finish a companion, kick them out of the party, recruit another to do their quest as well. I probably won't do that. I might start with a party of companions, and if I end up not enjoying one of them, or if I end up requiring something specific, we might go and buy a character that we will design. I will make that decision during the gameplay. It was definitely more annoying doing companion quests in BG. Yeah. Some of them were. Especially in BG too. BG1, the companion quests in BG1 are not intrusive. Anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So I was saying, every stat is necessary or at least somewhat useful for every class, so you cannot just choose, okay, I don't want resolve for my character. I will dump that stats and I will focus on might. So that would be wrong, especially for your main character, because when I say they're all useful, some of you probably know since you have watched me regularly, that I tend to go for a maximum speech and dialogue kind of character. And it is impossible in this game because all of these stats will be used in dialogues in some capacity. More often than not, the companion quests are threaded into the main plot, so it feels more seamless. That is good to know, Kazandar. That gives me some comfort. Recruiting works a little differently from BG, but let's let you discover how on your own. Yeah, we will do that. We will do that. Only strength, maximum bunk. That's not going to happen, buddy. I'm sorry. In fact, if I'm going to dump a stat, if I'm going to skip a stat, it will be might. Strength and related stats tend to be the most boring ones for me, in my style. Constitution, a combination to the character's overall health and stamina. Affects endurance, health, and fortitude defense. Dexterity, an abstraction of a character's hand-eye coordination, balance, and overall grace. Affects action speed and reflexes defense. Perception, a character's senses as well as their instinctive ability to pick up on details. See, this is the kind of stat that I want definitely on my character. Affects accuracy with all attacks, the range of all non-melee spells and abilities, and the reflexes defense. So combining this with dexterity, I would probably very happily play some kind of ranger or rogue. A range rogue or a ranger. Or a dexterity-based warrior if that is possible. I suspect it is possible in this game, but we will see. Intellect, a character's... So one thing I know is that I'm not going to play a wizard. I am going to get a spellcaster as a companion, but it's not going to be my main. I don't like playing main spellcasters. But I could still go for Chanter. A character's logic and reasoning capabilities, as well as their tactical instincts, affect the size of all area of effects and the will and deflection defenses. Resolve, a character's inner drive, determination, and the emotional intensity they can project to others. Affects concentration to resist interrupts. Duration of all spells and abilities, and the will defense. So this... I faintly remember that Resolve was used a lot in dialogue. And it makes me sad that the mechanical bonus it offers will not suit the character that I plan to make, or at least think about, consider making. Because I think this is going to be very important in dialogue. You should also bear in mind that stats have out-of-combat uses as well. Yes, exactly. That's what I was talking about. They are very important. All of them are very important in dialogue. I remember that. Culture selection and background. You'll be asked to pick a culture. This selection will influence how denizens of Eora may react to your character. Okay. We'll read them when we get there in-game. Let's move on. So as far as the difficulty goes, I will definitely not be playing the story mode, which is not marked here, but I have seen it in-game when I was installing it yesterday. And I also don't think I'll play it easy. I think I might play it normal. The hard difficulty is suited for Infinite Engine veterans, which I am, who are looking for a challenge, which I am not. I'm not looking for a challenge, especially when it comes to combat. I'd rather try to enjoy the story rather than get stuck at the combat and try again. I don't enjoy that. So we are not going anywhere higher than hard. Higher than normal. Okay, let me think about it again. I won't go Path of the Damned. I will start with normal. And at times, if it feels too easy, I might switch to hard. If it feels too hard, I might switch to easy. Hey Draven. Good evening. How are you today? Hope you and chat are well. I am well. I'm doing well. Thank you so much. How are you doing, Draven? I saw your pictures with the walk with the ice cream. Now you owe me ice cream. I'm glad you had a good day. How are you doing today? So yeah, I will be playing normal difficulty, and sometimes you might switch to hard, and sometimes you might switch to easy depending on how the game is going. Normally it's gonna provide a decent challenge, trust me. Sometimes you can be over-leveled for some content, but the game will let you know if that's the case. Perfect, perfect. That's what I was hoping for. I'd buy you one if you came to visit. If I could, I definitely would. Maybe one day, you never know, Draven. Maybe one day I will. I would love to see Scotland. Wait, you are in Scotland, right? I'm not mistaken. I usually second guess myself all the time. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to... We can learn about these as if... Okay, Stronghold. You are north of Scotland. Yes, that's what I thought. I always second guess myself with what I think I know, so... I'm sorry about that. So, okay, let me point out here that managing any sort of stronghold or keep or a house, a city, even a tavern or whatever in an RPG game, I take great pleasure in that. So I didn't remember that we get our own stronghold in this game until someone pointed out to me recently, and then I saw it's also in the manual yesterday. So I am really excited. I don't remember what the details are. I don't remember at what capacity we are going to be playing around with our stronghold. But I think we will get to upgrade it, we will get to build sections to it. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. I also love the rebuilding of Pribyslavitz in Kingdom Come Deliverance. Even though it was a short 4 or 5 hours thing, it was absolute pleasure for me, so I think I'm going to love this as well. So I also know this game is crafting, by the way. You know, things like these can make me play this game 50 hours more than I would spend on them otherwise. We shall see. You really love hard modes of Pillars 1. They're extremely fun to play for me, and you think they are overly well made. Yes, I think I would feel like you do, but not in my first playthrough. Since it's been so long since I played this game, I don't know anything about the encounters. I don't remember the classes, the details, so if this was my second playthrough, I could consider hard also, Maddox. There's hard mode, there's hardcore as well as Iron Man mode. Yeah, I know, I checked the details. There is the Trial of Iron and the Path of the Damned, and expert mode, which is a different kind of difficulty which doesn't show you the details of the dialogue outcomes and such. So there are different ways to make the game more difficult, but I think all of them are more suitable for your second and later playthroughs rather than first. And the one thing I really don't like while streaming is having to do content multiple times. Like if I get stuck in a combat, the Amelism fight in Baldur's Gate 2 really frustrated me. I had to try it so many times, even though it was normal difficulty. I had to go to easy at some points to finish the game. See, I don't want to have to do that, so I'd rather play an easy game rather than play the hard mode and get frustrated. It would feel different if I was playing offline, if I wasn't streaming. I wouldn't mind it so much then. Anyway, I'm not going to read the details of this, but we can rest, there's a storage, player has the ability to swap out existing party members, then there's mechanical upgrades, cosmetic upgrades. The stronghold operates on a time cycle encompassing both elapsed time in the world and the player's engagement with the rest of the game. Okay. Random events, collecting taxes, adventures. As soon as the Great Soul is restored and off-screen... Okay, let's not read. Even though the manual wouldn't give us spoilers, I don't even want that much detail. Ingredient generation, okay. Events, upgrades. The player is awarded the house in its less than favorable condition. Great, we are going to be fixing it. I am also looking forward to Might and Magic 7 because that is a game in which you own a castle. I'm not going to spoil it too much because it is very important in terms of the story, but I will say that you own a castle in Might and Magic 7 and you get to repair it. That feels so great to me for some reason, I don't know. You don't think this game will allow you to rush your way out of encounters without learning to interact with the game systems. That's why you struggled so much with the Melisande fight. Probably, yeah. Probably. I honestly, until Melisande, I didn't have to really learn anything. I could do with what I knew and didn't need to learn much. Now all those tactics, Sendai fights gave me the first fight which lasted long. And it wasn't particularly difficult, but it was long. And Abazgal was difficult, but it wasn't that long. And then there were the Ravager and the Demogorgon fights, which were difficult, but we could still overcome them. And Melisande, it was the worst of all worlds. It was a very long fight with no rest in between. That is why I struggled. You are perfectly right. I'm going to play Might and Magic 7, but you are going to play Might and Magic 7. It's the start of a rivalry, anime style. I will definitely watch your Might and Magic 7 playthrough. I have played Might and Magic 7 time and time again. I'm going to play it when it's selected by the community, so like every other game. Might and Magic 7 has to be selected by the community, and it is in the 7th place right now. It is not very low, but it's also not in the top 4, so I don't expect this game to be in the top 4 for, I don't know, 3 or 4 games. Because there are other games coming from behind which will catch up, like Gothic. And then when it eventually makes it to a poll, I don't expect to be selected over games such as Tyranny, I don't know, Nox, or Gothic again, Icewind Dale. So it is going to be difficult for it to be selected, but once it is, it's going to be a lot of fun. You're looking forward to seeing you play the Might and Magic games. Yeah, it's just they don't get much support. I did play Might and Magic 6, but we haven't been able to get to Might and Magic 7. You actually recently installed a mod that makes the cities much more fleshed out. It's really cool. I might ask you about that mod when I get there, Kazandar. I have played the Merge mod, but I haven't really played any of those games modded. I have only played them vanilla. Maybe it would be better to have a mod for the on-stream playthrough, but we'll talk about it once we get there, as usual. Races and sub-races. Omaoma. The Omaoma are a race of large humanoids that originated and typically live and work in warm oceanic climates. Though they are not the most widely traveled racial group in the world, that distinction belongs to Calabandran humans. They have been exploring and setting continuously for the longest period of time, over 20,000 years. Omaoma are physically distinct from other races due to their towering size, inverted triangle physique. So, Conan. Odd skin and hair coloration and textures, and head shape. Omaoma natural lifespans are typically between 17 and 115 years. Attribute bonus +2 might. Gotta walk your dog, gonna check what I did. He came up with later on. Good luck. Thank you so much, Maddox. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the follow. Enjoy your walk with the dog, and hope to see you again soon. I will be here for at the very least 5 more hours. Probably more today. Island Omaoma. Basically, Omaoma are bricks shoot houses with pointed teeth and great shooting skills. Island Omaoma. Southern Island Omaoma are physiologically similar in many ways, but have coloration that is starkly different from their northern kin. As their nickname suggests, Island Omaoma originate in a huge archipelago 1,000 miles south of the Valian Republics. When encountered around Div Route, I don't know. They are often laborers, fishermen, or sailors. Towering physique. You have a bonus to your defenses against attacks that include a prone and stun effects. Coastal Omaoma. Northern Omaoma live in a conquered mainland region, mostly along the coast. Coastal Omaoma cultures are more centralized and urban than their southern cultures, though they are still involved in seafaring. As a result of an ancient campaign in the northern continent, people in the Deerwood. Okay, so this was this was a typo. That's why it felt so weird. Deerwood tend to associate the coastal Omaoma with a more aggressive reputation. This is not entirely accurate, however. It has led to a self-fulfilling prophecy whereby many coastal Omama in Deerwood are mercenaries, bodyguards or soldiers. Deerwood. Deerwood, okay. Long stride. You gain a bonus to movement speed in combat. Dwarves. So, okay. These are interesting, but not what I would go for, probably. Physically, dwarves are known for being short and thick-limbed. They tend to be extremely sturdy and durable, often attributed to spending millennia living in rocky environments more suited to goats than people. Their natural lifespan is typically between 110 and 190 years. Attribute bonuses: +2 might, +1 con, -1 dex. We read the other day that somebody made some balance tweaks and added more quests to the MM68 merge mod, and after trying and failing to contact the original author for some time, published their version on the Celestial Heavens forum. That is an exciting concept for me, to go for original content in the merge mod, because my complaint about merge mod was, once you start Might and Magic 6 with 5 characters, that makes the game much easier than what the game is with 4 characters. And then once you finish 6 and get to 7, you are already level 90 and above, and the rest is just, a chore, no challenge. It's so easy. So if there's anything to balance that, make the game appropriate difficulty, I would love to play merge mod, especially with new content. Mountain Dwarves, Atapo. From Aptapolar, God People, Valian. Aptapo. Okay, Aptapo. Mountain Dwarves originated in the continent to the east of the Deerwood, but have spread through the area several times before, with most of the evidence being found in remote mountain ranges. Mountain Dwarves are common in the Valian republics and uncommon in the Deerwood and Reed Saris. They are rarely encountered in Adir, most often traveling with Valian trading ships. Hale and hardy, you gain a bonus to defenses against poison and disease attacks. Boreal Dwarves, a Nutanic. People of the Tundra, a Nutanic. Most Boreal Dwarves live in the remote southern island of Nastak, where they share the rocky tundra and snow-covered forests with migratory Pale Elves and the coast-hugging ships of Omaoma. Bob, yes, they pronounce it Raid Saras. Okay, we'll go with Raid Saras until the moment I forget. Like their northern cousins, Enutanic share an instinctive drive to explore and cover long distances in spite of their small stature. Boreal Dwarves are extremely rare in Adir, more common in the Valian republics, and seldom encountered in the Deerwood or Raid Saras. Hunter's instincts. Saras or Saris? Raid Saris. Hunter's instincts. You gain a bonus to accuracy against any creature of the wilder primordial types. Yo, Woozy Dice is here. Hello, how are you today? Raid Saris. How are you, Woozy? Saris, okay. Elves. Elves are the second most common race in Deerwood and heavily populate both the Adir-founded colonies and deep reaches of Air Glenfath. Elf-dominated cultures are among the least expansive and colonial, the Adir being a notable exception. Physically, elves are known for their speed. They tend to be about 10% shorter than humans and slightly off-build. +1 dexterity, +1 perception. Now this is the kind of bonus that I like. See, clean bonus. +1 dexterity, +1 perception to the stats that I want. Birding awesome. I'm deep in the lore, as I usually am. Yes, we are reading the race lore on the manual before we start the game. Do you like this game, Woozy Dice? Are you a fan? Have you played it? Wood Elves, Skelterfolk, Sheltered People, Hillspeak, aka Seathwood, Skelter folk. Skelter. Nebuka would be able to pronounce this much better. Seathwood. Adir. Wood elves cover most of the western continent shared with the Adir Empire. In some prehistorical era, a large number of them migrated across the sea to Air Glenfath. Today's Glenfathan elves are physiologically identical to those from Adir but share no culture in common. Their natural lifespan is typically 200 to 310 years. Distant advantage. Against any enemy that is more than 4 meters away, you gain a bonus to accuracy, deflection, and reflexes. See, this is nice for a ranger or range rogue. Base game races plus 2 to stat. Yes, a couple expansions books later, a literal essay. Is this game similar to Diablo? No, it's not. It's similar to Baldur's Gate. A lot of the language in this game was inspired by Gaelic, Celtic, Italian, so it can be a chore to pronounce some of the stuff. Yeah, especially for me. You think you might have played for an hour a long time ago. Well, I hope you watch a little and enjoy what you see. If you like games like Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, Planescape, Torment and stuff, I think you would like this game. Raid Estros, 2 great axes for price of 1. Raids are us. It's like the Infinity Engine game. Yes, exactly. Pale Elves. Glamfellan. Twilight Dwellers. Glamfellan appear to be among the most stationary ethnic groups in the known world, migrating within the polar region but seldom venturing far north. They are rare in all northern lands, and most people consider them exotic if they have seen one at all. Elemental Endurance, you have bonus to burn and freeze damage thresholds. Razors. Of all the races in Deerwood, humans are the most abundant. They run the middle of the road when it comes to physical prowess, stronger than Orlan, weaker than Oma, and as a standard live 60 to 100 years. Attribute bonuses +1 might, +1 resolve. Fighting Spirit, once per encounter after being reduced below 50% endurance, you gain a short-term bonus to accuracy and damage. Meadowfolk. Thirtan, Pair. Meadowfolk have traditionally lived at the edge of these Skelterfolk lands, working the open plains. They are the most common hunters in Adir, Deerwood, and Raidsaris. They can also be found in small numbers in the Valian republics. Oceanfolk, Kalbandra, Wormring. Most cultures recognize that Kalbandra are currently the most widespread human ethnicity in this part of the world. Oceanfolk are the dominant culture of the Valian republics, though they are also common in Deerwood. Savannah folk, Natslan. Original. Savannah folk are uncommon in the Deerwood and Valian republics. They are more common in Raidsaris and very rare in Adir. Though they have migrated north heavily, most of the ethnic group has remained in the same location for well over 10,000 years. Orlans, okay, there are still quite a bit, right? Orlans are relatively short, 50 to 60% human size humanoids. Physically, they are notable for their small stature. So are these like halflings? Physically, they are notable for their small stature, hair-covered bodies, two-toned skin, and exceptionally large hair-covered ears. They are also by nature nocturnal, though most Orlans living among other races adapt to a diurnal schedule. Due to their size, Orlans have been victimized and marginalized by most of the cultures with whom they have come into contact. As a result, it is rare to find large communities of them, and they have progressively retreated into heavily wooded environments over the last few centuries. The natural lifespan of an Orlan is typically between 50 to 80 years. +2 perception, +1 resolve, -1 might. So this is also a good one, actually. We could go for an Orlan. They're more like squirrels. I suppose, yes. Hearth Orlans. So called for their relatively sedentary nature, Hearth Orlans originated from the same place as their wildkin, the forested parts of the continent to the north of Raidsaris. While the Wild Orlans have stayed deep in the forests and jungles of the continent, Hearth Orlans progressively moved closer to land settled by other races and established semi-permanent communities. The differences are not just cultural. Hearth Orlans are dramatically less hirsute than Wild Orlans and generally more accepted by other races because of it. Minor threat. When attacking any target that is also being targeted by an ally, you convert some of your standard hits to crits. Ooh, look at this! Look at this. I am now thinking about the Hearth Orland with a melee rogue playstyle. Like a flanker. Also the face of the party with resolve and perception. I think it could work. Wild Orlans. Wild Orlans are only rarely found in established communities. They are the original Orlans who lived and continue to live in the deepest forests and jungles between the tropics. The most obvious difference between Hearth and Wild Orlans is that the latter are almost entirely covered with hair. Or fur, depending on how you look at it. The face and neck of a Wild Orlan are covered with hair as thick as any other part of their body. Defiant Resolve. After being subjected to any will attack, you gain a bonus to all defenses for a short time. Godlike. The godlike are the children of humanoids, most often humans, who have been blessed or cursed with the physical manifestation of a divine spark granted by the gods. Godlike manifest their divine heritage in a variety of ways: wings, horns, strange birthmarks, talons, odd eyes, but they always manifest it somehow. Though their appearances are varied, they are unmistakably otherworldly when anyone gets a clear look at them. Godlike are equally uncommon all over the world. No one region seems to have any more or less than another. The life expectancy of godlike tends to be similar to that of the mother's and father's race. All godlike are sterile, infertile. They are incapable of reproduction with each other or any other creature. This fact often colors how cultures regard them and their roles in society. You played a Wild Orlan rogue. In retrospect, it was more your kind of character. And not yours. How did you fare? Tried once. Played it terribly. That murder that feels so often. I think the success of that kind of a character depends a lot on other characters, like how well built your tank is, your taunter is. Unless the front line has the ability to actually keep the creatures, the opponents, in check and focused on themselves, the rogue cannot do anything. But I think we can manage that. Especially in the normal difficulty rather than hard. Godlike variety. It's not accurate to say that there is only one ethnicity of godlike, because most godlike are fundamentally unique. Even if there are physiological similarities between two godlike, the circumstances of their birth and their upbringing mean those similarities don't mean much. In Pillars of Eternity, 4 types of godlike are available to play: Death, Fire, Nature, and Moon. Due to their unique features, godlike are unable to wear helms. See, this is already terrible for me. Your favorite classes are Barbarians and Monk. Just bull rush everything. You didn't think the character was squishy. Most combat encounters demand good tactics anyways. Yeah. We'll see. I might go for a range character still. Death godlike are the most distressed of their kind. Strange growths cover their eyes, or in some cases entire face, giving them a sinister appearance. The growths are transparent for the godlike but opaque from the outside, hiding their features. Death godlike are commonly killed at birth because many cultures consider them to be harbingers of doom. Death Usher. When Death godlike attack an enemy within 15% or less endurance, their damage is increased. Fire godlike. The bodies of fire godlike often resemble hot metal, burnt wood, or stone, with harmless flames that erupt from the cracks in their skin. Fire godlike are objects of both reverence and fear in the Deathfire archipelago. Many locals believe that they have the power to awaken volcanoes, or that killing one will cause a volcano to awaken. In the Deerwoods, fire godlike are often seen as a sign of the blessing of Magran, the goddess of war and fire. Just have to form an appropriate party answer. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The party is very important. Battleforge. When reduced below 50% endurance, fire godlike glow like metal in a forge, gaining damage threshold and doing a small amount of fire damage to any creature who hits them in melee. This would make a good frontliner. Nature godlike. Nature godlike appear to be a fusion of human and animal features, often covered by plants, moss, or fungi. This has led to the common stigma that they are diseased, and many are killed at birth because of it. Many druidic orders have a keen interest in nature godlike because of their general curiosity as to how souls occupy animals, plants, and stones. Wellspring of Life. All endurance regeneration that occurs over time happens 25% faster for nature godlike. Moon godlike. Moon godlike are the most tolerated of the godlike. While their skin tone and the large moon-like growth on their foreheads may be strange to some, their appearances are generally considered more palatable by the other kith. Sailors have many beliefs about moon godlike and their propensity to bring luck, though there's little agreement as to what kind of luck they tend to bring. Silvertide. Every encounter when reduced below 75, 50, and 25% endurance, moon godlike generate waves of healing moonlight that restore endurance to them and their allies. Oh. Something like a melee cleric frontliner to off tank with your main tank, you know. Like a war cleric. Or a cipher in the case of this game, maybe. Could be interesting. Classes. In addition to their heritage and background, the characters live, okay. Barbarian. Chanter. Let's read all the classes. Barbarians are savage warriors fighting with pure feral aggression rather than subtle maneuvering or disciplined tactics. Their primary focus in combat is dealing with large numbers of foes, preferably by rapidly cutting them down in a frenzy of attacks. Chanters are historians and storytellers, their memory is saturated with generations of oral tradition. The distinguishing power of chanters is their ability to continually chant magical phrases that have a wide variety of effects. Chanters can combine phrases in a variety of ways to suit their needs, adding or removing individual elements as they see fit. They are also capable of casting powerful spells, called invocations, after they have spoken enough phrases in battle. I think I definitely want one chanter in my party. Ciphers are the psychic fighters whose talent descends from Glenfathan soul hunters. They use mental powers to affect the minds and souls of their enemies. Other classes are capable of manipulating their own souls to gain some effect, but not ciphers. Ciphers specialize in touching the souls of others to produce their own effects. To do this, they rely upon focus, a resource they drain from enemies in combat through the use of their weapons. See, this is a good one. Depends on what kind of mental powers and spells they have. This would make... I don't know about a main frontliner, but a secondary frontliner. Possibly. I just have to see the details about it. Druids. Druids are the guardians of nature and stewards of the wilderness, which they protect with a combination of magic spells and melee combat. Their animistic powers allow them to create a variety of powerful supernatural phenomena. All druids also choose a spirit shift form that allows them to take on aspects of a powerful beast. Ciphers are great for crowd control. Ciphers are cool. Yeah, I am feeling the ciphers. I am feeling them. A chanter, a cipher. So the party size in this game is what? 5? Is it 5 or 6? Or 4? I think it's 5. Fighter. Fighters are trained in the arts of martial defense. They are extraordinarily difficult to hit and extremely durable in combat, capable of holding off a towering ogre or a swarm of Zorips with equal aplomb. Fighters are also reliable in melee, gaining weapon specialization and other abilities that make them valuable centers of any front line. 6. 5 NPCs. Okay, so the main being a rogue, we could have a chanter, cipher, fighter, priests, and a wizard. Is the first kind of party that comes to my mind. We could switch the fighter with a paladin or possibly switch the priest with a ranger. Or druid, depending on what kind of powers they have. Also, depending on what companions the game will throw at us. Monk. The result of years of discipline and teaching, monks have developed a keen ability to draw strength from pain. They tap into their experience or suffering to harness the power of their souls. Not all monks belong to a religious order, and not all are fighters, but anyone who can endure suffering and become stronger for it represents an intimidating force. So Dakon would be a monk in this universe. Chanter, Cypher, Fighter, Lighter, Typer, Piper. Yes. Paladins are fanatical warriors, zealots devoting themselves to a god, a king, or even a belief, pledging to advance any cause in its name. They are more idealistic than most fighters, and devote themselves to one of the 5 available orders: the Bleak Walkers, the Darkosi Paladini, the Gold-Packed Knights, the Kind Wayfarers, or the Shield Bearers of Saint Eloga. Priests devote themselves to worshipping a particular deity which is selected during character creation. Religious loyalty imbues the priests with spellcasting abilities which are crucial to support the adventuring party. We just went through all of the OST. Well, we are at the final one. What was I reading? Rangers are warriors of the woodlands and masters of the hunt. They have learned how to live in the wilderness and adapt their unique skills in civilized contexts. Their survival instincts contribute to martial prowess, and the savagery cultivated while living among beasts can be harnessed to devastating effect. Rangers select an animal companion during character creation. This follower stays with the ranger their entire life. So I suspect they don't die. Whose entire life? Ranger's entire life or the companion's entire life? Rogues are opportunistic combatants who prey on the enemy's vulnerabilities to inflict devastating wounds with their weapons. They have numerous techniques to quickly disable their target's ability to fight back or escape. Rogues can be infuriating opponents due to their ability to quickly escape from combat or reposition themselves to a tactically advantageous position. Hey Victory, welcome. How are you doing today? Good to see you again. Wizards are gifted individuals who, through rigorous study, are able to channel soul fragments around them through their books, called grimoires, to produce magical effects. Wizard spells often focus on area damaging effects and personal defense. They have access to a dizzying array of spells and may only cast out their currently equipped grimoire. The Avatar! Nice one, nice one. Okay, I'm not reading special abilities. I'm not reading them. I'm not reading skills. Let's skip these, let's skip the spells entirely. Skip equipment. Perfect, that is all. That is all. So we are going to be starting the game now. Before we do, I will take a very short break. And once the break is over, we will be creating our character, which is probably going to take another hour. So I will run a quick ads for 3 minutes of ads to disable pre-rolls for an hour. Thank you for your patience and stay tuned. I shall be back very soon. Okay, if you want backseats, you need to have at least 5 years of backseating experience in an established company, preferably an international company, and bring me 2 referrals from said company. Attach them to your resume, and don't call us, we'll call you, okay? You are one of the patrons whom he helped, but you can't bring yourself to open the gates. Wow, that's loud and long. You don't want to give the labyrinth another chance. Another chance to take it. Really, game? Really? What gallery was that? You know what I just did? I just closed the game window, thinking it's the computer in the game. But it was actually the actual game window that I closed. Wow. Wow, Mitral. I can never hit these. Well, I killed it.
I could use some help.
I wish to summon a horde to overrun my enemies. Well, it's going to be a horde of rabbits or something. I wish that magic would fail to affect me or my party. Well, that might... Okay, let's try this. What? It was actually rabbits! What the heck? I should have picked up the heal option.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
I think I have found one of your druids. Steadfast Orlane has returned. It is good to have him back in the circle. Here is your 300 gold ray. You are overjoyed to welcome back dear Bree. Here is your 300 gold ray. My dear friend Terrari's return was welcomed by the Grove. Here is your 300 gold ray. Nature herself is impressed with your abilities. Here is your 300 gold ray. Thank you for rescuing all of the druids. I have great hope for the spirit of the woods. Good luck.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
Hello. I am back.
Welcome back.
Here's your 300 gold ray. Thank you, Parrot. Hey, I am rich. Can you hear the music at all? Are you going to be boosting?
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor.
Yay! So people who want to see me play a certain game.
New critical hits boost.
Feel
Parrotwise
free
just
to boost.
boosted Torment.
You are
Tides of Numenera.
encouraged to
New
boost.
critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Grim Dawn.
This is how we choose games.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Revenant. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Nox. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Tactics.
Thank you for the boosts, QP and Parrots. Alright. I did take a look at these settings yesterday. But let's take another look. We will think about the controls later as I need them. So as I press new game, I'm going to be starting the timer, which is going to also include... It's a tad low. Is it still low? I just increased it. So the timer will include the character creation as well. So here we go. Easy, not easy, normal, Trial of Iron Expert mode disabled. Wielding a one-handed melee weapon with no shield confers an accuracy bonus.
5 wagons grope blindly for the path on a starless night, their master glancing ever upward to the skies for assurance that he is on the right course. A dim lantern his only protection against the encroaching darkness. But the skies bring no comfort, shining no light, betraying no hint of what they know. The caravan carries travelers bound for the frontier hamlet of Gilded Vale, you among them, where a local lord has offered land and wealth to settlers from abroad looking for a fresh start. You have taken suddenly ill, sweating and shivering, and one of the other travelers signals for the caravan master to stop on your behalf. He pulls up just in time to avoid plowing into the trunk of a fallen tree that bars the way ahead. You will go no further tonight.
So the last 3 games, one of them was Temple of Elemental Evil, where we created a party. The other 2 was Disco Elysium and Kingdom Come Deliverance, where we played 150 hours of male characters. So I'm going to go with a female main character this time. A woman's lore in Aora is largely dependent on where she is from. In the Adir Empire, Vailian Republics, and the Deerwood, women occupy many domestic, educational, and organizational roles. They are the primary hunters, soldiers, and leaders of the tribes of Nastak. In Air Glenfeth and Ixamithil, women and men have more fluid social roles. In all societies, there are exceptions to the rule, and women can be found in a wide variety of stations and professions. So, if you look at purely the bonuses... What? This wasn't in the manual, -1 might? Where did that come from? It was +1 resolve plus... No, wait, was it though? Oh, I am misremembering. I'm remembering Elf. It was. Hey there, Mamo. Welcome, it's good to see you. How are you? You just missed me reading the manual and other stuff for an hour. So I think I want Orlan. Thank goodness. I had a feeling you'd be happy. No one likes to hear me read. So if I'm going to go with a rogue or ranger, I think Orlan is a good choice, the Hearth Orlans. I'm not making a spellcaster. The other option is if either a cipher, a warrior, a monk, or a barbarian, some sort of melee frontliner. In which case I would possibly choose human or dwarf. Or possibly Omawa. Orlans also have an in-universe reputation for being backstabbing, disruptive characters. Perfect for rogues. Yeah, I suppose so. Human fighter as God intended. Yes. Can I say one minor spoiler thing? It depends on what you are going to spoil with it, Vermamo. What is it about? If it's minor, I usually don't mind, but it also will depend on what it is about. It's about the game as a whole, not plot or anything. Okay, so yeah, sure. Sure, go ahead. Hopefully it's not too big of a spoiler, which would be a shame. The content is not symmetrical for all classes, races. Oh, I've pretty much figured that out. I mean, I was guessing, I should say. So whatever choice we make, especially for the race, it's going to influence the whole game. Like Orlans, some of the Orlans and some of the godlikes would probably be, you know, flat out refused and banished from places. Specifically that some classes races have more content, not just different content. Ah, I see, okay. So that's what you... Well, there is nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to be choosing my race or class depending how much content it has. But it's good to know. It's good to know. Elf, Elf or Orlan? We could go with either. Well, godlikes will look very different depending on what we choose. I like Hearth Orlan or the Wood Elf. For a range character, I like Wood Elf. For a melee character, I like Hearth Orlan. No worries, QP. Good luck with what you have to do. This is the one that has guns. Well, I have seen a rifle in the wallpaper or cover art. So yes, it should have guns. I just don't know if I want to play a rogue or ranger. Let's start with this. Let's see. Rogues are vicious killers, feared for the brutality of their attacks. Sneak attack applies bonus damage to the rogue's ranged and melee. Okay, so we can also sneak attack with a ranged weapon. I wonder if there is a range constraint to sneak range attacks, like the 3rd edition D&D. Like you have to be in 30 feet, for example, to be able to deal sneak attacks in 3rd edition D&D. If you can do it from a sniper distance, I am asking. Yes, I am asking this time. I'd like to know that detail of mechanical information. It's limited only by weapon range. So if we were to, for example, go for a Wood Elf Rogue Archer. So Wood Elves have distant advantage against any enemy that is more than 4 meters away. Wood Elves gain bonuses to accuracy, deflection, and reflex. So imagine our main character staying at a sniper distance and picking foes off. Abilities might have their own ranges. You haven't played a rogue. So I'm not sure about the abilities, but sneak attack itself. When the target has any of the following afflictions: blinded, flanked, hobbled, paralyzed, petrified, prone, stuck, stunned, or weakened. And it is so lenient as well. You don't even have to flank an enemy by 2 characters. You can do a lot to enable sneak attacks with a bow. I think I'm liking this too. As far as you know, rogues in this game aren't really ideal for range builds. It's more based around backstabbing. You could be wrong though, but it does say, I mean, the other skills possibly you might be right about, but as for sneak attack only, rogues can 100% be range. Your memory of this is not perfect, but if you recall correctly, abilities do have their ranges. In this skill, there's a range rogue multi. I think it could be interesting. My only worry that if I make a character like this, I won't really have to or feel like micromanaging my rogue. Like put it away and put her away and keep shooting, micromanage other characters to keep enemies at bay. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but if I'm going to micromanage a character, I'd rather micromanage my main character, right? You played your rogue mostly as a range damage dealer, but it wasn't your main, right? I'll find that I have to manage all my characters in combat. I probably will, but there are degrees to it, right? Having to backstab with daggers as a rogue requires more micromanagement than a tank fighter. You must go make dinner. You shall be back shortly. Enjoy your dinner, and see you very soon. Now, it's a tough choice. Choosing your first character, your main character, is always a tough choice. Tanks are very little micro. Yeah. Though unpredictable and undisciplined, rogues are commonly used as shock troops or as part of a surprise assault. They are withering attacks, breaking enemy ranks and morale. Rogues tend to congregate in larger... So, also, if I play a range rogue, I can also try to pick off enemy casters in the backline before the rest of my party can make their way in them. Yes, you can give me slight mechanical details for sure. They are... I don't regard them as... backseating. Mechanical advice is fine to a degree, meaning do not insist on what I should do, but feel free to give me mechanical information. You also have to micro tanks due to the engagement mechanics. Oh yeah, of course, of course. I'm just discussing the amount of micro characters. Yeah, you're right, you're right. I will have to micro every character, I know. More so than Baldur's Gate. Sustain is huge in this game. You can't really rest just whenever you want. The pure casters are perhaps the most outworldly powerful, but have their least sustain. I see. Ciphers and Chanters are in the middle space. I think it also depends on your difficulty, how many times you can rest, right? That is why I'm not going to play a wizard for sure, or a caster. I want a cipher, but as a companion. Also Chanter. Alright, you know what? Let's start with this. I really enjoyed my playthrough of KOTOR 1 as a Blaster Jedi. Blaster Scoundrel Jedi. So I think I will probably enjoy the bow or maybe gun rogue. Maybe we can get a rifle, like an arquebus. Are druids more focused on melee or casting? I don't know, but I'm not going to play a druid. Melee abilities are usually for giving a huge damage spike or creating an advantage for a hard fight, but have the best overall damage sustain. Yeah, you know, even without all that knowledge, I prefer sustain over, you know, even D&D's memorizing or limited slots mechanics. I prefer something like a fighter or a rogue. In fact, what you just described, even with unlimited rest opportunities, what you just described is the main reason why I don't usually make main spellcasters. These are amazing offensive spellcasters. That sounds good. Amazing thing about the design of this game is that you can make a viable intelligence-based barbarian. Yeah, I think stats are important for... All stats are important for all classes. Okay, you know what? We are going to go with a range rogue. We are going to see how it works, if it works. If it doesn't work, it's going to be fun, and I can always lower the difficulty and play at easy difficulty. I will still go through the game without frustration. If it works, it's going to be very enjoyable, I think. So let's see. The rogue attacks his or her enemy's ability to move around effectively. Stat allocation influences if a class shines, not if that class can shine. Yeah, exactly. Well put. A dirty attack that makes the opponent unable to see, inflicts extra damage, blinds the target. I like this one, but I wonder what the range on this is. Crippling is also good. It's afflicts hobbled, which I believe have their dexterity reduced by 2, movement by 1.5, reflex by 20. I don't remember a lot of this game, but you think you could easily dump stats. I think I want balanced stats because I don't want to really fail in dialogue where certain stats are necessary to go through or get a better result. You can equip multiple sets of weapons on your characters. Yeah, probably. I mean, I was already thinking you could probably do that. So we could switch to daggers, blinding strike, runaway, shoot, etc. We'll see. Let's go with blinding strike. I think we will be able to choose the other anyway. So, now this is difficult. This is difficult. Highly recommended for rogue, but that would be highly recommended for... So might also influences, let's say, gun and bow damage. Can someone make a comment on that? When it says damage, is it all damage? And spell damage. All damage. Okay, that is good to know. It's good to know. So we will indeed need this one. Damage and healing fortitude. Fortitude is the fortitude saving throw basic in Dungeons and Dragons 3rd edition, I would imagine. Constitution. What is endurance? Endurance represents a character's short-term survivability. So it is your damage that is not absorbed by a character's damage reduction goes straight to their endurance and health. Potions and healing magics, such as from a paladin, priest, or druid, can restore endurance in combat. When a character's endurance reaches 0, he or she will be knocked out. A knocked out character can be brought back in combat through the use of a revive ability. Otherwise, characters will retain all of their endurance at the end of combat, assuming they are on the winning side. So, what is health? Health is long-term damage, only regained through rest and certain talents. Damage that is not absorbed by a character's damage reduction goes straight to their health and endurance. When a character's health reaches 0, they will either be maimed or killed, depending on... So, we have the endurance buffer, which fills after combat. If we lose all our endurance, we start taking damage from health. If we lose all our endurance, we will be knocked out. If we take further damage, we will start taking damage from health. If we lose all of it, we will either be maimed or killed. Blaster Wizard needs lots of might. There's temp damage and permanent damage. Some abilities damage both pulls. Okay, it's not like I thought then. A main character who is reduced to 0 health will always be killed, regardless of settings. Unlike endurance, a character's health does not get restored after combat, but characters have much larger health values than endurance values. Okay. Dexterity. Okay, action speed. What is action speed? In combat, it affects the character's action speed with all attacks, spells, and abilities that contributes to the reflex defense. Okay, this is reflex saving throw basically. It's how quickly you do everything, but what does that translate to? It's like spending more action points or less? Being able to pull off more attacks per turn? I mean, I know, but since there was no explanation, I'm not sure how that translates. Less time between attacks, okay. So this is real time with pause. It's not exactly turn-based. Like, it's not real-time with pause, but actually turn-based like Baldur's Gate, right? It is more... it has more resolution. So more real-time than real-time like, but actually turn-based like Baldur's Gate would be. And that is why action speed works better, I suppose. Rather than making one attack per turn, you make an attack every 3 seconds, which is shortened by your action speed, something like that.
My life for ire.
Hey GG, we are starting pillars. How are you, GG? Good to see you. Certain range weapons have refresh time that isn't reduced by action speed. Okay. Perception. This is chance to hit basically in combat, as well as their instinctive ability. So I want to boost this one quite a bit. Let's see, we can go to the max of 19. And every point we put is still 1 point. Interrupt. Interrupt determines how likely a damaging attack is to delay their opponent's current or next action. So this is very good. The roll uses an interrupt value from the attacker derived from perception that is then compared to the target's concentration derived from resolve. A 100 roll is made, adding the interrupt. If the result is higher than concentration, the target plays a hit reaction and their current action is delayed. Real time it was more granular than 6 seconds. Yeah, okay. That's good to hear. That is how action speed works in this game then. Perception is huge. Accuracy is super important. Yes. I already wanted perception to be very high for my character for dialogue purposes also. And for an archer rogue, I think it will come very handy. And on top of it, it adds to your reflex defense, which is great. So I think I want to take this to let's say 17 for now. Area of effect, duration, will. I think we are a single target character, although
Sounds
hit
like
durations...
a good idea to me.
Hey! Nice, Farnham. What does int do? Intellect represents a character's logic and reasoning capabilities in interactions. It can be useful for deduction, sudden realizations, and problem solving. So this is also very important for dialogue. In combat, it contributes to the will defense and influences durations and areas of effect for all abilities and talents. So, answer me this, chat. When in a dialogue, will I always be using the stats of the character I initiated the conversation with? Or will I always be using the stats of my main? Or will I be using the highest stats from any character that I have? How does it work? A mix. A mix. So I still want to have high dialogue related skills on my main. In most, it's party.
New critical hits boost. Amalanduel just boosted Shining Force.
Thank you, Amalanduel.
New critical hits boost. Verumamo just boosted NWN2. New critical hits boost. Verumamo just boosted IWD2.
IWD2. It's not just dialogues. Oh no, Verumamo.
Aww.
Wait. How are you not gaining enough points to... How is that happening? Are people not gaining currency? Is my... It can't be that. I'm sure you are gaining points. It's active. I guess you are just not here enough to be able to sustain 3 boosts per day. When it happened to 2 of you today, I was worried that maybe the system wasn't working well, but I think it is. I didn't reset anything. You know, being able to boost 3 times per day requires lurking 5 hours
7
per
for
day.
blood and honor.
Hey, Draven.
New critical hits boost. Draven just boosted Icewind Dale.
Wait, why am I offline? I lost my connection to Google Docs. Give me a moment. All right. Raven boosts.
Mr. Anderson.
Hey, Agent Smith, new character. Nice discovery. Nice discovery. It wasn't discovered last season. Thank you for the boost, Raven. Mr. Anderson. I think Lichak is the first role of this season that is not a discovery. I think every single role so far in the last 3 days have been discoveries. So let's think about 14 intellects. 14 resolve. Resolve reflects a character's internal drive, determination, fearlessness, and emotional intensity they can project to others. It can be useful for mental intimidation, leadership, and convincing performances. In combat, it helps characters maintain concentration and contributes to the will and deflection defenses. 2 boosts is 3 times as expensive as 1 boost per stream. 3 boosts is twice as expensive as 2 boosts. That is true. First boost is 500. Costs 500 natural 20. Second boost costs 1,000. Third boost costs 1,500. We'll have to stick to 2 until we have more points again. Yeah. Tyranny is carrying its own. So far, yeah. Not the math. What's wrong with math? Math is great. Everyone should learn more math. So I think I can lower my constitution a little bit and hope that no one attacks me. I'm at range. I don't want to dump it to 3, but let's go with 6 for now. Do something like this. You can always count on math. Exactly. I mean, you cannot always count on yourself to do the correct math. That is the problem. Training to be a math teacher agrees. And you want something that will be true. So, people experienced in the game. How do you feel about a main character, a rogue ranged damage dealer, who will do their best to stay out of melee combats and also be successful out of combats to reach good results? What do you think of these stats? The low con is going to lead to a lot of reloads. Too low con. What would you recommend minimum? Never drop con. What if I drop the difficulty? 10. Don't go for that large a gap between your stats, I'll regret it. So what if we go 13, 13, 8. You take 2 out of resolve and 2 out of int, so something like this. So question number 2. Will I have chances to raise my stats, like leveling up and adding to stats, or maybe finding stat enhancing items? You have returned with dinner. Perfect. Enjoy your dinner. What are you eating, Kazandar? Unless you want to be more of a debuffer than a damage dealer. Yeah, I was raising intellect and resolve for the purposes of, you know, I keep saying dialogue. Parrot says it's not just dialogue, but what I mean is out of combat uses of these two. A character's logic and reasoning capabilities. In interactions, I should say, rather than dialogues. Interactions. Mashed potatoes, minced beef, and peas. That sounds great. That sounds great. Looks viable to you now. Though you really like resolve, so personally would have invested more in it. I know!
Yum, yum, yum.
Yes, yum, yum. So what if I go... Okay, you know what? I will take your words for the importance of Constitution, and I will go with what I think is better for this low con, but not as low as 6. I will raise it halfway about what you suggested to 8, and I will raise intellect and resolve to 30. You could drop might a bit, move it to int or resolve, but might is damage, our main damage. What if I go like this? What if I do this? So each point of might adds 3% damage. So you never answered me about adding more stats. There are stat improving items, okay. Minus 5% endurance and health doesn't sound too bad. Action speed, reflex. There's also food that gives temporary bonuses. Okay. Or we could go with something like this. Until you rest and in bonuses. Those are consumables. Mitra will never use them. Oh, I will. Because I remember you can cook food in this game. You can craft your potions and food in this game. I remember that. I didn't remember that until I checked my Steam achievements yesterday. And I had the achievements for crafting a certain amount of them, so I think I will use them. And I remember there were maybe 4 qualities of in-rooms that gave you bonuses, so as long as we have money, and we should have money. So what do you think about perception? Is 17 too high, or should it be 17? In this system, even numbers don't matter. Yeah, I think you're right. So we don't need to worry about putting this to 14. Higher perception, more crits. I know, but are you trying to say 16 is too low? If you want a high perception character, go for it. Yes. Okay, we will do this. We will do this. $16 is pretty good, but if you are hoping to one-shot mages in the backline, stack it sky high. Unfortunately, I cannot stack it sky high, but I think I can do 17. So let's check these bonuses. These give bonus to... I see 2 results, otherwise it is 1 to each stat. So I think it makes sense to choose the one that I want boosted, which could be perception. If we go with the white that wins, we will have 18 perception. Or we could do something like... You know what? Let's choose our culture, and we are going to go back to our stats with that. Just don't shrug off other stats. They don't seem as important at first. That don't seem as important at first glance. No, I know. I got it. I'm trying to not do that. I would only dump Constitution because I would stay at backline, but you convinced me not to do so. The 8-year Empire is currently the largest and most powerful force in this part of the world. It's centered around the equator and has a tropical climate. Though the Empire has colonies in numerous areas of the world, Greater 8-year is at its heart and houses the majority of its human and elven nations. Should be safe to choose according to bonus. Well, I can't choose it according to the lore and then go back and set my stats accordingly. You haven't had many story-related implications for your choice of culture. That's okay. It's easy to set around your stats. It is basically +1 stats. Doesn't matter which stat it is. I can go back and lower it, raise another. Consisting of the nation of Nasdaq, dozens of Omama settlements, and hundreds of loveless pirate-infested islands that stretch along the southern sea, Deadfire is home to boreal dwarves, Omama, and a mixed variety of other races. Deadfire Archipelago is the last stop for anyone headed east. A multitude of monstrous sea creatures that infest the ocean beyond make travel virtually impossible. Located to the northeast of Ayer Glenfath, the Ixamital Plains are a large expanse of fertile savannas that are extensively farmed by human and Orlan residents. The Ixamital culture is one of the oldest in the world, though one of the least imperialistic, having spread out little over the past several thousand years. You mean it could have been lots of other things affect how we experience the story? Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, Parrot. Once the crown jewel of the southern seas, Old Valia is now the crumbled remnants of an empire of warring merchant nations. Counting many humans and dwarves among its ranks, the Old Valian countries are still forces to be reckoned with and are proud of their rich cultural heritage. Dominated by the Omama nation of Rautai, the Gulf itself is host to a number of nations, most of them Omama, Orlan, and Dwarven. Though these countries are relatively young, they are some of the most advanced colonial settlements in the East. The Gulf is a land of riches and resources for those who can take them, though the entire coast is often pummeled by violent storms. Living Lands is the mountainous region of a large northern island renowned for its diversity of plant and animal life. Its weather is unpredictable and its ecosystems vary dramatically from valley to valley. The Living Lands are home to an assortment of races in a variety of colonial and independent settlements. Like the game, sure as hell never let you forget that you were playing a wild Orlan. I imagine that. You were playing a squirrel, like you said. A large cracked southern expanse of polar ice, the white land that wends, is home to pale elves and small colonies of daring explorers, outcasts, and adventurers. While virtually no plant life grows in the white, it is home to many hardy species of dangerous animals that forage from the sea or prey upon each other to survive. I think I want the Deadfire Archipelago. I think I want this. First, it has a mixed variety of other races, which makes sense that we could come from there. It has settlements, which makes sense for Hearth, Orlan. It is a tough land, which would make for a hardened character, I think. Will I import this character to Path of Exile? What am I saying? Pillars of Eternity 2 later. I didn't know I could. That's fire, yes. So that would make a lot of sense too. I didn't know you could import Pillars of Eternity 1 character to 2. That is perfect. So I already wanted that Fire Archipelago, so I think we will go with that. We will go with that. We will do that. Keepers of Ebullience, yes. Oh, skill bonuses now. Now I'm going to be choosing this according to what they give me. So +2 lore, +1 lore, +1 survival, +1 athletics, +1 what is mechanics? Is this lockpicking and stuff? Traps and locks. Lore mechanics. Athletics survivor, stealth mechanics. I like this one. Stealth survivor, survival, athletics lore, stealth athletics. So I think I will go with merchant. You traded goods from all over the world, pairing items with buyers of all kinds. Either this or this. Laborer. Your life has been spent in the study of your crafts. You trained and prepared, hoping to hone your skills and ply your trade. You traded goods from all over the world, pairing items with buyers of all kinds. So what is lore? Lore represents a character's accumulated miscellaneous knowledge and trivia, often of occult and esoteric topics. Outside of conversations and scripted interactions, lore is used to activate scrolls. Oh wait, lore is very important. It's basically used magic-wise. Higher lore values allow the characters to use higher level scrolls. So this is not just identifying items, like I first imagined. Different cultures have different backgrounds. That's okay. That's okay. We will go with what this culture provides us. So I think I like either aristocrat. Lore certainly sounds very important to me, but I kinda want mechanics as well. Traps and locks can be a problem for even the toughest adventurers, draining their resources and maiming or killing those who are unfortunate enough to trigger an unseen floor plate. The mechanic skill makes it easier to open locks and find and disable traps. Additionally, any character can use the mechanic skill to place traps of their own. The higher the mechanic skill, the more accurate the trap. In conversation and scripted interactions, mechanics can be used to activate or disable a variety of machines. Hey Ivysaur! Welcome, it's good to see you. You love this game? I think I will love this game. I'm liking it so far and I didn't even start. You know, what we did in the last 2 hours is read the manual and try to create a character. But I'm really enjoying what we are doing. I honestly do not care too much about stealth, even though I will probably use it a little bit. I would rather go for... I think mechanics will be important. But do I want athletics mechanics or lore mechanics? You are making me want to replay it, and you played it twice already. I'm always happy when someone says they get encouraged or motivated to play a game that I'm playing. Let's go with merchant. So, what is this? This is clothing, okay. You'll go full black. Black and crimson. Skin. Let's roll for skin. We got a 4. Hair. I want black. Or do I want... Oh, we don't have dark red. Let's go with black. Head. Foreskin. Yes. We got the foreskin, chat. I hope you are happy. Yeah, I like this face. Hair. I like this ponytail. This is the Diablo 2 Amazon ponytail. You know, I usually tie my hair up like this too. It doesn't get in the way of combats. You can still have a very long hair. So I like this one. I will go with this one.
Yes, leading the way. Time to see and not be seen. What is it? I'm flattered. Let's go. Easy does it. Just say the word.
I've got this.
Let us end this!
Nothing will slip past me.
I'm here.
Watch and learn.
Let's go!
The better part of valor.
Yes.
I've got this.
Let's go!
This could also sound like a thicker female voice, right?
My eyes are peeled.
Huh? I've got this.
Let's go!
I'll go on ahead.
But I don't really like feisty.
Hey there. Watch and learn. Yeah! Easy does it.
I like this one. It's not very high in pitch.
Yeah? Watch and learn. I'll teach you a lesson.
Yeah, we'll go with this one. So after 42 minutes, we can start the game. The Caravan Master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red mustache and his sagging jaws quivering as if for emphasis.
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the woods, and beasts take you if you were planning a stroll through those ruins up there.
He nods towards a looming black mass on the hillside.
Whole area's crawling with hut-dwelling types who'd be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks. Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Vale's less than a day out. Understood?
At last, the Caravan Master turns to you, frowning as he looks you over.
Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, course, which case you'll be dead in a day. There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry, about the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water. I know you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here.
Odima looks over his shoulder at his assistant, a lanky, intense man named Sparfle, who carries an old sun-bleached bow. Sparfle nods and slides the worn bow over his shoulder. Where would I find these berries?
They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one.
What are those ruins?
Nothing you won't see on half the hills of Air Glonfoth. Money to be made selling their knickknacks in Defiance Bay, if you don't mind getting stuck with Glonfoth and arrows now and again. They didn't build them, but I'll be the effigy if they don't watch them like a mother bear. Of course, all the ones around here have been ransacked 10 times over. Got nothing left worth half a pawn, so I hear.
Who did build the ruins?
Got different names for them. Settlers called them Ingwithans. Nobody that liked them enough to stop them becoming ruins, tell you that much.
Is it dangerous out here?
Not if you hurry about your business, and not if the weather holds up.
There is concern in his tone, but he does not elaborate. What kind of weather do they get out here?
This time of year? Rain, mostly, and wind. But there's a different kind of wind out here time to time. Locals call it a Beowick.
Beowick.
Born out of the ether, the spirit's path. Never seen it myself, never care to.
What are these huge rocks coming out of the ground? Oh, also I should... Your character's attributes, skills, class, race, culture, and sex may all open up options for you in dialogue. These options are not necessarily superior to other responses, but give you a wider variety of choices to select from. The manner in which someone responds to your choice depends on their individual personality and attitudes.
They don't got Audra where you come from? Well, it just grows up out of the ground like this. Goes deep like tree roots. Some of it all the way to the heart of the world, you believe the stories. It's more like a shell than a proper rock. Easier to work if you're a mason. Got all kinds of strange properties. Seems to have some kind of life of its own. Dies if it gets dug up. Loses its luster. Folks think it probably grew at one point or another, but not these days. The soul butchers in Defiance Bay use it for different things. I've heard tell it can hold a man's soul, but I don't care to see it. Got enough to worry about without seeing something like that.
I'll go see about those berries then.
Hold on. Take someone with you. I know you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
He scans over the travelers, resting his eyes at length on a sturdy armor-clad woman who has spent the journey's night sleeping on uneven ground without blanket or pillow.
Kalisha. Kalisha!
The woman looks up on her own time. She needs to find some springberries. Watch that she doesn't drop dead.
No promises.
What kind of guide says something like that?
Kind you can afford.
Don't listen to her. You're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything.
Odima chuckles and shakes his head. He looks at you. He casts a sidelong glance at her.
Off with you. Hayadin should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a Beawick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
Odima's small grin recedes beneath his mustache, and he's stern once more.
You heard the man. Let's get going before you keel over.
You got Gon's pledge. Properties Gon's pledge. Grants Gon's pledge. 2 per rest. Welcome to Pillars of Eternity. If this is your first visit to the world of ERA, you may want to watch these windows to become familiar with the tools and interfaces available to you. Your party always consists of your character and up to 5 additional companions or adventurers. While the caravan is camped outside Glenfatton ruins, Odima is assigned Kaliska to help you. Kaliska is a fighter, a class that excels at close quarters defense. Use her abilities to complement your own. Select a party member, blah blah, blah blah. When multiple party members are selected, the action bar is hidden. What is Gon's pledge? User plus 15 endurance, so it heals. Okay, is this some sort of DLC item? Probably. Giant miniature space piglets. No, it's not Boo. It's Boo. It's Boo. Chat. This tiny Titanic pig has an otherworldly appearance that seems to be at odds with its endearing behavior. It follows you dutifully and requires nothing in return save companionship. Squeak! Oh, we can change colors. Alright. Let's check these buttons. Attack. Can I? Okay, I can do that. Party AI is active. No AI script is selected. Let's see. Class behavior. The fighter uses knockdown and discipline barrage at the first opportunities. Clear out will also automatically be used whenever the fighter has 3 enemies in range if per rest is enabled. The fighter uses vigorous defense when engaged by more than 2 opponents. Uses unbending when below 50% endurance if per rest is enabled. Defender is enabled by default and if disabled will be re-enabled at the start of next combat. Character's AI will not use any spells or abilities. Let's go with, for the purpose of this tutorial, let's go with none. Auto attack, defense self, defensive. The character will actively seek out nearby enemies for combat regardless of whether or not they are being directly attacked. The character will actively seek out enemies for combat regardless of whether or not they are being directly attacked. Nearby enemies, this, okay, that is the different. This is nearby enemies. Talk to Kaliska. We have second winds, which heals endurance.
What you need?
What is my endurance? 51. 253 health. Okay. Knockdown.
Mm-hmm.
Blinding strike. The range isn't mentioned anywhere. That's Kaliska you're looking at. I know. I know where, Mama. Don't worry about it. Let's look at Kaliska.
Springberries grow wild all over the place here. Keep your eye out.
Go on then, before it gets too dark.
Most people you encounter in the world are neutral or friendly. You can interact with them by clicking on their selection circle. Many characters will simply greet you and go on their way, but others will have larger conversations to explore. The merchant Heodin has a conversation that opens a store with equipment for sale. You said thought you might be confused. No. I'm never confused. When did you ever see me confused, huh? These tall glass green pillars appear as if they sprouted from the earth. The flickering fire sets, shadows dancing within. Every RPG sounder. Potion of minor regeneration. Let's give this to Kaliska. This is a high volume Dirwooden currency used in everyday trade and is the basis of foremost transactions. Alright. So tab highlights everything. Good to know.
This calls for a subtle touch. What did I tell you?
Oh, nice. Left click automatically unlocks things. Alright, Bear Mama, enjoy your food. Minor endurance. Heals endurance. Kalisha. Kalisha? What? Not Kaliska? Kalisha? Dear wooden clothing. And lockpicks. Okay. It's pronounced like Kalisha. Really? Not Kaliska? Oh, is it an E, not a C? No, it is a C. Kalisha. Okay, good to know. Kalisha.
Anyone need supplies? I've got sundries for...
You see a man wearing simple but mostly neat clothes. He's transfixed, however, by a ragged tear in the seam of his tunic.
Brought a whole wagon full of goods to sell, but not enough shirts for the road.
He shakes his head and laughs when he notices you. He scratches one cheek with his knuckles. It's covered with uneven stubble, as if he hasn't quite gotten used to shaving on the road.
Say, is there anything you need? I've got some basic traveling supplies for sale if you'd like to take a look.
Who are you?
I'm a trader, originally from the Adir Empire, but I've been trying to establish new business out here. Life on the road has brought some unexpected challenges, to be sure. And I'm sure you've noticed how prickly the locals
good to
can
know.
be.
Thank you, Parrot.
But we're
I
here
will
to make
forget
the
it
most
imminently,
of things,
but
right?
You might as well try. My thoughts exactly.
Something else you need? Looks like we're settled for the night.
Tell me about the Adir Empire.
It's not as big as it used to be, but it's still big. The mainland is a continent northwest of here, but the colonies used to include Raed Saris and the Deerwood.
Raed Saris.
About 150 years ago, Deerwood won its independence from the Empire. A fact our companions are quick to remind me of.
He gives you a lopsided grin and nods at the other scattered carabiniers. Why'd you move all the way out here?
Because it seemed friendlier than Raed Saris? My brothers took over the family mercantile business a few years ago, and there wasn't enough for me to do back home. I moved out to try and expand.
He shrugs. Deerwood is a former Adir colony, so it seemed like a good place to start. And as much as I admire the Raed Saren's work ethic, they've always struck me as a little fanatical. That's high-minded of you. Seems like you got the short end of the stick. Let's go agreeable. Out here, I'm just taking it one day at a time. Let's see what you got. Okay, we can get a bow. Do I need arrows in this game? Or as long as I have a bow, will I have infinite arrows? Stores allow you to trade and sell your items for copper pieces or items in the store's inventory. Merchants buy items from you at a greatly reduced price. If you sell something, you may see it appear in the store's inventory with a much higher cost. Stores periodically refresh their inventories. Retrain character. You don't need to stock ammunition. Good to know. So let us get a bow. Let's sell this. It doesn't work this way. What is this? Okay. You can switch to new weapon sets by selecting the weapon icon from the individual character's action bar. How does that work? Let's set the formation. Do I have detailed formation? I don't think I do.
What you need?
Scouting. Scouting mode is used both for stealth and for finding hidden objects like traps and secret containers. While scouting, your character selection circles will start to fill with yellow when a character is starting to detect them. Once the circle fills yellow, the character is suspicious and will move to investigate while the circle fills red. If the circle becomes fully red, your characters will be discovered. It's about the character's portrait, okay. A character's ability to find hidden objects is based on his or her mechanic skill. A higher mechanic skill allows them to find objects at a greater distance. Moving toward the character accelerates how quickly they will detect you. If you actually touch the selection circle of a character with your own, you will immediately be detected.
I'll take a
so
peek.
Space poses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chooses characters, and we can switch our sets here. We have skills here. Tilde enables console, it doesn't select every character. Okay. We have a map. Opened with M. Character. Time in party, 1 hour, 9 minutes, 6 seconds. I might... okay. Access to level 2 camping bonuses. So what is camping bonuses? Survival allows characters to choose from a variety of long-term bonuses each time they camp. The first 6 rank grants the following bonuses. Damage reduction, received healing multiplier, bonus movements, accuracy bonus versus creature type, increased consumable duration, bonus damage versus flanked enemies. Hello again, the character is made. It is made. It is made. I'm going to show you right now. After the 6th rank, the previously earned... How was the walk, Maddox? Previously earned bonuses become more powerful in the same order they were received. Okay, so survival is important. So we've got Mithril the Rogue Wood Elf. With 17 perception, 13 mind, 13 dexterity, 13 resolve, and 12 intelligence, and 10 con. So I'm trying to go for a bow build with a sniper stealth attack kind of playstyle, if I can. And she's also going to be the face of the party in dialogue, and the mechanics character. If I'm not sure how that's all going to work, but we'll see. You'll see how it goes. That is the initial plan at least. So Stronghold, this is not active yet. Journal. Collect some spring berries. Journey to Gilded Vale. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the game here. Make a hard save at the very start. And I'm going to take another short break. I've been drinking a lot, so I have to pee a lot. So again, a quick ads to disable pre-rolls, and when I'm back in less than 5 minutes, we are going to properly start the game. So stay tuned. Thank you for your patience. I shall be back very soon. Go! Yes. We did it. You've got one reflector on both balconies. It protects me from taking too little damage. Maybe, maybe. You know, I never quite looked at it that way. You might be right. But you're probably wrong. Oh, lay. Kaka. Lay.
I have the ingredients you asked for.
Wonderful. Hand them over. There you go. Tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It works wonders.
Thank you very much.
What she actually did behind the scenes is just picked up the flowers and... There you go. That's how you prepare medicine.
Why does the Bermuda Triangle have such a grudge against all those boats and planes?
Oh, the Triangle got a bad rap for that. Scientists say those accidents were caused by sudden explosive outbursts of methane gas.
Speaking of which...
Max, don't.
What, Sam? I was going to point out that many phenomena long believed to have paranormal causes have actually turned out to be far more mundane in origin. Only one phenomenon's tremendous power continues to baffle scientists and defy rational explanation.
What's that?
Okay. Nothing here. Then that means we are taking this road. Let's call the horse. Come on, Pebbles. Hey, yeah. Who put the house there? The Jedi Council is waiting to meet us, by the way. Basila is telling them, hey, I have met this amazingly talented, force-sensitive gal called Mithril. She's going to make a great addition to our Jedi team. She'll be here shortly, don't worry. She's probably busy, you know, taking side quests and stuff. Chat, if you're in a building that's coming down like this, if you hear explosions and rocks falling,
What if the power went out?
don't take the elevator. Virgil is right. I didn't expect him to say that though. Choo choo. Choo choo. Alright, alright. Choo choo. I'm back. Sir Pizzalat, yes. So my headache yesterday was partly due to dehydration also, so I'm trying to take extra care of drinking a lot today. Which, you know. What does it say when you press the stronghold icon? You do not own the stronghold yet. Alright. Let's start. Let's find those berries. Exploration is key in Pillars of Eternity. As you make your way through the Eastern Reach, open the area map to see what parts of the map you've already been to. Okay, this is very slow. You've already been to and what's left to explore. Better. Slightly better. We could even set it higher. Right, much better. So WASD doesn't work, but arrow keys work. Slow mode. What is slow mode? Oh, there's slow mode and double speed. Okay. S and D. Can I... Add Matt's weirds. This path winds through a narrow canyon back the way you came.
We shouldn't stray too far.
Grooves in the road mark the passage of hundreds of caravans. What do you mean we shouldn't stray too far?
Let's check by those outcroppings.
Whoa. You got a young wolf. Tools of Eternity Combat uses a pausable real-time system because you will often manage more than one character at a time. It's a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, and resume real-time to see the orders play out. The options menu also contains many choices for automatic pausing when certain conditions are met. Let's do something like this.
Let's check by those outcroppings.
What? Ah. All characters in the game, friend or foe, have 4 primary defenses against attacks: Deflection, Fortitude, Reflex, and Will. These defenses are based on the character's attributes, level, items, and other effects. Accuracy is compared to the appropriate defenses when an attack is made. Oh, so it is not only saving throws, it's also armor class of some kind. The attack suffers a penalty to the roll and it is more likely to result in a miss. If accuracy is above the targeted defense, the attack is more likely to result in a crit. Damage reduction. All attacks that do damage have to overcome the target's damage reduction. An enemy's DR reduces the incoming damage by the listed amount down to a minimum percentage. If you're having difficulty hurting an enemy, try switching to a weapon or attack that does a different damage now. Okay, so we need blunt weapons, slashing weapons, and piercing weapons for our frontliners. Possibly. If that's how it works. Or it could be like physical damage, elemental damage, I don't know, psychic damage. Try switching to a weapon or attack that does a different damage type. Most enemies are strong against 1 or 2 damage types and weak against a similar number. Sometimes a weapon or spell simply isn't well suited to penetrating an enemy's damage reduction. When the attack hits, the DR will wipe out all but a small percentage of the incoming damage. You'll hear your characters complain about it when it happens. Take heed, not the damage type that's being blocked, and switch to a weapon or spell that does a different damage type. Can I make this bigger? One of your characters has been engaged in melee. When characters are engaged, they immediately stop moving. If they move again, they will provoke a disengagement attack from the enemies engaging them. Your characters will also automatically engage enemies when they initiate attacks against them with melee weapons. So we are doing quite a bit of damage with the bow, but it takes quite a while to actually shoot it.
What you need?
What is this? Are these... Ah, okay. See, this is what I wanted.
This is it.
As you receive quests, your journal will update with relevant information. If you ever get stuck, open it up to review your notes. Odima said something about you being in business for yourself. I used to transport things people wanted kept secrets. Goods people. A smuggler. Okay, you know what? This fits us well, I think. Yeah, how is it you happened to come here? I got double-crossed while doing a deal. They made off with everything. You had to miss the last 5 minutes. That's fine, we killed a wolf and I read a lot of tutorial. The competitor sold me out to the authorities, but I managed to escape capture. I got double-crossed while doing a deal. They made off with everything. That's a damnable run of luck. Maybe the new setting will turn things around for you. Alicia breathes in her surroundings. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Raedric's offer makes a girl think. I'll give him that. You're here to settle like the rest of the lot. I hadn't given it much thought. No harm in that, might as well see the place first. So you must have some other plan in mind for coming this way. I hope to meet someone and fall in love. I have no idea what I'm going to do next. Do we say this? Just looking for some adventure. Probably the same things I did before. I think this is what our character would say. Just the scenery will be new then. Sometimes that's all that's needed. Anyway, I'm wasting time here. Odima will give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Why are you here? Alicia sighs unevenly. Her eyes search the ground at her feet. My sister moved out here some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried. But that's how she always is. This time though, she asked me to come out. And that's got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages. Been doing guide work in Ixamital. But I'd do anything for her. She's a much better woman than me. So I'm here, and we'll see. Odima I worked with before. He doesn't usually drive a route this way, but he's doing it for me. Tell me about yourself. I've got simple needs. I like open skies and far horizons. I find work that lets me live that way. My family wanders too. We started in Deerwood, but my parents ended up in the Living Lands. I've got a brother in Rotai and another in Adir. My sister in Gilded Vale. She's the only real homebody. What can you tell me about Deerwood? I'm not much for history, but from what I know, it used to be part of the Adir Empire. Broke off after a war some years back. The locals here are feisty, and that's how they like it. I've been out of touch. Alright, Cupid, enjoy your food. I've been out of touch, but I've been hearing weird kinds of things about it lately. People having trouble giving birth, I guess. A lot of them. Been going on for years now, but somehow it's getting worse. With an uneasy tremor in her voice, she adds, I'll have to ask my sister more about it. Alright, let's get back to camp. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparfle is getting you water anytime soon. He does what he feels like, when he feels like it. We should check up on him first, slap him around a little. Stream's just down that way. Come on, let's get you your water.
What you need?
As you receive quests, your journal will update with relevant information. If you ever get stuck, open it up to review your notes. So these ingredients do not go into someone specific's inventory. It goes to a crafting inventory, maybe? Whoa, there is a lot of... Okay. Yes. This is our crafting inventory. Your stash would be that big chest in the middle. Not just for crafting. Oh, I see. So that is shared stash for every character. So what are these then? Are these consumables? Like, can I put them here? Oh, I can. It will compel you to hoard stuff. Cannot access the stash during combat. I see. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So we shall keep these on the potions. Oh, okay. Then we have quick items also, though. All right, I will get used to it. There are a few. Is there a quick save? No quick save available. F8 was the quick save. Oh, F8 was quick load. F5 is quick save. Okay, good to know. Can we hunt the deer? It disappeared. Travelers maybe, or looters, or bandits. Bad sign any way you figure it. The corpse is cold to the touch, and ripe smells wafts from it in putrid waves. A dark, crusted bloodstain besmirches its simple linen clothing. So when I say take all, it goes to the selected character, not the chest. I probably want a light armor. You can select the chest right? Yes, I noticed that, but I didn't. I will try it next time. That's an ST ligature that they use for FT. It's always bothered me, and it still does. I'm not sure what you are talking about. Yes, it's the recovery speeds is, I think, you know, it lowers the your recovery according to this damage reduction, basically. So even though they are both medium, this one with 6 damage reduction is lighter and slows you down less. Like in that word, wafts. Okay. I don't know what that word means. FT sequence is a long ST ligature, not an FT ligature. So we will go across, but I want to explore this bit that I skipped earlier. The fallen tree doesn't budge. Sap oozes from the jagged wound in its trunk.
Not looking forward to trying to lift that thing tomorrow.
They wanted to make the tags fancy, but made a blunder. I see. Orland's Cradle. Can we steal a horse? I love this fast mode. No, what did I do? I pressed the wrong button. I'm sorry. I meant to quick save. "99% of players are blissfully unaware." Yeah, I'm sure.
What a surprise. Sparfle went hunting. At least he left the water skins. Come on.
You crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water while Kalisha waits nearby, keeping watch. As you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. Out of the trees emerges Sparfle, one of the guides, barely discernible in the dim moonlight. He no longer carries his bow, and there is strangeness to his gait. His stride wobbly as he moves towards you with labored breath.
Sparfle? Are you alright?
Kalisha frowns. Sparfle's toe catches on a rock, and he collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag.
Ambush!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Show him how it's done!
This went well.
Come on, we have to get back to camp.
Well, oh no. No, wait, mine is better. Okay. I don't regret buying the warbow. Beer. The footprints around the campfire are indistinct and may have been here for days or longer. Whoa, okay.
Hmm?
2 damage. What is that?
And that's how it's done.
Let's try this blinding strike. See the range. Okay, we can do it with a ranged weapon. That's perfect.
Hmm?
Whoa, look at all this loot. They're all dead. All around you lie the massacred remains of the other travelers, covered with arrows and knife hilts, sprayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Get all that crap? What do you mean? Alicia puts the back of her left hand to her mouth as if to ward away some poisonous vapor. A handful of dark figures stands about the fallen, treading on limbs and backs and heads, jerking their axes from bodies as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe with a thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the man you recognize as Heoden, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. This ruin has not been sullied by our hands, man of Ir Glenfath. Your words carry no weight when I have seen the truth with my own eyes. Blood must be paid for this intrusion. You now have one rank in the disposition reputation. These reputations represent how people perceive your personality throughout the world. Even seemingly nasty reputations will be favored by some people, and benign reputations often bring out the worst in certain people. No disposition is inherently good or bad in Pillars of Eternity, but if your main character is a priest or paladin, you must be careful not to misalign their dispositions with what is favored by their deity and order, respectively. For the main character only, their dispositions will modify the effects of Holy Radiance for priests and faith and conviction for paladins. So what disposition did I get? Don't trust them, they mean to kill us all. Judging by the string of animal teeth around your neck, I am guessing you are worshippers of Galawain. If Galawain told you to stop protecting the ruins, would you? The man frowns and motions as if to swing his axe. Heoden winces, but the blow never comes. Instead, the man cocks his head, intrigued. Of course, but he would not. It is by command of all the gods that we accept this charge. How do you know? Because it's consistent with their beliefs or because it's what you were told? Something like diplomatic. I don't know. I think there are specific dispositions that we gain points towards, but it didn't show because I disabled that setting. The man glares. It has always been known to my people. I see. And what of Galawain's edict that weakness and age must be purged by youth and strength? You think Galawain would want some mouldy, crumbling stones to survive long after their builders have turned to dust? The man's nostrils flare as he fumes. He would not. He told us otherwise. I'm sure he did, just not you personally. But why should that stop you from killing innocents? Distracted, the man's grip falters on his axe handle, and he nearly fumbles it, affording Hyoden the moment he needs to dodge out of his swing, which comes too late. Howling with rage, the man charges you instead. So, let's focus on the leader and hope that they disperse. Okay. We couldn't quite make it to the leader. Not with Kalisha. But that's fine. The leader is dead already.
How can I help?
Your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise, his companions now silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing, pitiful gasps. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Yeah, this feels easy. I set it to normal, but it feels easy. Good demonstration of what rogues are capable of. Yeah. Forgive us. Barely audible beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs the air. At this, the man's eyes roll back as he closes them. Good, good. The gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. Normally suitable to people new to CRPGs. Yeah, I will go with normal for a little bit more. This is still the tutorial. If it continues to feel easy, I might switch to hard. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp, electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to seep beneath your skin, and where it pierces you, it feels as though it is rending you apart from within. Seated against a wagon wheel amidst the howling maelstrom, slashed across chest and bowel, Odima's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head, his eyes barely open. He looks direct at you.
Get inside! Run!
No, loot first! Loot first! No, the loot! Straining against a gale that threatens to pull you off your feet with every step, you set your hands in the worn folds of weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With the last burst of energy before your arms go out, you give yourself up onto the ledge. Hey, Mithril! How are you, Arthur Mitchell? It's good to see you. Head of the Damned is very manageable. I'm not going for a difficult playthrough. I don't care about combat difficulty in RPGs, honestly. I don't want the challenge. I don't want it to be overly easy, but I don't want the challenge. So I might set it to hard if it continues to be this easy, but I will never set it to Path of the Damned. Hyoden trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by her early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers, who had been feigning that, lunges for Hyoden and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Hyoden lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his hold. They are close to you. From your position, you would have a good chance at hitting your mark. No, we don't have enough dexterity. I'm going to be sad a lot throughout this game. I'm already sad. Fire at the attacker. Your aim is true, and the hit jars Hyoden loose. Lurching to his feet, Eodon clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands. I know, but no, it's going to be difficult. My aim is true. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Hyoden to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. Another one you haven't played, which will surprise no one. This is a very good game. I recommend that you play this whenever you get the chance. Unless you use a save editor to max all stats, it's just reality. That's a good idea. Let me download the save editor. No, just kidding. There's a deep resonance to the swelling of wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest, as though it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old stones before you, losing connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fold beneath its own weight. Archway, not archway. Is arc correct as well as arch? I am never sure. I know arch is more common. Can I go? Oh, I want the loot.
A Bewick. Had to be.
Hyoden's words come between wheezing gasps. Yeah, I know about that one. I always heard Archmage in the past, although it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. And that's what I got used to. So it's probably wrong, it's Archmage. Your boss fired you. Why, I asked. He said, you always question authority. You said, how? Hey Blackbird, welcome.
Then we're lucky to be alive.
How are you, Blackbird?
And we're the only ones.
We can't stay here. There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside.
Party gains a lot of experience. A moment's respite. Let's talk to them.
Come on, we're not dying in this place.
Let's talk to him.
This trip could have gone better.
Minor regeneration. Minor endurance. Arch does take the K sound in the middle of words sometimes. Architect. Yeah, maybe that's... In some cases, the arch prefix is more commonly pronounced like arch. Arch. In other, more like arc. Yeah. Yeah, it's English is confusing.
Yeah?
Let's put you here. Word arch, is that the compound sound though? English spelling's a nightmare. I should be scouting, right?
Easy does it.
What you need?
Scouting is pretty slow though.
That should be far enough. But what now?
Hyoden's chest rises and falls visibly with each breath.
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime.
What happened out there? Kalisha shakes her head. Windstorm. Of a kind they only get in Air Glenfath. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glenfathan word is Biawak. To them, it's the gods' way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out. But they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours? Who attacked us? Glenfathans. Those be the hut dwellers Odima warned you about. Look to be fangs of Galawain, who are the twitches of the lot. They go ruin to ruin looking for fights with colonists. Poor Odima, I think he half expected this once we lost the main road. The Glenfathan said we trespassed in the ruins. I don't believe that. Odima would never allow it. But as much as the fangs are hotheads, Glenfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or She glances down the passage beyond. Or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. What about everyone else in our caravan? Alicia's lips press together and her chin rumples. Her voice is faint. The wheels got the hold of them now. She looks up. Gods grant them better luck in their next lives. You don't seem too upset about all this. Alicia looks you in the eye, a volatile current running beneath her voice. Maybe you just don't know me enough to know what upset looks like. And maybe I've seen worse too. Seen worse and kept on walking, because there's nothing else to be done. And cause there's other people you care about who still need you. Fine, let's get going.
Come on, we're not dying in this place.
This trip could have gone better.
You think
we're having a real moment here.
Hey, chicken nugget skin. Stan, nice one. You think an arc pronunciation for the word arch never took off because it causes ambiguity with arc, yeah.
What you need?
What are your stats? Your stats are... Where are your stats? 16 perception, so lower than mine, which is 17. It's Pillars of Eternity time. Am I playing the latest patch? Probably. I have this game on Steam automatically updating to the latest patch, so I must be. I didn't even check what patch I'm playing at. What are some of the differences, Chicken Nugget Spoon?
Someone else has been here. We should move.
Never. Let's loot. A mace, 100 mace. Camping supplies, hammer and chisel. What is hammer and chisel? Simple iron hammer and chisel used for chipping away at hard surfaces. So this is vendor trash, probably. You've discovered some camping supplies. You can use these to rest in the wilderness or dungeons, restoring all of your character's abilities and health. Easy difficulty allows you carry more camping supplies, but hard restricts them severely. If you fully run out of camping supplies, try to find an inn. Most have cheap rooms available.
Yeah?
It's been ages since you looked into it, but you know they tweaked the combat and magic a lot over the years. They probably have. A torch. Let's make it like this. Dagger, torch, dagger. You heard the base game on Deadfire DLC on GOG? Deadfire DLC? Don't have the DLC. You playing need to remember to get it next time. A few games on GOG. Yeah. The White March is the DLC, right? Deadfire is the second game. And it is a great game too, by the way, Deadfire. I have played and finished that one. Not this one.
Sure.
I think the dialogue sound is a bit high.
What you need?
A trembling, sickly creature emerges from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobby elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Saurip. Saurip? It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. Raise your arms and stand still. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest, steps back and resumes its defensive posture. It's okay, I won't hurt you. The Zaurip recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly around its spear. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. Didn't we already read this? The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing. Slowly back away. The Zaurip watches warily as you go. I mean, I want to go there.
Hey there.
I don't want to make the thing angry. Oh, wait. He saw me, but doesn't really... No! Okay, he got angry. Got angry. Now... Zaurip spear. I'm playing on fast mode, yes. That's on purpose. Crush damage. Pierce damage. Slash damage. 12 deflection minus 4 accuracy, 8 deflection.
Sure.
I was on fast because I was stealthing, scouting. Hunting bow.
Wait, do you hear that?
Okay. Leather armor. Tattered journal. A crossbow. Enchants. Compare. You have gained an item quest. Angwitten Relief Gem. Added to stash. This small folio is torn in several places and blood has soaked into several of the sheets. One later entry is still legible, however. I can't believe my luck. A few rounds of dice and I've got my hands on a genuine Angwitten artifact. Fellow who had said it was a pretty nothing as far as he's concerned. He's not willing to go digging in some ruins. But if he's right about this gem leading to a hidden treasure, then that's worth sneaking past a few painted elves. I'll head to Keelantley in the morning, then it's just a matter of finding this relief he was talking about. There's also that fire pack that you got when you bought Pillars of Eternity 1 Definitive Edition that is just soulbound items and some unique equipment. Ah, okay, I didn't know that. You are probably right. I do have some items. Maybe I received that with that fire pack. I have this piglet and this ring. This brilliant blue gem has been sculpted to look like an eye.
What you need?
Yeah?
I kinda want to avoid this bits, but let's take a look. Oh.
Those tiles look suspicious. Let's be careful. Those symbols. Just like the tiles.
This mural must be ancient, yet the colors are still bright and vivid. It shows a procession of Engwithans from all the kith races, Auma, Omawa, Elf, Orlan, Dwarf and Human. They walk among pillars similar to the ones that span this chamber, each one topped with a flame. A symbol of interwoven rings is inscribed on this pillar. An unlit brazier sits at its base. It could be lit if you had the means. I have the means.
What you need?
Use your torch to light the brazier. Flames kindle swiftly in the brazier, winding their way upwards. So what did that accomplish? I don't know. I keep pressing tilde to choose my party. Let's see if I can set that. Is there a select all party? There is not. Okay, that's okay. Oozes? I mean, arrows probably won't do much. It's backspace. Oh yes, it is. It actually is. Poleaxe, two-handed. Not Paul, but Paul.
Where'd that slime come from?
Viscous and oily, this mug clings to anything it touches. A viscous slick of something dark and tar-like runs down this wall. The shapes and bulges in the ooze suggest that something lies beneath it, but you can't tell what. Use your water skin to clear off the ooze.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Welcome, welcome. Revealing an intricate relief of a man's face. The sunburst surrounding it has chipped away in places, but the details of his head, from the tight curls of hair to the ridges of his pointed ears, still showcase remarkable craftsmanship. One eye socket is empty, a gem fills the other. Place the gem in the eye socket. The chamber begins to rumble, stray rocks dancing across the tile floor. Finally, a large section of the wall gives way. No. Okay. Let's... Hello, H. Valentine. Welcome. I'm glad you found your way to this channel.
Yeah?
Welcome. It's great to see you. How are you doing today? Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Immune to blind, okay. Alicia is doing work, by the way. Minor cloak of protection. Amethysts. Adra. What is Adra? An organic material crystalline in structure but shell-like in substance. Adra can be found growing up through the ground in way. Oh, this was the crystals growing up from the ground that was mentioned in the first dialogue. Easy to carve and manipulate, it's a favorite of jewelers as a semi-precious stone and is often cut more intricately and beautifully than other gems. How am I enjoying this? I just started this. The first 2 hours of the stream was reading the manual and creating the characters, so we are at the very early parts of the game. But it is a very good game so far. I'm enjoying this a lot so far. I'm a huge fan of Baldur's Gate series and other Infinite Engine games, or CRPGs of that era, I should say. And this one is not disappointing by any means. So you can have the cloak for now. You know, in such games, we tend to lose our tutorial companions at the end of it. So I should try and switch the items to my main character or the common stash before that happens. Do you enjoy these kind of games, Ash? Do you play isometric computer RPGs? Have you played this one, I should ask? Okay. Let's take a look at here. She has lost some health. That's okay. Some mechanics advice, sure. You played this one in sequel, this one's good, and second one is better. I did finish the second one, I never finished this one in the past. I started and I think played the first act. Didn't do much else back in 2015, so I don't remember much, but I really remember enjoying the second one. Pay attention to the affixes on magic items you find. Okay, let's do that now. Minor Cloak of Protection. Fortitude Reflex Wheel. Many items share affixes and they don't stack. Okay, only the strongest one applies. That is good to know. Thank you.
That looks weak. Could be a shortcut.
A crack runs along this wall from floor to ceiling. A light gust of air passes through it. Use the hammer and chisel to weaken the wall. You also really like Torment Ties of Numenera. Don't know if you tried that one. I played that one and finished it when it was new. And I really enjoyed that one too, but it's not as good as the actual Torment, right? Have you? I bet you have also played Planescape Torment. Planescape Torment is my favorite RPG of all time, along with Disco Elysium. And clearly Torment Numenera is a spiritual successor to that one. And it was pretty good, but not as good. It does tell you when you're wearing non-stacking stuff. Okay. That's good to know also. But I will still try to be careful. You never finished Planescape Torment. I would recommend that you do if you find the time. It is just an amazing game. You set to work. The cracks lengthen and widen with your efforts, but the process is more taxing than you'd expected. Sweat beads your forehead and your muscles begin to ache. Continue chiseling. After several long moments, you begin to see light on the other side. With one final tap, several blocks of stone shift, then tumble loose, clearing a gap just wide enough to pass through. You have lost an item. I can't wait to see where Mask of the Betrayer ranks in your list once you play it. I have heard Mask of the Betrayal to be the best expansion to any game. I don't know if that's exaggeration, but I know it's a very good expansion to an otherwise not very good game. And I want to play that when we can play. The Eastern Reach is a dangerous place full of lurking enemies and carefully concealed secrets. Enable scouting mode to move stealthily and search for hidden objects like traps and secret doors. I know, but it's so slow. It's so slow.
Hey. What you need?
Yeah, keep boosting Neverwinter Nights too. To push Arena further down the list. Ah, come on. I also want to play Arena. You're instantly cautious when you hear things like the best as opposed to my favorite. Yeah, I'm just saying what I heard. Of course, I don't take those comments for the absolute truth. But that's what people said.
What you need?
So Kalisha has taken some damage. Still okay though.
Fresh air in here. I think we found an exit. Sounds like the storm path too.
Okay, let's go back and take the other path also. We want to explore all of it.
Be quiet.
Since the bestness is meaningless in the absence of a stated function. Correct. There's no reason to take every comment so literally though. For example, in Mitral's case, it wasn't his opinion that he was expressing, he was citing a commonly held one. Oh, okay. Can these traps be...
Found something.
They can. So we don't even have to solve the puzzle, we can just disarm them, and we gain experience doing that. Perfect. Can I queue actions? I can. Perfect. More experience for us.
Easy does it.
I think I liked fast mode with permanent scouting. It feels like normal walking around. And if necessary, I can slow down the combat. So I think this might be my main movement. Famished spear spider.
What you need?
Two per encounter. I should try and use these per encounter things more often, like this knockdown. It's not per rest, it's per encounter. So is blind.
How can I help?
There is no reason not to use them. Hello Mitral and chat. Hello Grandmaster Farmer. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Nice to see me tackle this beast of a game again. Again, I never played this, not on stream. But yeah, I am happy to be playing this finally. It's going to be great. How are you, Grandmaster Farmer? Bats as large as chickens are strong in the web. If you look at the AI, it lets you set it up so they'll use those per encounter abilities. You're right, I forgot. I checked the AI earlier and I said I would use it to passive for the purpose of the tutorial, but I think it's good to use them now. Let's go with cautious and defensive styles. Except for our main character. You did play it for a while outside of stream. I remember you talking about it when playing number 2. Yeah, I played it outside of stream back when it was new. I never finished it though. So you're right. I misunderstood what you said. I am tackling this again for the first time on stream. I checked my Steam achievements actually yesterday, Grandmaster Farmer, and it says I played this game in April 2015 and I finished Act 1 and I didn't finish Act 2. I'm not sure how much of Act 2 I have played, but I haven't finished it. So rapier, I like rapiers. Let's compare it with not that, but so that is also fast with the same damage as the dagger, same accuracy. So rapier and a dagger are the same thing basically. Let's change it up. Let's vary it. A rapier and a dagger. You know, make it more like Dungeons and Dragons rogues. Main hand rapier, offhand dagger, even though it doesn't make a difference in this one. I don't think I'll use a heavier shield at the expense of my accuracy, so let's stash it. The spear, this is pierce damage. Crash damage has been working relatively well. What is this? Saber. $14.21. $10.14. $10.14. So if I give you a saber and a rapier, since you are fighting in melee,
what you need?
so yes, let's try this for now. A helm. Some gems. What does the helm do? Helmets come in many forms, from the humble padded cap to fully enclosed steel great helms. It does not afford any protection. Add it to my collection. I will put it on. I will put it on. Let's take a look at here also. Oh, these gems are ingredients. Okay, okay. Power on any attack. Sealantly. How is this pronounced? Sealantly? It sounds Gaelic. I don't know how to pronounce Gaelic. It looks Gaelic, I should say. You had so many shiny helmets. They were all mine. Mine, but you finished the game. Older robed man. 4 figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus. An ancient structure of chiseled adra and metallic veins. Ominous and looming like a silent observer. Standing motionless in their midst is what appears to be a human body, colorless as stone or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in what might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. The figure closest to the machine stands out among them. A thick grey beard frames a face otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you have ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with 2 protrusions that jut out like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word true to his last breath.
Why?
Full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world.
Everyone else was saying there's no spoon, right? Except your character. You're not sure how I'll say Sealantlis is pronounced, and you weren't able to find anything on the interwebs. Hopefully we'll come across a voice NPC. Okay.
Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you.
He looks each in the eye in turn.
In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
French. I don't think it's French. For an instant, the apparatus goes quiet and the air is still. Then, all at once, it erupts with a concussive surge. Light floods your vision, and you are knocked to the ground. Your head snaps back as you land, and pain wells into the back of your skull, washing your last thoughts away into the black, unconscious void. You open your eyes to a different place another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with adra and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end, a great pillar of adra pierces the floor from below, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus much like the one you have just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Celtic, that's what I thought. I thought, yeah, looks Welsh inspired, yeah. Silly Seattle. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions. Pressing questions, troubling questions, questions that must be answered, or... At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick grey beard in ceremonial robe, crowned with strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You are walking towards him now at a pace that is hurried, while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. What is the Matrix? You awaken to find your malaise has broken, only to be replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary paranoid tic. If this is a sickness, it may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures at the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. One of your characters has become fatigued. Fatigue represents the physical and psychological wear and tear of demanding activity on a character. It is most commonly received as an injury when a character is knocked out. But some scripted interactions will also result in fatigue if they are especially grueling. Fatigue goes through multiple stages, initially inflicting minor penalties but growing in severity over time. Resting is the easiest way to remove the effects of fatigue, though some consumables can also remove fatigue. Due to budget cut-downs in production, the music team had to record many tracks in a hallway outside an elevator. Really? That's actually, I would be curious to see that hallway, since some of the music is a full-fledged symphony orchestra, even though it's a smaller scale, but still. The 1 hour behind the scenes of production of this game comes when you buy it. I must have it then. I should take a look at it and watch it. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. I'll take a note. Let's say behind the scenes. It would be fun to watch it. Theoden and Kaliska lie bloody on the uneven cobbles, their bodies twisted unnaturally in death. You're alone and far from help. Gilded Veil may be your best hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Loot! I've got the loot. Thank you, game, for giving me the loot, otherwise I would be deeply saddened if I lost it. Lockpicks, these are passively used, right? They are not actively used. Should I keep this in my inventory or can I keep them in my stash? I would like an answer from the chat for this. I'm not thinking out loud. Okay, shift click sends the item to stash, it seems. Come on. Companions that Mithril loot. I think they work from start. Okay, that's good. So there is no way to quickly equip items. Oh, double clicking quickly keeps items and shift click sends items to stash. Okay. Your character has earned enough experience to advance a level. Click the icon on their portrait to level them up. No, the reason I was happy about the loot is in some game, you know, in most games you lose your tutorial companions when you finish the tutorial, some way or another. And if you equip them with some items, then you lose the items with no way of getting them back. Now, I was pretty sure I would lose my companions, as I said. And I wanted to pick up their items before that happens. I would have to reload if I wasn't given the chance right now. Points left 6. Ooh. I love lore. Let's put this one. Oh, I can only put... I can... What? Wait. Points to advance. I see now. I see how it works. Okay. Athletics is going to be important, probably. Okay, let's do something like this to start with. At least it's somewhat more balanced, and as we continue to level up, we might specialize. Just waiting to see the outcome. If you're seeing that you could loot them. Just doing with me, that's fine. Athletics affects how much HP you get back from the second wind. I'm not worried about that, but I think athletics would be used also in interactions. Oh, second wind is awarded by athletics, not the fighter class. I think I will want athletics not for second wind, but for, you know, physical feats like climbing, swimming, and jumping in conversations and encounters. All skills are used in interactions. Yeah, I know, I understand that. I want athletics kind of interactions to succeed. That is what I mean. I'm not saying that others won't be useful. Talents. Class offensive, defensive, utility. And I can choose one from all of these. Now that is a difficult choice. I'll definitely get use out of second wind. I probably will. By adopting the strict discipline of a fighter, your character is able to pace themselves in combat, steadily regaining endurance over time. I don't know. Backstab? Now, backstab is great, but I would rather have something about bows or utility. Fast runner, what is this? Move speed, defense when disengaging. Grand sign of flame, increases burn damage and damage reduction. Shock damage reduction. Broad damage reduction. Freeze damage reduction. Reduces recovery time when switching weapons. Allows the healing of a modest amount of health on the user. 1 per rest. That is a per rest ability. Field triage. 1 per rest. Allows the healing of a small amount of health on an ally. We didn't like or use second wind much. You didn't invest in athletics on your main. Hold the line. I don't care about defensive. What about offensive? Weapon focus adventurer. Oh, I know what I want. Which one gives me warbow adventurer? This is hunting bow. Arbalest arquebus. So Arbalest is probably a big crossbow. Arquebus is a rifle. And then we have blunderbuss, which is a different kind of rifle, and a pistol on ruffian. I would probably use warbow over hunting bow. Then there's marksman. Yeah, there's more here. Two-handed style is melee only. We don't want that. Two weapons, we don't want that. And marksman +5 accuracy against distant enemies. So these are +6 accuracy with specific weapons. Even though we would get more use out of this, right now I'm not sure if we will stick with warbow, but marksman gives +5. With what is distant though? How distant? Is it out of melee range or is there a minimum distance? Not a fan of uses per rest abilities in general. I'm not either. I'm not either. I think I will go with marksman unless there's a real good class ability here. More than 5 feet. Alpha ability. Okay. Okay. So they will stack. I will be making use of both of them. Nature's Mark. Friendly aura +4 accuracy. Does that affect myself also? One per encounter. +3 might, +3 con. Attack speed. Less defenses, health, endurance. Prestidigitator's missiles. Prestidigitator. You can cast spells. It's interesting that the rogue gets like a fledgling sniper skill and a novice fighter skill, a hedge wizard skill. It's really nice. I'm loving this. Like, the rogue can be mini anything. It seems. Actually, I don't know if these are rogues. These must be rogue skills, right? Plus means probably specific to rogue. This is what you get instead of multiple. Oh, wait. So can I get all of them? I mean, would a barbarian also be able to get a cipher skill? Or is it a rogue thing? Those are multiclassing talents. Available to everyone. Ah, I see. I see. I thought it was a rogue thing. Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. Chanter's able to summon skeletons. Runner's wounding shots. Okay. This could be great for us. Getting a ranger ability. 1 per encounter. Hobbled for 11 seconds. Okay, we will go with marksman for now. We will think about multiclassing later. After leveling a character up, you may want to review their statistics. Open their character sheet to see their attributes, skills, abilities, and talents in greater detail. I don't know what changed. Against any enemy that is more than 4 meters away. Okay. So what is 4 meters? Like, what is a meter? I'd like to know that. I think we will learn it later. We will have an opportunity with our... What happened? Vessel flesh. So am I collecting these? Okay, it didn't disappear. Now it did disappear. This massive structure is formed of stone, adra, and copper, and covered in strange glyphs. The air around it vibrates with an unusual energy. It is a little bit difficult to notice all the herbs and stuff. I will have to go through each map carefully. Especially those at the ends of the map, I would have to, you know, zoom in like this. No, it's tab. I am highlighting stuff, but the highlight is green highlight. Gray highlight. So it's not always very visible. I am constantly pressing it though. Okay, so where are we? We are here. Next is Whalewood. It will take you 6 hours to complete your journey from Sealantlees to Whalewood. Next thing you'll find randomly lying on the ground, a batch of water chips and some mucusade. What is that? Are we seeing spirits now? Are we seeing dead people?
I'll take a peek.
Ooh. I mean, they look friendly. This one is not, though. There's a cave. Bear cave. Let's die to the bear. No, no, no. No!
You cannot venture forth while in combat.
What? One shot? Fine. First reload. First reload. Everything is happening too fast. You don't want to insist, but you probably shouldn't establish this baseline for yourself. I think it's okay for now. I will reconsider it later.
Fresh meat.
Fresh meat, yes. Food arrived on its doorstep. Young wolf. I think we can take...
Easy does it.
Yeah. We sure showed that young wolf. Shattered pieces of a crate are strewn across the dirt along with a few muddy vegetables. The grass is still flattened behind the wagon's wheels. Barrels of cabbages, potatoes, and squash have been overturned and abandoned. Scroll of Tanglefoot requires 2 lore. What is Tanglefoot? Tanglefoot. Is it like hobbling? Hobbled for 4.4 seconds. Accuracy versus reflex though. Okay.
How do you do?
Missed some plans, did I? This man appears to be hurriedly dismantling his camp in quick, jerky movements. He looks up as you approach, his expression tense and drawn. Greetings, he says, a little breathless. On your way south, is it? He wipes his brow, turning to face you. The sooner you are clear of these woods, the better, I think. Our caravan was attacked. I've been trying to get to Gilded Vale. Hard luck, and I'm sorry to hear it. You should be fine from here. There is no missing the Vale if you keep to the road, and you haven't far to walk. But you'll want to keep clear of this place after that. We were just attacked, north of here. Me and a friend of mine. We came out here to hunt some deer. Came upon a bear instead, great monstrous thing. And Pearly, he didn't make it. He shakes his head. I don't know what I'll tell his wife. In any case, this forest already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else. Who are you? Name's Nonson, born and raised in Gilded Vale. Haven't had a spot of luck since. His face twists. Luckier than Pearly, I suppose. In any case, this forest... Okay. What happened to your friend? We didn't see him coming. Nanton's voice shakes a little as he speaks. We were following a stag. Pearly, he saw something in the brambles. We went tearing off after it. We all but stumbled into the cave. Poor Pearly didn't stand a chance. The bear was on top of him before we knew what was happening. The beasts will take what they will, I suppose, he smiled sadly, and this time, Galawain's favor fell upon the bear. Where did you find this bear? In a cave, a ways up that way. He turns to point the northeast. I wouldn't seek it out if I were you. It was a great brute of beast. Would hate to hear that it took another life. Farewell.
I'll take a peek.
I must have missed some herbs for sure. I need to get used to spotting them. It will take a little while. The gray highlight doesn't do a lot. Yeah, I need to be more careful. So let's slow down here. The young dwarf tending to the stew looks up, startled as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? The bandit turns. Get her, you dogs, and make sure our new cook don't run off. Okay, what's happening? I thought they were friendly. Help! Please help! One of the bandits gives Tenfrith a kick as they pass him, and he huddles. Okay, this isn't good, and I think it is unfair because we didn't get the usual you are being spotted yellow to green sequence. Green, red sequence. I will never win this fight, so... And I'm hobbled, okay. You are going to die.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Okay. Ouch! When a party member is reduced to 0 endurance, they are knocked out. This means they are out of the fight, but as long as your side is victorious, they will regenerate their endurance when combat ends. Even though endurance regenerates after combat, health does not. Keep an eye on the bar to the left of a character's portrait to prevent them from becoming maimed or killed. You tried this game, was unable to like it. I'm sorry to hear that. I think this game is great so far. It's just in the style that I really love. So okay, this can happen. This can happen.
Sure.
Didn't I? Wait, this is the autosave. I thought I had a quick save. Yes, here. Alright, we are not engaging the bandits or the bear now. We will come back for them. Valewood. Bear Cave. Bandits. You learned the most important lesson in this game. Which is what? Northwest to Garen's Grasp, south Gilded Vale. You cannot finish a map, you have to come back when you are good enough. Is that the lesson? It was the same with Baldur's Gate, so... Young Wolf, can I handle 2? Can I handle 2? I can try. No, there are 3 though. Well, 3 isn't as good as 2. I do, yes. I do, but they are not going to save me.
Show them how it's done.
They might save me if I get lucky. I think we got this. Yes, that was rough. But we did it. That's fine. You got high precision. You might be surprised, yeah.
I'll take a peek.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
But I am the party. That's all I have. These aged walls appear to have once encircled this entire glade. Only a small fragment remains, and the stairs leading to the top of the structure have crumbled away. Examine the wall more closely. Moo. The heavy bricks are slick with moss. The heavy bricks are slick with moss, presenting a hindrance to climbing, but the stones themselves seem sturdy enough. Given the right tools, one might easily reach the top. So I don't have tools. I can try scaling, but I don't think it will work well. Ah, okay. Okay, let's take a look at this. Torque of Falcon's Eyes of Perception. Okay. I am sad that they share a spot. They share a slot. A spot.
Permission to backseat.
What is it, Vermama? What's it about? Is it about the interaction? Ah, okay. There's a corpse there. My weapon loadouts. Sure. What is it? Let's try. You find a handhold upon one of the large stones and start to pull yourself up, but the uneven bricks and odd angle of ascent makes the climb difficult, and after a short distance your arms begin to burn too fiercely. You are forced to drop back down to the ground. Okay, we need tools. Having 2 weapons for your backup is going to kill your accuracy. Yeah, I know. But it allows me to make more attacks probably, right? How does this work? I can just enchant them. Look at this. Okay. One attacks that creates, 2 attacks that glance. Yeah, you're right, you're right. And we are not specifically good in melee either, so we could think about changing it. Like keeping only the saber. Properties sharp. So what is that? What is sharp? Is it more crits? And accurate crit 1. Hey Zul raids! Let's stop the timer. Hello Babylon Zul. Hello raiders. How did the rest of your stream go, Zul? I saw you switch to XCOM before I had to leave. Hey Lovejoy, welcome. Welcome David Alexander.
Alright, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go back through and then hopefully that
pretty good start. That's good to hear.
The other way. Ah, fuck.
It didn't work like you planned. How's Pillars going? Pillars is going very well. We barely started. We read a lot of stuff, manual, Wikipedia and stuff, and then we created a character for an hour. So I think I just finished the tutorial and just started the game. We are pretty much at the very beginning. So folks, if you haven't been to Zul's channel, you should pay him a visit for sure. He's a very entertaining streamer, playing tons of retro games, some newer ones also. He was playing XCOM today. And XCOM is a great game, a game that I wouldn't dare play. Not the old ones, but he was tackling it. He plays a lot of console games also. Does some viewer requests, has some very cool channel redeems. So yeah, very entertaining stream overall and a very, very cool community as well. So pay him a visit for sure. It's good to see you, Zul and Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And welcome everybody. I am Mitral. I play a lot of RPGs here on this channel and some point and click adventures as well. Today we just started Pillars of Eternity. We finished Kingdom Come Deliverance after 90 hours of gameplay, on-stream gameplay, and jumped right into another 90 plus hours game, Pillars of Eternity. So this is probably going to take up my foreseeable future. I hope you enjoy these kind of games, and I hope you enjoy your time here in this channel. It's great to have you. And yeah, let's just continue. So how are you enjoying XCOM, Zul? Are you finding it difficult? And have you played the newer ones? Tell us how you feel about it. So Accurate 1. Rapier already has the enchantment Accurate 1. Okay. It gives plus for accuracy. And this saber has damaging 1. No, it had sharp. What is sharp? Sharp is not here. Is sharp something that we cannot enchant yet? I'm not so sure. Maybe it's not an enchantment. Anyway, we can try and enchant our bow. We would need accuracy, since it's also feeds the chance to crit. Also, is a damaging trait, right? So if we wanted to go for this, requires level 1. Does it require the main character level 1? Here goes. You went into OG thinking that because you were fairly adept at later versions, you would be okay at OG XCOM. You're wrong. I haven't played them myself, I just know that they are tough games. I have watched quite a bit of Spider Cookie play the older XCOMs though. I knew they were tough and, you know, kinda with unexpected turns, and never trust the RNG either. You have a pretty decent start. You think it will take all. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I will certainly try to catch more of your stream when you play XCOM. It's a great game.
That's a good
Hey,
one.
Zul, thank you so much.
Lovejoy5001 has just subbed.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub, buddy. I really appreciate it. And Lovejoy, enjoy the sub benefits, which includes a lot of sound effects as well as emotes and the usual stuff. So feel free to take a look at what sound effects we have. We have a ton. And yeah, Raiders, also, if you are new here, try !D666 and see how evil you are today. Sharp, 10% damage with saber attacks. No, yeah. I don't know. It's not that. Anyway.
New critical hits boost. Babylon Zoal just boosted THT Legend of Grimrock.
Zool boosts Grimrock. Everyone boosts Grimrock. Yeah. Thank you, Zool. If you want to boost more, feel free.
Trouble sure seems
New
to like you.
critical hits boost. Babylon Zoal just boosted Wasteland.
Nice. You got nice. Very cool. Oh, more boosts. Wasteland.
New critical hits boost. Babylon Zoal just boosted Undertale.
And Undertale. So for those who are new here, this is the way where I play the games that I play. The community adds games to these lists, and then again the community boosts those games and tries to put them in top 4. And then when we are ready to select a new game, we make a poll of the top 4 games, and the one that gets the most votes is selected. So it's all community.
New critical
I don't
boost.
choose.
Xov just boosted Icewind Dale.
I don't choose the RPGs I
New
play.
critical
Community
hits
does.
boost. Xov just boosted Knights of Pen and Paper. New critical hits boost. Verumamo just boosted Tyranny. New critical hits boost. Xov just boosted Black Geyser.
Yay! Thank you for the boost, Zul, GG, and your final boost of today, Verimamo. I appreciate it. So we cannot climb this yet. We will need some climbing
I'll take a peek.
tools. Okay, we are avoiding this for now. Let's take now it's climbing. More boost to Grimrock. I would love to play Grimrock.
Oregon. That's who.
Wow.
United States Secret Service.
Oregon.
You aren't going anywhere from here.
Have you played Fallouts? Fallout 2, Zul? You just hit a great character. Frank Corrigan is amazing.
I'll take a peek.
Okay, this is Settlement. You have played the OG Fallouts, never beat them, you intend to. I would love to see you play them, I would love to see you tackle those games. They are two of my absolute favorite RPGs ever.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale.
They are,
pleased
they
to
are.
know that
You're
we've
right.
had some recent vacancies here.
Depends on your character a lot. Some builds take off only later. You beat Fallout 1 twice, second time you tried and failed to keep a certain companion alive. I think I know who you mean, and if it's who you mean, if it's who I think you mean, it's pretty much impossible. A man approaches you, his skin as dull and grey as the desolate village behind him. He scans you with sunken, lifeless eyes. You must be one of the new settlers. His voice is a dry croak. He glances at the gnarled, leafless monstrosity of a tree next to him. Are you mad? Do you welcome everyone this way? The only answer you hear is the buzzing of flies from the trees.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever conceived a hollow-born child?
No.
Are you absolutely certain? Lord Radric has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst.
He steps to the side and inclines his head ever so slightly toward the deformed tree.
His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement.
This tree is unsettling scenery, yet settling.
We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
Do we want to say this to this dude? I've been feeling strange ever since the close call with the bivouac. Is there someone in town who could help?
Destruction.
Well, let's say it. Let's see what happens.
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any
Sion
condition to
Forgeblast,
speak.
I'm playing a rogue.
Consider yourself
No,
fortunate.
yes, I'm playing a rogue.
After she failed
above
Lord
user
Radric,
rogue.
we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced
Welcome
trust
to the
of
channel.
others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all. But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped
Rogue is your
and
next
leave
to
it
try
at that.
class with your D&D group. Yeah, I always play rogue-like characters when I play both tabletop and CRPGs. I always tend to go with rogue-like classes. Either rogues or some rogue ranger, like thieves. Balrog, not to be confused with Balrog. Well, you know, built well enough, a Balrog could rival a Balrog. You said something about Hollowborn and Wadevan's legacy before. He blinks. I forget that you foreigners do not have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the Deerwood for almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful, dumb things that breathe barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hands. In truth, no one knows, but they began spreading after the Saints' War, and so the name Wadevan's legacy stuck in honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. I see. You usually play caster-esque classes like Druid Bard. Yeah. Oh, you're rogue jumping down the stream. Okay. I rarely play spellcasters. Pure spellcasters. I like a rogue or a spell sword, but, you know, I don't usually play wizards. I like clerics. And sometimes druids. I'm not a huge fan of sorcerers or wizards. Ranger in D&D 5e is not your thing. Ranger has always been problematic in Dungeons & Dragons, honestly. They have never been very well balanced. Not in any edition. I think they did well later, though, in fixing it in 5e. But yeah, that's Ranger for you. Before I got here, I saw several people conducting a strange ceremony near some ruins. He regards you carefully. You'll want to mind where you mention that. Trespassing on Angwithan ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. The wrath and mercy we certainly have. I don't think so. Just as they finished, there was a bivouac. He polishes his spectacles on his sleeve. If you'd been that close to a bivouac, you wouldn't be standing here. Goodbye.
Keep out of...
I don't know, those Swarmkeeper, Griffin Soul Scouts, I haven't played it for a while. Usually play spellcasters as well, but for some reason you played a rogue on your only playthrough of this game. Yeah, I was surprised, but I never asked. What made you go with rogue? Gloomstalker, I do know that one.
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
4. Oh no, 5.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed.
What is 3?
3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same.
Chanter and Cypher.
You should tread carefully.
I will definitely be getting a Chanter
a great
companion.
deal.
Not sure about Cypher. What do you mean? You come to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Barath must be redoubled. He sets a steady gaze on you. What happens? He shrugs one bony shoulder. I will know more details when the messengers arrive. The vagaries of childbirth, perhaps, but that is not your concern. Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest. The inn, or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. Farewell.
Permission to backseat?
Permission to backseat about what, Grandmaster Farmer? In 5 emo, clerics and bards are king. Want to experiment, didn't end up regretting it. Oh, okay. That's good, that's good. Farewell. Some nice amount of experience. Tell me, Urgit wears a twisted frown. I'm afraid I still can't help you find residence here. Lord Radric's son was deemed a Hollowborn. This makes circumstances even more fraught than before. Tell me about Lord Radric. He comes from a line of nobles who have defended these lands since Aedir times. Aedir? I don't know. Radric II was an early supporter of Dirwooden independence during the Revolution, and the current lord's father perished in the Saints' War. Hollowborn began appearing in Dirwood shortly after the war's end. Lord Radric has taken upon himself to purge the curse from Gilded Vale. These measures have been severe, but necessary. Unfortunately, it may not have been enough if the bells were an indication. Not really backseating. Okay. Add ear. Okay. It's the Saints' War. Don't blindly accept every request you come upon, just like in the second game. Okay, I usually tend to do that, and then sometimes not complete some of them. Sorta hate how games like this sort of flip-flop between voice acted and not. I think it's perfectly understandable with so much, especially, you know, there is so much text in here, and some of them will never appear. Like, you could choose one of the 5. If they voice act all of them, it will be much more costly. So, even though this game had a nice budget, I think it's understandable that not all of it is voice acted. You're free to, Mithril, go for it. Yeah, I will certainly keep it in mind, Grandmaster Farmer. Thank you. It's also Obsidian. Those guys made the Fallout series, if you're not mistaken. Yes, they made, as Black Isle made Fallout 1 and 2, and also developed Fallout New Vegas for, as Obsidian, for Bethesda. They did get some big name voice actors for this game. It's kind of familiar coming from an Infinite Engine background, and also very understandable cut for a Kickstarter game. Yeah. The supposed saint took it upon himself to liberate the Dirwood, supposedly from allegiances to less worthy gods, but you've never known an army to conquer a land for his people's own good. The war lasted about a year, but you can guess what that year did to the worship of Eothas in the Dirwood. Lord Radric's forebears had all been Eothasians, but after his father fell defending us from those fanatics, he personally saw that the temple of Eothas here in town was shut down. He points at a few ruined walls near the tree. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understands our rules. I'd like to know more about Gilded Vale. We are a frontier village, as are more settlements in Deerwood. Gilded Vale hasn't grown much since its establishment in the colonial days, and the last 15 years have seen our population shrink further. He takes in the ramshackle houses and half-fallen fences. Hence our recruitment of fresh settlers. Why has Gilded Vale's population been shrinking? Waitman's legacy, of course. Many women have had difficulty bearing healthy children of late. A few years ago, Lord Radric decreed that no mothers of Hollowborn are to be allowed in Gilded Vale. His mouth tightens into a firm line. His lordship dealt swiftly with the objectors. It may be harsh, but if it purges us of this curse, it's not worth it. Is it not worth it? Tell me about those ruins behind the tree. That's what's left of the Temple of Eothas. His lips pucker. Lord Radric forbade worship of the dead god after the Saints' War. It's been abandoned for almost 15 years, but there are plans to rededicate to Barath, the gods of life and death. Goodbye. Oh, really? Matt Mercer has voice acted here? Sam Riegel? Oh, really? It was Sam Riegel? Two voices for Matt. Let's see if I can spot it. Those guys are so good. It's tough to recognize their voices because they can really do very well, changing and doing different voices and stuff. You know, also for the rest of the Critical Hits crew. I know them from Critical Hits. Like Laura Bailey is also the voice of the... I think Sylvanas in Hearthstone. I'm not sure about. Maybe some of the newer expansions of World of Warcraft as well. And Liam is also Illidan, I think. I'm not sure. Liam's voice in Fallout New Vegas. Is Liam in Fallout New Vegas? Okay, I'm learning a lot. I should take a look. He can't do voices that much. Sam Riegel? I think he does it well. But yeah, Matt and Liam are the real talents. If we have to compare them.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
100% was Theoden. Two of your favorite, your voices are so different. He could rival Mario. Oh, that's very interesting. I didn't recognize that at all. Where, Mama? Looking for anyone who can help me feel better. Strange way to talk about your dad. He looks up at the tree and breathes out. Half the town's up there now. Seems like no right way to talk about it. I don't think I'll be needing any help. He shrugs. Seems you're better off than most around here then. He turns his attention away, watching the village around him. Welcome to our lovely village. So there's an interior there. Let's talk with Link. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this man's soul. Okay, is this the donator, Kickstarter donator things? Whenever this appears, I should step back, right? I don't want to read all of the Kickstarter donator stuff. Okay, we will not do this. Liam Neeson? No, Liam O'Brien. You can tell from the gold-tinted nameplates. Gold-tinted. Ah, okay, I see. Okay, I will try to be careful about that. Liam O'Brien was like every other NCR ranger in Nimvex. Is this lockpicking? Stealing? Does this mean stealing? This worn dog-eared book is titled Travels Upon the Seldglassy. Heldglassy. There is an etched illustration of a vast finned leviathan. A dear wooden woman is standing in front of the fireplace, humming a quiet tune to herself. Or perhaps to her unborn child, for she is clearly quite pregnant. She turns her head slightly as she enters.
Good day, stranger.
Tal and Liam are in this game. Tal Russia? Well, finally, I was starting to think the woman makes a startled noise when she turns around and sees you. Oh, I'm sorry, I was expecting someone else. She gives you a cautious smile. Can I help you? Yeah, I know. I just arrived in Gilded Vale. I thought I'll get to know the locals. Were you with one of the caravans? She looks at you hopefully. Master Odima's by chance? You knew Odima? Well, no more than most here, I'd say. He doesn't usually come this way, but they say he's a reliable old fellow. She pauses, brows furrowing. Wait, why do you say you knew? Why do you say knew? I'm sorry, but the caravan was attacked. I was the only one to survive. Ofra covers her mouth with a hand, eyes wide with horror. For a few moments, she can manage nothing but a strangled, voiceless gasping, her eyes brimming with tears. I knew. I told her it was a dangerous path to take. Kalisha was always so certain she could take on any danger. Ofra sniffs. Oh, my poor sister. I'm sorry, stranger. I can't believe she's gone. If only I hadn't called her here, if I hadn't written to her, she might still be alive. Somewhere. Ofra's face crumples and a solitary tear slides down her cheek. Kalisha mentioned that she thought you needed help. Perhaps I can provide some assistance. Ofra looks at you with some surprise before dabbing her nose with a sleeve. That's kind of you to offer, but I don't know if I could impose this on you. It's not a small favor. Ofra wipes at her eyes. I'm worried about the baby. About the legacy. I told Kalisha as much as I could. But all I know is that for a long time now, every child born in Gilded Vale has been soulless, empty. It's happened to so many mothers, and Lord Raedric has exiled all of them, calling it a sign of the gods' disfavor. She sniffs. With my Hathort gone, I don't know how I'd manage if I lost my home too. I hoped Kalisha could help me. They say Ragna, the old midwife, knows a way to prevent the child being hollowborn, but she moved south to Anslug's Compass 2 seasons ago. The journey is too far for me. I can't make it as I am, but I don't have anyone else. Now with Kalisha gone, more tears run down her face. Please, can you help me? These are both Paladin, what's that called? Groups, right? I'll find Ranga for you. Ofra blinks, eyes wide. You will? Oh, gods bless you. Here, I'll give you the coin to pay her with. You needn't trouble yourself with that. I think it's a drink she fashions out of... Well, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be too much of a burden to carry back. You have earned a reputation. Reputations can be held with communities or factions in the Eastern Reach and will affect how members of that group respond to you.
Posture check.
Posture check? My posture is okay, but thank you. Let me actually come to the middle of the camera. In some cases, friends or enemies of those groups will also react to your affiliations. Helping a group, harming a group will increase your negative reputation. It's possible to have a mix of positive and negative reputation with a group if you help and harm them in equal measure. So maybe this is why you were telling me not to accept in every quest, Grandmaster Farmer. Maybe simply accepting a quest can change your reputation, and you don't necessarily want that, even if you are not planning to complete the quest. So if this was the main reason, I understand that, and it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I actually wasn't. But I'll be more careful. Maybe I was. Anslug's Compass is what we call the lagoon to the south. You'll have to cross the wilds to get there. That's what keeps me from trying it myself. She clasps her hands together. Thank you again, truly. You'll be saving us both. She sets a hand on her stomach, smiling through her tears. There's a conspiracy to make Mitral play games where he has to exercise restraint and roleplay. Yes, I mean, Kingdom Come was a huge educator in that. So I suspect if I click on something with this icon, she will get angry, right? I want to test this for mechanics' sake. I'm going to reload. You have been caught stealing. End disco. Yeah, end disco.
Sure.
So if I click on this but close without looting anything, okay, I can look at them, but I cannot loot them. Let's take a counterclockwise run around the center. These bones are covered in tiny bite marks. The Deerwood, Part 1, Early Colonial History. I'm sorry, I'm not reading books. My apologies. Crowned behind the books is a drawing that shows Eothas and Lord Redrick in an compromising...
Easy does it.
Compromising position, yes.
I see where you're going with that.
The Rapier, Accurate 1, Padded Armor, I like that. Duelist hats. Hey, look at that. We've got another hat for this game also. Nice. We are well on our way to becoming Robin Hood, although this is not really a Robin Hood hat, but you know, at least we got a cool hat. Like Henry's. I will do this. More helmets. Hey, so is there a limit to these stashes? Like it says it looks like we can have more pages. So can we carry infinite stuff? If that's the case. Only your imagination. Oh wow, okay. This is my kind of game. Hey, Uwe. Welcome, how are you today? Roaches scatter and flee under the crates. Oh, we don't have enough. I wasn't paying attention to my lockpicks then. I have 10. But I don't have 2... difficulty 3. So with 2 mechanics I spent 3 lockpicks. My mechanics is 4. What is the red
I see
icon?
where you're going with that.
Give me a real challenge.
Okay. You can order items all the way to the... Good. Off deflection. Yeah, Pillars of Eternity. Fan of this game, Yui? Have you played and finished this one? I'm playing a rogue, a Bowyer rogue. Wait, Bowyer is not the correct term. Bowyer indicates bow maker, right? Not bow user. An archer rogue, I should say. Or does Bowyer also indicate a bow user? The floorboards are sticky with spills that no one has bothered to clean. Some kind of brown slop is congealing in the dishes. It smells burnt. Bowie rug. David Bowie? Bowster rug. Big into face paint and songs about it. I did play too, but I really staggered at the beginning with D&D mechanics. Do you mean you are used to the D&D mechanics so that you struggled? Because they sound similar but are not? Is that what you mean? Let's talk to Pasha.
Welcome.
Oh, greetings and welcome to the Black Mountain. The innkeeper bows her head curtly. Please sit where you like. Would you like a drink or a room? We have two available at the moment. I'm afraid we can't offer much by way of a good meal today. She sighs, unless you are fond of cold porridge. I could use some reliable help. Do you know of anyone looking for work? Oh, well, I wouldn't say I can speak from experience, but we do have certain sorts coming by looking for work from time to time. If you want to hire someone on, I'd be happy to send them your way. Oh, we can just recruit... We can just buy companions, right? You never played pen and paper, so you had to get into it. You did play it too, but you really struggled at the beginning with the D&D mechanics. Okay. So this is not D&D rules. It looks kind of similar, but it's not. So knowing D&D would probably make it more difficult for you to understand these, because some similarly sounding things are entirely different. So maybe not knowing is better. You much prefer bespoke RPG systems for CRPGs. Yeah, Disco Elysium is kind of like that, right? And Torment, well, actually, Numenera is its own system, but it's also an RPG tabletop system. It's not made for the game, but it's not as well known as D&D. Planescape Torment was also a heavily changed version of D&D. So yeah, I think I agree with you. From the party management screen, you can see what your allies are up to when they aren't in the party. If you assign them to adventures, you can see how long it will take for them to complete their assignments. Pulling a companion or adventure from a mission before it's completed will forfeit all of the potential rewards for the assignment. Okay, I'm not going to be buying any companions right now. Can we talk to her more?
Greetings.
I'd like to know more about the Black Hound. Really? Well, let me see. The actual building's been here for years, but the Black Hound's fairly new. We get a lot of new faces in here too, fewer than we used to, I'll admit. I used to work the tables, actually, until the old owner up and left. Nobody's sure what happened to him, even left his poor hound behind. That's the name, see? The Black Hound. He's still sitting upstairs pining after him, poor old girl. Place ended up in my hands somehow. She laughs. My very own inn. A lot of hard work involved, but it's been worth it so far. You only serve porridge? It isn't by choice, I assure you. We used to serve some of the finest meals in the Deerwood. We've had a damnable run of luck, is all. It's been a bad season for the crops, and we are running low on supplies. I sent Tenfrith up north to stock up. Tenfrith's our cook, you see, an artist with a good roast, but it's been days since he was supposed to return, and we haven't seen any sign of him. She sighs again. I've only just taken over from the last owner myself. I don't know what I'll do if he doesn't turn up. I could try to find him for you. Really? Her face brightens. I'd be grateful to you if you did. He was traveling through the Valewood. It's probably nothing. Broken wheel maybe, but I do worry. He's the guy who was captured by the brigands. You see him safely home, and I think everyone in here would sing your praises. Nobody much likes my porridge. Very well. So let's see where this exits to. You didn't even know what the numbers mean in the stats. Yeah, but if you hover over them, it's explained very well. It's a lot of reading. I took an hour reading the manual, honestly, before starting the game, and then I took another hour creating the character and reading more details. It's a lot, it's a lot. You see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hands for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggest an elf.
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
Everyone, calm down. Whatever this is about? I'm sure it's an overreaction. One of the other men glares at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. We are humble folk, but we are no fools. Not like he thinks, mocking us while he shelters in our village. We don't take to that kind of talk from foreigners, especially not Adrians. Adrians.
Go on. Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
The second man thrusts his chin at the elf. He stinks of sour ale.
Fie, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
Okay.
I'll cut that barrel-licking tongue out of your head.
Rio? This character? Is it Matt? Sounds like Matt Mercer.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said.
He's just amazing. He's just amazing. He plants his feet, something surly and raw flickers through his eyes. Second Matt, what was the first one? I missed that one.
That's where you're wrong.
That's unnecessary. Wouldn't you rather be inside drinking than out here arguing? Go talk to people again. I'm not going to do that. You can tell me. Just tell me. We don't want your charity either, foreigner. They squint at you through the red, bleary eyes. It sounds suspiciously like you are defending him. Oh, okay. I'm not going to go talk to everyone again just to spot Matt. It's either from before. Oh, okay, but we couldn't really talk to him too long. It was a quick conversation. I'll need to talk to him again anyway, since you 100% need this character. Okay. Why did we have to kill them? As the last of the attackers falls, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth face. You take back your 150-hour estimate. What do you mean, Parrot? What does it have to do with not going back now? I thought you said go back to and talk to every character and try to hear Matt. I'm not going to do that just to find who is Matt, who is voiced by Matt Mercer. It doesn't mean I'm not going to put enough attention to the game itself.
Not quite how I hope to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that.
But having said that, I don't think the game will last 150 hours anyway. I'm glad I could help.
Courtesy is a rare pleasure in these parts, though your accent suggests that you are no more local than I.
He straightens his hood, and you note the remains of fraying embroidery on his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travel, but the leatherwork beneath is sturdy and fine.
Well, I suppose introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvusser, at your service.
So, this character looks like he has some magic and fights in close combat. Is he a cipher? I guess we'll find out. Tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm a wizard by training.
A wizard,
and
okay.
An adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I'm grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was traveling with a caravan, but we were separated near some ruins.
In Griffin Ruins? Oh, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. In half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright.
He leans closer.
I'm curious. What exactly did you find there?
A bivouac.
And you survived? I've heard such a thing was impossible. Well, it seems you either have a knack for timing or the favor of the gods.
What are you doing in the Gilded Vale?
An excellent question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
And you? I've been experiencing strange things of late. I'm looking for an expert on souls.
Indeed. The local lord has searched far and wide for similar specialists. And he has rid himself of them almost as desperately.
His darting glance takes in the tumble-down buildings and the fallow, rock-strewn fields. I expect that such expertise would be best sought elsewhere. Just how did you manage to cross those tree trunks?
I'm afraid that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
Adir, okay. Not Adir, Adir. You would tell that one man to go fuck his sister. Ah, that. He clears his throat and adjusts his sleeves. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me. Happens all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. I heard the same thing. For just a moment, he looks as if he is about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief, but before he can speak, he forces a tight smile, biting his lips so hard you expect to see blood. Finally, his face relaxes, and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time. My apologies. You don't exactly look like a settler.
Begging your pardon, but neither do you. Yet, circumstances can find a person in the strangest of places.
I should get going.
As should I, given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot
Vincino,
about
greetings. How are you, Vincino? Good to
Perhaps
see you.
I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
So do I. Let's go then.
Excellent. I shall follow you.
Alright, we've got our first companion. Grimoire, which has Minoletas minor missiles, Archimir's dazzling lights, Helico's sunless grasp, Fan of flames. Doesn't have Wizard's Double. Creates a duplicate of the caster to distract enemies, granting the caster a high deflection bonus until he or she is hit or crit. Elfie font Smarty Pants. You are well, that's good to hear. I'm doing well, Vincino. I'm getting the new game flutters. New game adrenaline rush. I'm happy to be playing this. So is this like D&D where you have to, if you want to cast a spell more than once, you have to memorize it more than once? Or is it just... No, okay, it's not like that. Archimir's dazzling lights overwhelms anyone in the area of effect with a brilliant and bewildering pyrotechnic display, decreasing their will and leaving them dazed. It's Vancian. It's Vancian, but I cannot memorize more than one. I am, limited to one. Not more than one. So does that mean I will be able to cast each of them only once and there is no way to cast any of them more than once? The caster's hands become so cold as to freeze what they touch, does freeze damage to a target and reduces its accuracy.
Fire shall banish the endless winter.
Red Queen Morag. Very cool, very cool. In the sense that you have to choose from your spells, maybe not purely once. Yeah, you have to choose, but you cannot choose more than one of each. Anyway. So this freezes, deals damage, reduce accuracy. Good one. Creates a cone of fire in front of the caster, causing burn damage to anyone in the area of effect. It looks like burning hands. What is Grimoire cooldown active? Minoletta's minor missiles summons 3 spell missiles that batter the target, inflicting crush or corrode damage. Okay, so I'm torn between dazzling lights and wizard's double. If I'm going to use this guy as a frontliner, maybe it's better to have this one. Wizards have the ability to learn a staggering number of spells, but they are always limited by the capacity of their grimoires. At any given time, a grimoire may only contain 4 spells of each level. Click on a spell in the right panel to remove it from the grimoire. Add spells to the empty slots by clicking on the spell in the left panel. Have I checked his stats? Not yet. I will. Dexterity, intelligence, 12 might, not too much constitution. He would still make a better frontliner than Mithril right now. If there has to be one frontliner. Is a scepter and a rapier. Of deflection. The part underreported is the important part. That's where the effect of the stats is shown. Yeah. Yeah, true. So health-wise, they have the same health, except Alot has higher endurance. And the defenses-wise, Alot is generally better, except for reflex, which makes a lot of sense. Damage reduction, I mean, I gave the protection items, and also has the
New critical
oh, okay,
hits
so I
boost.
can cast
Vinci
3
Nomen
first level
just boosted
spells.
Nox. New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Dungeon Siege. New critical hits boost. Vinci Nomen just boosted Darkstone.
Thank you for the boost, Vincina. I appreciate it. Also has the Wizard's double. I think he will make a better frontliner than Mithril for now. It's X combined slots for Y different spells per spell level. I think Y different spells, it's not exactly Y, I think it's 4 fixed. Because the tutorial just said grimoires are limited to 4 spells per level, and it doesn't change. Obviously you can change your grimoire. Yeah, Y is 4, but you know, it's not a variable, is what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, of course, of course. So that is 3, and that is influenced by intelligence probably. Okay, I see what you mean now. I thought you were talking about 2 variables. So the amount of number of spells I can cast from a certain circle, how is that influenced? Is it influenced by intellect or level? Could be level. Doesn't seem to be connected to stats. Despite the rains, the stalks feel as dry and stiff as a locust's husk. Okay, we will go there later. There's a house here. I also skipped this window. Okay. We know there's more grain in here, Trumbull. We won't settle for scraps while you grow fat on our crops. A muffled shouting emerges from inside the mill. First of you drunkards comes through that door, gets shot between the eyes. Gods hear me, Swainer, I'll put you down like a dog. Come away for now, lads, but we'll be back, Trumbull. We'll have fair prices, or by the flame we'll have a reckoning. Investigate the feud. So I haven't been to here, and I didn't realize there was something here. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if there's an entrance here. Okay, let's start with this. Is he going to shoot me now? An elbow man stands before you, his relatively stocky build suggesting a life of labor. His face is pale and drawn, and his eyes wide. Behind him, a younger man and woman exchange worried glances. The miller raises the club as you enter. It shakes violently in his grip. Get back if you value your life. I don't have 14 resolve. Hold on, I'm not here to hurt anyone. The miller hesitates, then lowers the club a fraction. Who are you? Is Swainer dropping foreigners into his little crusade now? I thought you could use some help. Those people out there seem pretty angry. Really? Rumble sighs relief. I Leah's tits. Could I use a friendly face? I take it you heard some part of what that crowd's asking for. Grain, as if I've got it all tucked away somewhere. Swainer's been egging that lot on 4 days now. They've been keeping clear so far, but if things keep on like they are, I don't know how much longer we've got before things get messy. Please, if you're not here on his behalf, maybe you could speak to Swainer. He won't listen to me anymore. Just explain that we are all getting smaller rations now. We are all making sacrifices. I'll go see what I can do. The miller all but sags with relief. I'd be grateful if you did. He won't listen to me anymore, but maybe you'll have better luck. Tell him we are all having a hard time of it, and we'll all have to make some sacrifices. He'll be in your debt for it, if you can convince him. A rancid stench rises from this grain. It's mushy and mottled with green.
Greetings.
Trumbull nods a curt greeting. You're back. Have you had any luck with Swainer? I had more questions about this whole situation. Trumbull breathes a short laugh. What's to explain? It isn't very complicated. I can't pay top prices for blighted wheat, and I barely got enough good grain to go around. Swainer's howling after things he has no right to. Seems like a pretty clean story for a messy situation. Trumbull frowns. It's not, he poses. Look, Swainer's always been a rotten bastard. With stores so limited, maybe I save the good stuff for people who deserve it. Ofra, for instance. She's expecting a child. Should I let her starve instead? Do the villagers know about the grain supply? Rumble looks embarrassed. Some. The innkeeper, for instance. It's better not to worry anyone. I'll be trading for supplies soon enough. If we can just keep things calm until then, we'll be in the clear. The innkeeper? Rumble winces. I wouldn't drink the ale, is all I'm saying. Okay, so I don't think we are hearing all of the truth. Maybe I ought to have a talk with Swainer then. The miller all but sags with relief. My father's a good man. He's always done right by the town. I'm sure father can explain better just what happened here. Alright. Don't drink the yellow ale. We want black beer. This bottle of Sunreed is half empty. Or is it half full? This man and woman appears to have been in deep conversation, working at closing two bulging satchels. They move to embrace until the woman notices your approach and pauses, her smile faltering a little.
Welcome.
Can we help you? She looks to her companion, brows furrowing with confusion. Do you know this woman, Nansen? Nansen coughs. Yes, I think we met in Valewood. I warned her about the bear. He inclines his head. Glad to see you made it. Was there something else you wanted? You two are in good spirits for people who just lost a friend. That's unkind of you to say. I'm grieving my husband, in my fashion. I'm only sorry I could not convince him to leave Gilded Vale before this happened. Nansen Good Soup. Yes, from the Good Soup family. Cousin of Wanton Good Soup. I'm relieved to be rid of this terrible place, that's all. It's cost me the greater part of my life, and now my husband, and I'm glad to be free of it. You two seem to be in a hurry. Yes, I imagine so. Ingrid laughs. We are packing for a trip, actually. I've been meaning to visit Defiance Bay, and she looks at Nansen. Well, in truth, I think I've had my fill of this town. Nansen reaches to take her hand. It's time for some new scenery, he says. Did he get his friend killed? Is that what happened? Is there anything you can tell me about Gilded Vale? Ingrid smiles wryly. Only that you'll want to be moving on as soon as you can. You'll have seen the tree, I imagine, but the rot goes deeper. The rot goes deeper. If you were looking for work, I'd say you'd have a better chance of it elsewhere. Goodbye. Silver Lusk? I don't know what that is.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye. Let's check the smithy. Blackhammer Smithy. Dented and dull, these swords look ready for the forge. The bellows sigh into the furnace, and the coals burn brighter still. An account of Tuatano's sails, the pages are nearly empty. This Omaoma man is of an impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is the dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscle. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arcing black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome. You're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? Oh, what can I do for you? What do we have here? Welcome back, Simon. You come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be, but we've fine weapons and armor to offer yet. All forged right here at the Black Hammer. What happened? Had lunch, was good. What did you have? We just don't have the supplies. Been expecting the next delivery for near on a week now, and haven't seen sign of it. Have to expect they were hit by bandits. The road out east is crawling with them, or my workers ran off with the wagon themselves, maybe to make some coin. Tuatano snorts, as if that lot would dare. He's right about the bandits. The dire situations in villages like this and the exodus to the cities has created far too many opportunities for the unscrupulous sorts. Watano scratches his jaw, thinking, if you happen to be headed that way, maybe you could keep an eye out for a supply wagon. For my shipment at least, they'd be cutting through the Black Meadow, I expect, or only good road for it. As it is, most of our weapons go to His Grace, Lord Raedric. Tuatano glances at the nearby guard, and that's as it should be. But it doesn't leave much for outsiders. We just don't have the iron. I'll find your supplies. Tuatano nods. Then you have my thanks. You bring those supplies back, and I'll have plenty more to offer you. A discount to start. Oh, and if you find my workers, tell them to hurry it up, or they can take up farming instead. Vegetarian lasagna. Not vegetarian, just like it more. Yeah, I get it. What is it with? What is it with? With cheese or some vegetables maybe instead of minced meat? I love lasagna. Does he sell anything though? I'd like to see your wares. Okay, so let's see what we can. Should I be making a helmet collection like Barrett? Or do I go for the monies? Let's go for the monies. I don't need collections. I need money. We'll keep these though. Yes, I mean no. Alright, so other. So I think I want this to be spoiled, chats. Am I safe to sell the stuff in the other category? Like, they are not ingredients, right? For example, wolf hides. Should I be keeping this for ingredients for crafting? Your family prefers meat lasagna with meat sauce. It doesn't taste as good to me. So ingredients are all here, which means wolfhide isn't an ingredient, right? Can someone confirm or deny that? Mostly safe, but some can be used for crafting if you remember right. Okay, that is concerning though. How am I going to know which one is safe to sell? Which one is vendor trash? There are things in that category that you shouldn't sell. Ah, that is unfortunate. That makes me sad. So maybe, okay, you know what? You know what we are going to do, chat? We are not going to sell any ingredient. We are not going to sell any other. We will be careful about consumables. We are going to sell any clothing and armor and weapons that we don't use. That's what we are going to do. This is better. You found crafting to be very useful, but you suck at this sort of game, so you used it more as a this is my 20th time fighting this jerk. What can I upgrade? I love crafting. I am a huge fan of crafting in RPGs. So we want a pry bar, we want rope and grappling hook. So what is this? I cannot buy it, so there's no reason to. I have max resting supplies. Jaina's lance. Unique pike. Old wall. Unique arbalest. Unique stiletto. Okay, I don't need to look at them. I don't have the money, but I will pick these up. And we cannot steal from shops. That is kind of unfortunate, but also good because I would go crazy trying to steal everything. Alright. You love Baldur's Gate style RPGs, but you swear this game took you like 5 times longer than it should have been for a first playthrough. How long did it take for you, Scion? It's mostly those things, Mitchell. Hook, prybar, chisel, lockpicks, things that look like tools that you shouldn't automatically sell. Oh, okay. I see what you mean now. So I can sell Wolfhide, is that what you're saying? But, those stuff... Oh. Right. Okay. No, I'm not going to sell them, but I guess I'm safe to sell the books and Wolfhide and stuff, right? I mean, this looks like vendor trash. If I've ever seen vendor trash, this is it. But I don't know if it's going to be used in crafting. Oh well, we will keep it for now. You would need to boot up Epic to find our average. Physically, the better part of a year. Wow, okay. I see. That is long. That is long. I expect this game to take me around 100 hours as well. So, this is not marked on the map, but there's an entrance. It is good to know. I shouldn't trust the map. The answer would be a spoiler, am I sure? About Wolfhides? No, don't tell me. But I might ask for such information like I did in Planescape Torment. Not now, but I might ask in the future, or even check some Wikipedia myself. The Owlcat games will eat your life. I heard that Wrath of the Righteous is 5 times as long as Baldur's Gate 2, which would make it 500 hours. Is that true? Hey Nebuka, how did your stream go, buddy? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Red Scurry behind the sacks. So this wasn't marked in the map because it was an unimportant. Did you finish Baldur's Gate 1 or did you die? How has Pillars been? So far so good. So far I'm enjoying it a lot, but I'm still in the very early stages. If you want to be super completionist, you say about 200 hours. That's fine. That's fine. The expected result with PG. So you died at Sarawak fights? That was the result I was expecting. I'm not sure if the results most people were expecting. There's bound to be restarting unless you let people spoil you, because you're going to screw up your first playthrough. Ah, okay, I see. I strongly recommend against checking the wiki yourself. You can easily get story spoilers there. I will ask you every time I feel like I should check then. I will never check it myself. Does that work with you, Parrot? Is that okay? Can I ask you? You didn't even get the Sarawak. Really? Where did you die, Nebuka? Where did you die? Hello? Who's there? Next time will be different. Next time is the run. Next run is the run, Nebuka, I know. A man lies resting against the wall, lit by the dim illumination of the fading sconces. He has a gaunt, fox-like aspect, and his face is pale and damp with sweat. One arm is held loosely against his side, sleeve soaked with blood. He gives you an anxious glance as you near, his features twisted with pain. Right to Sarawak's side cheek and her golems. Ah! Oh no. Just right out the door. So close, yet so far. I'm sorry, Nebuka. I'm sorry. I hope you got a clip though. Have a care if you mean to go in. He casts a quick look towards the doorway to his left. This place is not so empty as I thought. This temple isn't what it used to be, probably for the best. Times being as they are. He grunts and shifts position, wincing. I'm no looter, if that's what you're thinking. Not one of the faithful either. Just want to do some good, I suppose. Got my arm clawed up for it. He regards you wearily. Maybe you'd have better luck. Better luck with what? The man points a finger upwards. These ruins around us used to be a temple of Eothas. A scattered god, a grand temple at that. His worshippers would come from all over Dirwood. From Raid Saras even. You'll be off for tonight. Alright, Parrot, thanks so much for being here. Thank you for modding. I will see you tomorrow. And yeah, have a great rest. and take care. Until the war, of course. Even then, you'd get some of the stubborn ones. The ones that couldn't get in through their heads that their god was dead and gone. Go on. Once the legacy started, Lord Raedric decided he'd been too lenient on the Eothasians. He had his people go in and put them to the sword, left them down there, buried under a heap of rock. After that, Raedric ordered the temple sealed. It's been years like that, up until recently. Lord Raedric hopes that if we rededicate the temple to a living god, then we'll be forgiven, and the legacy will end, see? But until then, the temple is, as you say it, unguarded. That's why you come in. Burton licks his lips. Those priests, maybe they didn't have a lick of sense between them, but they still didn't deserve to go like that. Chopped down in their god's house, it doesn't sit right with me. This was a save scam game for you. I usually save scam games too. I try to be careful now that we have a reload tracker. I will save the game. I will save the game after the conversation. But until then, okay, we read that. If you can get down there, find their remains, maybe we can finally give them a proper burial. Burton breathes out. No small task. There's coin in it for you, if you need motivating. Alot's cautious expression softens. A pleasant surprise to see that someone around here has a shred of respect for the dead. I take it you aren't supposed to be in here. Burton laughs bleakly. Well, I meant to be in and out, nice and quick. I'm not hurting anyone, it's just Lord Raedric's forbidden anyone from having anything to do with the scattered god. It'd be a little harder to explain to him than you. It is a good cause though, isn't it? And you could make some coin in the process. I have some questions first. Yes? Why can't you do this yourself? Well, I tried. Only got a short ways in before I got in over my head. Burton grimaces. I haven't raised the blade in a long time. Turns out it isn't something you can just pick up again, but you look like you can handle yourself. Who are you anyway? Burton offers you a weak grin. Name's Burton. I've lived in Gilded Vale long enough to remember how grand it used to be. He shrugs and looks away. I used to help the temple sometimes, bring supplies, that's all. Won't Lord Raedric mind us digging around down here? I wouldn't go telling him about it. Lingering in these places is no good for anyone. But you do this quick and quiet, and we can do right by those priests without raising a fuss. Any chance there's something down here worth a little more than some old bones? Burton looks around. Probably. Nobody's been through the place since it was sealed up. Well, apart from me, and I didn't touch anything. Any valuables in there? You get first crack at them. I only ask that you do this favor for me while you're at it. I'll find them. Then, by the flame, I owe you a good turn, but listen. The temple's been sealed off for so long, it's crawling with creatures. But if you get past them, the priests would have been down on the lower floor. They'll be there still, if they're anywhere. Kingmaker is great, it's one of the most played games on Steam. 8 hours. How many playthroughs is that, Mama? That would be Team Fortress 2 and Warframe. Okay, let's not start comparing hours, otherwise I will have to mention my hours, which is going to be, you know, I would be humiliating myself. Those priests had all kinds of secret chambers, switches in the walls, tricks, sconces, that kind of thing. Keep an eye out and take care down there. I wouldn't want to have to send someone else after your remains. You restarted 6 times before you got past Act 2, another 4 times before you got past Act 3, another 2 before you got past Act 4. Mr. Titus is strong with Pathfinder. It's going to be challenging, trying for me, Mama. I'll wait here by the stairs and keep a lookout. Maybe try to patch myself up some. Alright, I'm going to take a very short break. Less than 5 minutes. I'm going to run ads. Thank you for your patience with that. When I'm back, we are going to attempt this place. Let me get a hard save. And yeah, stay tuned, few minutes, be right back. Take some of my hair. Hey, you want more? More hair? How about this? Is this better? It's actually annoying. QP comes in behind the soldiers with nothing but jocks and sunglasses. That was amazing. Hey, PQC. Demo? No, I don't think you can spam them yet. We are not... we haven't progressed the game stage enough. Yes, exactly, that's what I was thinking about Game On. QP is an absolute chat for sure. Look at him. Look at him. He saved the day. Where could the clue be?
These pews are strangely in order. You figured someone would have vandalized them a bit. You would have.
Pew, 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 pew.
Scanning the wall,
Sorry,
you can make
I
out
had to
some of
do
the
that.
old...
Have you seen a young woman with a Latin guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
What do you mean, maybe I don't know?
I have...
Hey, are you alright? Oh no, he's dead! He behaved so strangely when I asked about Nico.
I know,
and
he
Kai.
died. That's so strange. He must have been guilty of something. Woman, child's man.
Don't hurt my family. Look, just take...
You ain't supposed to be here. This...
I remember when a person didn't have to worry about thieves rummaging through their home.
Oh, Jedi. Uh-oh. Bye.
Cardinal Gianelli.
That was amazing.
I don't think he's catching up on his paperwork.
That's very odd. He never uses the factory entrance.
I think we need to follow him.
Oh, I think we are getting close. Oh no, dog meat. You are now just meat. Help me. Maybe these offspring of your species will listen to you. Hey, you kids, leave that Itorian alone.
Why do you care what happens to some scummy alien? He's just a freak.
Yeah, he isn't even supposed to be in the upper city.
Just because he's different doesn't give you the right to attack him.
Come on, let's go. I don't want to listen to this alien lover anymore.
I am back. Now, let's see if this place is doable with our current level and party. Knights clip. Major Mass Effect bar. I hope to play Mass Effect 2 sometime. If it gets selected. There are some strong Mass Effect supporters, but they are not always here or always boosting. So it's always kind of left behind. Okay, so let's see what this is. Oh, I should probably rest. I'm still fatigued. But you know, we will try once. Septerra Core, I've heard of the name. I hard saved, yes, fair mama. I heard Septerra Core, but I don't know what it is. Is that an RPG?
I shall deal with this one.
Okay, there are two.
That's how it's...
Whoa, 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 this is very difficult.
Show him how it's done!
Okay. I didn't know what I was getting into. Let's either reload and go back. Mass Effect is a great series. EA managed to ruin it. Yeah.
Yes.
I like the first one more than any of them. I haven't played the... I'm not sure if I played the third one. Wait, where's my heart saying? It's an RPG with a Final Fantasy-esque combat style.
I shall.
I will take a look. I will take a look. I'm not a huge fan of JRPGs. So we need to get some rests. Since it was mentioned, I will go back to this guy, but I don't think I'm ready to go back to this guy. I think it will happen later. It's in the JRPG, list in the terms of the grinds. I see, I see.
How may I help?
I will take a look for sure.
Aye?
Well met, friend.
I mean, we don't have much money. Let's go for the common room. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face has shriveled inward like moldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind until she is mere inches from your face. This reminds me of the first nightmare in Disco Elysium. Suddenly, her head snaps up and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air, she speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. Find the dwarf woman from the dream. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bough that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. I got that bit already. I'm not sure what you mean, but that's fine. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on the surroundings, but there's a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it. Not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. Reach out for the woman. You take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you've expanded enough to reach her, there is a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing electric surge of images and words and sounds. Images and Words. It's a great album by Dreamcatcher, by the way. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. And when you open them again, she is staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog, Her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives you a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you. Okay, I'm just getting to it, yeah.
Have you come here for me, dear, or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
Her eyes squint as she peers down at you. How are you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
Caldara moves her tongue around in her mouth as if testing it. She gives you a motherly smile. Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy even. To not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I, wherever here may be.
She considers for a moment, looking down at her own limp body. Her tongue clicks, and she shakes her head. I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face, as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there.
She nods.
You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten.
She nods again.
You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
What's a watcher?
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, though. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair, and here we are visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on, some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies, see memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well, a wonder!
What did you mean when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Meerwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
An inspired gleam crosses her murky eyes. I think I survived the bivouac. Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing.
Caldara appraises you with scholarly interest for a moment, before resuming her cheerful demeanor.
Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind me, no?
She smiles sadly at the thought. You said souls break apart over time?
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again, but less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force
You're
of
not really
defiance,
talking, though.
at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
She clicks her tongue. I want to know something about you.
Me?
She shakes her
I'll
head in
bore you
protest.
to tears, though.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
She breathes a mild sigh, sending a small beetle skittering from inside her cheek. Her arms turn outward stiffly in what might be a curtsy. What happened to you? Kinda reminds me of talking to Hangman in Disco Elysium. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I just said. It reminds me of that nightmare. And yeah, this game is older, obviously. She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bob up and down with each spasm. Seeing her blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer.
At least she has her, you know, morals up.
Well, I came
Morale.
where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
Tell me.
Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord, she is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
What's an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations, miracle workers. My parents were soul twins. Miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other, turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear.
I had other questions. I don't have other questions.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Caldara closes her eyes and her head slumps forward over the news, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. Mithril was granted Crucible of the Soul. Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you alright? You seemed lost just now. I am a watcher. His arched eyebrows recede into his hood. Well, that is interesting. He gives you a sly grin. And I expect that explains how you survived the bivouac, In any case, I appreciate your honesty. Since we are traveling together, it's probably wise for us to share these things. Do you know anything about Watchers? Only that they are rare and that they seem to have unique insights into certain soil conditions. And you just demonstrated. Let's continue on. Did we level up? Was it level up? It's not level up. It is level up. I guess I will continue to push lore, maybe? For Aloth? I can keep points anyway, and that's what... You know, maybe I should enable automatic leveling for companions. Just so that they level up the way devs envisions, writers envisions. The human flow I scare must be this one person who had a passing interest in things that scare me. Okay, we can learn new spells. You would advise against it. I usually don't do it, but sometimes it feels like a good idea to not have control over how your companions level up. Just so that they go the way that they are written, you know. You know, in terms of optimization, it is not a good idea, but in terms of the story, sometimes it is a good idea. I'm sure they do, yeah. I won't do it. I'm just, you know, thinking out loud, but I won't do it. So, we can let's learn a second level spell. Creates a bizarre and perplexing visual distraction. Oh, Webuka strats. We can use Webuka strats. Binding web, I like it. You don't need to read these spells. I am. Well, maybe not very carefully, but I am. Bulwark against the elements, burn, freeze, corrode, shock damage reduction. Cause enemy wounds in the area of effect to ignite, inflicting additional burn damage over time each time they are wounded. Eats away at the target's spirit, inflicting corrosive damage and converting that essence into endurance for the caster. It's like life leech. League of Legends is the worst example of those done shit that we have seen. Well, League of Legends is... I will keep my opinions to myself about that. Shows the target's vision in total darkness, blinding them. Blind is good also. AoE blind. The target becomes paralyzed, afflicted with boiling pustules of foul-smelling liquid that erupt from their skin, sickening those. Is Aloth more int or might? It's more int. I think it has 12 might. Something like 15 ints. I'm not so sure. So rather than damage, you would prefer to have, you know, debuffs and crowd controls, duration spells with area effects and stuff. It makes more sense for Aloth, if I remember correct. I will check it later. Infuse the caster with vitality, giving them a temporary increase to maximum endurance and health. This is a good one. Might you make a dumb suggestion? What is it about? Are you going to suggest a spell? What you usually consider for your casters in this game is having spells that target different defenses. That's a good idea, yeah. Yeah, sure, you may make a suggestion, but I may not choose it. If everything you have targets fortitude, you'll be SOL when you face an enemy with high fortitude. Yeah, I guess you're right. 15% of hits converted to crits. Cloud of heavy fog settles in the minds of those Inflicts penalties to perception, intellect, and resolve. Not bad. Rolling Flame. It's dangerous to party. It's got S tier range. You found it useful. Yeah, I haven't gotten there. I will take a look. Mirror damage. Wait, don't I already have this spell in the first slot? What? Place a lance of pure necrotic energy, causing corrode damage instantly and over time. Place a scorching ray of flame between the caster and the target, inflicting continual burn damage to the target. Reflex. This target's reflex. A lot is not Zan. No. Wait, who was Zan? I want to pick up a second level spell, not first level. So we could have something that targets will, or we could find a crowd control like a web. It sounds good, or blind. Zan from Baldur's Gate. Wait, I am... Who was Zan? I can't remember the heart rate. That's weird. I don't remember this character at all right now. Nashkel Mines. At the end of chapters. Oh, right, I remember. The one, okay. Oh, yeah. I remember now. Yes, the one with the Moonblade, yeah. No, not that one. Not the Companion of Montaron. Not the Companion of Montaron. That's not Zan. At first, I remembered that one also very well. No, you got the name right. It is the one in the cage. Anyway. No, not in... Yes. At the end of Nashkel Mines. He was in the cage, right? At the final fight. Petted Carrots is a legit good too. It sounds wait, I'm not looking at that. It targets fortitude. Paralyzes. Target is paralyzed, AoE is sickens. So 2 effects. Target becomes paralyzed, afflicting with boiling pustules, foul-smelling liquid that drop from their skin, sickening those nearby. It sounds good, for sure. I think I will go with the classic. I will go with web for this one. Ray of Fire. Binding Web. Oh, I already got Ray of Fire. Wait, how did I choose 2 spells? Oh. I accidentally chose 2 spells. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't mean to choose Ray of Fire, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's us... Let us do this. Causes the rogue to dive into battle without a second thought, lowering his or her deflection, but increasing accuracy and weapon damage. This is melee only, I don't want that. 1 per encounter. It gives you engagement break easily. I like this one. 30 fighting. 10% of hits converted to crits. That's a passive. Oh, you know what? I love passives. I absolutely love passives. I don't need to think about using them. They're always there. I will get this one.
Hi? 17.5.
Excuse me? The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origin, where you find a broad man with straw-colored hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but Luke is not aggressive. He regards you with a peculiar smirk.
17.5. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
Now I hear Matt Mercer. Now I hear Matt Mercer. It is not even, you know, he's very, very similar to his speaking voice. I don't remember Mama. You rarely have rogues in your party in this type of game. You are loving the one in Close of Eternity 2. Let's stay away from spoilers, by the way, when you are answering that question. But I'm surprised that you avoid rogues. I think having one rogue is mandatory in any party. I'm sorry?
The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
What are you talking about?
The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted anyway.
Alos frowns. Is that what you people do for fun around here?
Name's Adair. Though to the people around here, might as well be 19.
Alright, Cupid, thanks so much for the
luck.
Enjoy your rest.
23 tops.
I will see you soon.
You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
And take care. What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched, his smirk broadens.
Well, I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe.
Okay, Cupid, we will do
Never
that.
so much as blinked.
I think you're already
Mouth was
sleeping
so
on
slack,
your
I took you
keyboard.
for a Radric at first.
Do you know what a watcher is?
Careful, friend. Best not use that word round here. Could be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks round here, Radric especially. They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
You think you are going to be hanged?
The town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
The war? Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fella decides he's living the incarnation of Eothas. He's the living incarnation of Eothas. Portros raid service. Marches on Deerwood. So we gave him a Deerwooden hello. What's a Deerwooden hello?
Blew him up.
He smiles at this, but it's the smile of one recounting a joke for effect rather than enjoyment. Who is Eothas? God of rebirth and redemption, formerly anyhow. Maybe they call him something different where you're from. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved. Radric sent men down here the other day, said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Raedric's overthrow. So if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward, so Sweden, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the tree, bound to happen sooner or later, if not for plotting against Raedric, then for protecting me. What does your town have against you?
Pick the wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, there was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep.
Okay.
Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him.
Aethys.
Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, and then I did too. But, he didn't make it back. After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore, until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
Elot glances at you and lowers his voice. You can see why I was eager to leave. Who is Kolsk? Someone who got tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. If you are next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? He gives a half smile. Drinking, mostly. Point of fact, I'm on my way out. I just haven't figured where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Waidwen's legacy started with Waidwen. We could travel together. Where are you headed? Some place called Caed Nua. There's an old watcher there who might be able to help me.
I seem to remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before. Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But, truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
There's a fine reason if I ever heard one.
All right, then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
He tilts his head forward and gives you a pointed look. Let's get going. So we are walking around with two Matt Mercers, right? Bring either to speak with Mayor World. Let's see who you are. You are a fighter. Good. Level 3 fighter. More Mats. Two of my 3 favorite characters. Is the third one also Matt Mercer? Rapid recovery. Okay. Lots of athletics. Fighter, phone farmer. Welcome to the party. Okay.
Hope you're not expecting much. Hey.
Per encounter, model defender.
Hey.
Hold ground.
Hi?
Crowd control. Massive spell sword. Let's go with defensive. I haven't read it properly yet, but third one has more of a Barry Manalo voice. I don't know what it is. Take the one with the gravelly voice. You got the single wrong. Actually, let's do it like this.
Aye?
Arcane Assault. Unleash a bolt of magical energy from the grimoire that inflicts raw damage and dazes targets in an area. So this is a free spell, right? Basically, per encounter, 2 per encounter. It's like a weaker version of magic missiles, or rather, Minolettas minor missiles. This is 3. This is 1 bolt of magical energy. And dazes targets in the area. Okay, it's not just damage. So model is like a stance or an aura, right? It's always active until you deactivate it. Close range AoE. Oh, it's close range. Okay. I see.
Hey there.
Crucible of the Soul. The Watcher unravels the vital essence of his or her enemies, gaining endurance in the process. This is 1 per rest. Drains burn damage as endurance. It drains, okay. So deals damage, fills her own endurance. Okay. You mean close to targets? Ah, okay. I understand now, I think. We'll see it in action soon. So the next thing to do would be to go to Caed Nua, which is to the south, I think. But we have skipped a little bit. We might have come to harm on the road through Valewood. Okay, I know where this chef is. I think we can handle the bandits now with the 3 of us. So let's do that. Let's go back to Valewood. I will also attempt the climbing there. One thing I'd like you to tell me, chat, if you notice, is if I pick up a timed quest. I don't even know if there are timed quests in this game, and I certainly hope there aren't. But if I pick up any, let me know. Use a grappling hook. You have lost an item. You give the grappling hook a few swings for the momentum and let fly. The hook lodges easily behind the pile of stones at the upper edge of the wall. A few tugs on the rope suggest that it will stay put. Climb to the top. With the help of the rope, you make your way up the face of the wall and over the side. Oh. +2 dexterity, I like that. I do not think you will ever see this, but you were right, Fulwano. We should have journeyed south together and been safer for it. I would tolerate all the gloating in the world if I might live to hear it. I have put myself out of reach of the beasts circling below, but I am done for all the same. I do not think I will rise again. Whoever finds this, pray for me. Or else in the next life I shall be a trapper for wolf. Okay. You don't think they're ready. Don't remember if there were at least. Okay. If somehow I get one and you notice that, let me know. That's all. Hopefully there aren't any, like you said.
Laying low.
So he has a saber and a medium shield and a war bow. I think I might... Oh, okay, let's take a look at that. There's a Saint's War armor. It's unique. Grants second chance on unconscious. Wow, that is nice actually. So I think rather than this 12 deflection minus 4 accuracy shield, I'd like a small shield. And the sword, is it better than the saber? 13 to 19 slash pierce damage. This is 15 to 22 slash damage. It doesn't have a property. Okay. Saber is better. Let's get you a helmet.
Hey.
No, I think Cyan is talking about the third favorite's companion. The young dwarf pending to the stew looks up, startled, as he sees you approach. He drops his ladles. Okay, we read this actually.
How may I help?
I misclicked.
How may I help? Hey.
Lockpicks, leather armors, daggers, capes, a hood. Most good. Ah, he already has a hood. Fruits. Oh. It's a buff. The stand is empty for a pair of stained cots and the stink of unwashed bodies. Rice, meats, poultry, Slatto. Vegetables.
Good day to you.
By the flame, thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for these ignorant weasels for the rest of my life. Or until they were bored with me, I suppose. Did Pasca send you? She must be beside herself. I must get back at once. But listen, the next time you're in Gilded Vale, make sure to drop by the Black Hound. I'll let her know what you've done for me, and I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back at my oven again.
Of course.
You feel like most voice actors don't have the same name recognition as the CR cast does. Probably not, yeah. Probably not. So I want to attempt the bear. I'm not sure if we can...
Laying low.
If we can handle the bear, but if we use our per rest abilities...
Hi? Aztec worth and...
Wait, what does this do? There's a scorching ray of flame between the caster and the target, inflicting continual burn damage to target anyone caught in the ray. Okay.
Aztec worth and rock! That's it! Lavaru!
Uh-oh.
Beyond seek!
No! Ooh.
Most inconvenient!
Nice. one endurance. One endurance. You can always give either a big chunky shield for one of these loadouts for when you care more about him not getting hit than anything. Yeah, I know. We don't have too many weapon sets right now.
Alright then.
My scroll through the eye sockets over femurs. Morning Star, two-handed. Lost Spirits. A figure drifts suspended in the musty air of the cavern. Its form and features blur and twist in cascading ripples of incandescence. You feel its energy eddying about your limbs, filling them with a heavy chill. Reach out. You reach out a hand for the spirits. In the moment of contact, you feel as if you have been struck a blow, head reeling as you tumble helplessly into a waiting distance. Light blooms at the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back and the weight of a bow in your hands. You know suddenly that you have come a long way from the vale, hunting deer. Now you are standing before a cavern, and the darkness extends far into its depths. Even so, your friend strides out before you, his red cloak flapping at his heels. You follow, heart hammering in your chest, as he leads you deeper into the cavern. There is a roar like thunder echoing around you. Fear seizes you, casts you stumbling back towards the exit, towards light and escape. You see a glint of steel, and there is a sudden, terrible flash of agony behind your knee. You scream, stumble, fall. Your thoughts are chaos, lanced through with pain, but in a moment of terrible clarity, you see your friend look back from the mouth of the cavern, his dagger daubed in crimson to match his cloak. I knew it. And then there is a great dark shape above you, and then there is more pain. The vision recedes, and you are thrown back into yourself with seemingly resentful force. The corpse lies at your feet, and the spectre lingers. In the span of energy between you both, you feel a sense of questioning, of confusion, of anger. I met him on the road, your friend. A sudden lashing anger emanates from the spirits. Rage and grief seem to pour from the gleaming figure like smoke. I'll find him and see that he answers for what he's done to you. For a moment, the spirit seems to burn bright, and your head fills with a sickly triumph. Your spirit seems to weaken with the force of his own exaltation, growing fainter and fainter until you are alone once more. Well, I can confront Norman if he's not already gone with this poor guy's wife. So this was all we skipped in Whalewood, I think. Oh wait, did I miss something here? I did.
Yeah?
You're not getting through. Hey.
What is this? Why are we picking up their tongues? White leaf. Padded cap. The struts and supports are large enough to be the ribs and vertebrae of a dragon. Okay, that must be all in this map. So we need to go to the tavern, and we need to also confront these two. Well, you are still here.
Hail, traveler.
I know what really happened in that bear cave, Nanton. The color drains from Nanton's face. I don't know what you mean. I told you the truth of it. Are you accusing him of something? Ingrod looks to Nanton, touching his arm. If this is about the accident, we are both grieving at Pearlie's loss. But it was a wild animal's doing. Nanton shakes his head minutely. You see a tremble in his hands. What would make you suggest such a thing? I need 14 resolve. Come on, I'm missing all of it by 1. I should have gone with my first gone with my guts and picked up 14. I had a vision in the cave. I saw Pearlie's last moments as he lit them. I saw you cut him with a knife. That's not possible. Nanton stares at you. How could you possibly know? His hand falls to his sword belt. I left no sign. Nanton, wait! Ingrod raises a hand. I don't know what you saw in that cave, but this isn't what you think. Pearlie, my husband, he was as much a beast as that bear. I tried to leave the first time I suffered his temper, but he wouldn't have it. He looks away, expression pained. Nanton, we met, and I knew I'd find someone special, someone kind, who cared for me. Please, all we want is to leave this place, to start somewhere else. She looks down at the satchels. You've some coin saved up, you could have it, if you'll only let us go. Keep the money, use it to start your new life. Ingrod blinks surprised. Thank you, truly. I'm glad you understand. Only here, take this at least. I hope it brings you luck. She looks at Nanton, smiling. We have a long journey ahead of us. Minor ring of deflection. Hey, Mason. I hope you are doing great today. Good to see you. I wish you well on your own travel, stranger. We won't forget this. So, of deflection, didn't we have some other deflection? Yes. The other. What is this? This is worthless. Just got home from church. Was interesting. How do I split stacks? Oh, I just put it in the chest. Okay, double click. What is overseeing? I wish I could tell what this enchant is. I don't think there's any way. Right click on the armor normally, I just did. Is it this bonus? 10% ability. But how do I tell that is overseeing? Like if there were 2 enchantments on it, how would I be able to tell which is which? It's not marked with overseeing. Alright, thank you. Oh, I forgot to check. Yeah, 16 intelligence, 12 might. Yeah. We are going to make Aloth into some sort of disabler, probably. Going to try the dungeon? I will. I will try it.
Hail, traveler.
Hey, hello, and welcome to the... Innkeeper looks up. Oh, it's you! Tanfred told us what you did for him. It's such a relief to have him back. I can't thank you enough. Consider yourself favorite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tanfred said he wanted to whip up something nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchen. She laughs. So, what would you like? Let's see what you have for sale. Great to watch you start getting into this. I got 2 targets, dungeon or Noah. Yeah, true. I'm not going to attempting to go to the next map on this stream. I will try the dungeon. If we can do it, we will do it. If not, we will end here. We'll see. We will see. Ah, it's you, my savior. He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen around you. It's so good to be back. Do not think I will let this go unrewarded. I have decided that you have earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets, my dearest recipe. After this, you will eat nothing else. The party has gained a recipe, savory pie. A savory pie to keep you hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will.
Welcome.
I'd like a room, and I'd like the free room because I'm cheap. Building Warden's Lodge in your stronghold, something something, I couldn't read. The loading is too fast. So let us attempt this once again, with an extra companion and extra level under our belts, but otherwise, not so much else.
Keeping an eye out.
So I remember there were wisps here. Maybe let's try looking at somewhere else. Spiderlings. Immune to web.
You're not getting through me.
That's it!
Not to alarm you, but I'm slowly dying of poison.
Oh, you're
That looked like it
poisons.
hurt.
Poisons. What does it mean? Are you poisons?
Hey.
No, okay.
Show him how it's done!
This thing isn't doing the job.
It's not doing its job. So Saber isn't really working.
Curses!
I don't see anything that indicates that Saber isn't working. Mr. Meatball. Thank you very much for being here. I will see you next time. And you have a good time, good night also. And take care of yourself.
Hey.
A letter home. Mother, I have asked Brother Edric to carry this letter to you, for he travels to New Heomar come morning. With him goes what coin I have, and I hope it will ease the surprise of an unexpected homecoming. For I mean to follow in a few days' time. Our village is much changed, and though I do not wish for you to worry, I do not feel it safe to remain. I know Rectrix or Brika will not approve, but the letter trails of fear. Whoever sat here left in a hurry. Ink has dripped across the scroll, obscuring its contents. The This pile of furniture is branded with scotch marks.
Nice and quiet.
This looks like prime real estate for secret doors to me. I mean, this... It was very obvious. Scalderwell. These collapsed stones are packed with burrows and narrow crevices. Claw marks and dung mark the passage of beasts. Oh, another of this. Okay. I will gladly take it. Oh, I should consider setting these traps, right? So there are two. No. Okay, there aren't two. This is not two, this is 4. This is wrong. Let's see.
How may I help? Ah! Like worth and rough!
Whose side are you on?
Uh-oh, this is not going well. Okay, I think you're safe.
That looked...
A haze fills the air, coalescing steadily into a blur of dust and mist. It gathers into the outline of what appears to be a dwarf, shimmering echo that fades in and out of sight. But stronger than sight is the sense within you of a powerful energy. It roils and seethes with a grief that seems to spill into your own thoughts, tainting them until the sorrow is your own. Like a crashing wave, the energy surges towards and into you, and suddenly you are elsewhere. Before you is a brightly lit stone corridor lined with torches and gleaming crystals. You are running, your footsteps echoing off the stone around you. You forgot to tie your sandals, and they are slipping from your feet. Falling your steps, you are late again. The right's going to begin without you. You hear the tolling of a bell, and your spirits lift as you recognize the familiar warped tone of the right hand, representing the first of the dawn stars to appear in the night sky, and last to fade in the dawn light. You pray fiercely that this is the first of the chimes, and not the last. The lights fade, as does the memory, and when your eyes clear, the spirit is gone. So what is a rod? Rods focus on release more soul energy than wands or scepters. This attribute makes their blows more powerful, but they recharge and fire more slow. I think I might want this for Aloth.
How may I help?
Scepters are the most imperious looking. Okay, let's compare. Like wands and rods, they have flexible damage types. Crush slash, this is pierce slash. Power and speed need balance, and that balance is dictated by the player. Yeah, I guess you could more stutter step with slow weapons, like you can shoot an arrow, run back for 3 seconds, shoot again. I think it requires some micromanagement to get most out of it.
They'll never know I'm here.
So Adair took some health damage. I think he should be fine. This felt like one of the more difficult fights here. I think most of the fights aren't this difficult, but we'll see. We might have to go back and rest, which we can, but that's not difficult. 3 bells hang from the stone protrusion that runs along this wall. Years of dust and grime coat the metal. There's one large bell at the center, flanked by 2 smaller ones. The bells appear to be fully intact. They are made of thick iron and look very heavy. There doesn't appear to be much out of the ordinary about them. Okay, so we need to learn the order bell. Fun yourself using stealth to use a very strong but very slow weapon to hit first. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't really... I hope I won't have to do so much micromanagements. And I'm playing at an easy difficulty. I'm playing at the normal difficulty, but... You know, I'm not playing at hard or more difficult ones. I hope I won't need to do that kind of micromanagement because I don't really enjoy it. These collapsed stones are pocked with burrows and narrow crevices. Claw marks and dung mark the passage of beasts. Let's tackle these wisps. So they are immune to disease, ground, hobbled, poison, prone, sick and stuck. They are not immune to my missiles. We might use it. Uh-oh. What's happening there?
That looked like it hurt.
Let's have it out! I shall deal with this one.
So, let's see.
Lava will be on seek.
Okay, that's worked well, actually.
Yeah?
Hey.
That spell does some serious damage, apparently. The missiles.
Hey.
Hello? This parchment is worn and tattered, and the ink upon is faded. It faded. In this time of hardship,
This is why you were traveling alone.
must have just as much faith in ourselves.
Keeping an eye out.
And that's how it's done.
You're not getting... through me.
Uh-oh, when the character's health bar begins flashing red, it's a sign they may soon be maimed or killed. Rest at an inn or use camping supplies to fully restore health. You're fine, it's fine.
And that's how it's done.
Brave! This!
He is taking health damage, which is not fine.
Hey.
Yeah?
This thing isn't
Come on.
doing the job.
Okay. We need to rest. Go out and rest. If health reaches 0, the character will immediately drop. Depending on your difficulty settings, the character will either be maimed or killed. Maimed characters suffer severe combat penalties and will die if they take any additional damage. Killed characters are just dead, and in Pillars of Eternity there is no coming back. There is no resurrection.
Hey.
I'll take a peek.
So let's take a look around. Okay. Let's go out, get some rest. We don't need to rush this in one go. We can go out and come back. We are in the city. This is probably the easiest dungeon. We are minutes away, seconds away from the tavern. So let's do that. You did it normal as well. That just suck at this type of game. You don't. If you use strategies like that, you certainly don't suck at this.
You're not getting through me.
Okay, it's imploded. The red-brown smears flake away under the toe of your boots. The nearby crystals light the cracked mosaic floor in shades of orange, and at certain angles, the metallic symbol beneath your feet gleams gold. As you look on, the air shimmers, as if with summer heat. The very dust and air seem to pull together until a thin, glowing mist appears before you. In its rippling gleam, you sometimes think you can see the shape of a man, features rendered in broad strokes of air and smoke. Who are you? Your voice sparks moments, the spirit surges with a sudden blazing light, and in the next moment you are somewhere else, your mind assailed with a sudden wave of fear and noise. You are in the chapter hall. Priests and faithful have gathered in a great crowd, spilling into the hall. Bodies press against you, surging forward to listen. Your own grief is mirrored in the faces around you. Some of the initiates are weeping. Someone has snuffed the candles, and the room is dark, save for the podium, lit from behind. Two people stand before it, lit in silhouette. A man is shouting, voice so ragged with fear you cannot understand what he says, but the rectrix stands calm, unmoved. Her strength will see you all through these dark times. You feel that hope like a spark behind your ribs. Somewhere behind you, someone begins to sing. The spirit tears itself from you with a sudden dizzying force, and you find yourself back before the ruined altar, swaying. The spirit fades as suddenly as it appeared. The face of the statue has had the most of his features struck off, along with portions of its hands. Okay.
Leave it to me! I'll see what I can find.
Oh, no. Initiates note. The parchment is relatively intact, but the ink upon it has faded. You can make out a few patches of careful, tidy script. Visitors to the ritual floor. Rectrix Obrica says, redemption for even these. Forgot and struck the largest bell first, rather than second. So second bell is first. Second largest is first. Was there another note? This doesn't give me a clue about the bells. But we know the second largest... Wait, did I misunderstand this? Let me look at this again. Forgotten struck the largest bell first rather than second. So, does this mean do I have to strike the second large bell first? Or do I have to strike the largest bell second? probably the latter. But we will see. We will see.
Not to alarm you, but I'm slowly dying.
Leave it to me!
Indeed. Hey.
Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Uh-oh. That was a mistake.
Indeed.
Well, you killed this one.
Show him how it's...
Okay, got it. We did it, that's fine. True stories from the living lands. I don't care. So this connects here. Ooh, a fine sword. Now, is this two-handed though? One-handed. Plus for accuracy, 15% damage.
All right then.
Fan of Flames. These prayer scrolls are coated in a thick layer of grime and dust. To His Grace, I write to implore. The rest of this letter is crossed out in several places and then abandoned altogether.
Hey.
Consider that. There. What did I tell you?
Crossbow. Book of Verses. I will need this, right? I will probably need this. Well, maybe not. So we haven't found enough clues about the order of the bells. I might be missing some. It might be one of the books I didn't read. I don't think there's a room I haven't visited. Maybe it just requires trial and error. It's always a possibility. Let's give it a try. Right smaller bell, middle larger bell, left smaller bell. Silence the bell. Right, silence. Left, middle, right. Ring the right bell once more. A strange hush falls upon the room, muting the sound of the bells and the eternal drip of damp stone alike. And then a sudden dissonant toll sounds from the bells, so loud and piercing that you are compelled to cover your ears. It was wrong, I think. So we have to bell. We have to sound the bells 4 times. The large is the second. Brute force. The thing you resort to 90% of the time for puzzles. I don't shy away from brute force, but I'd rather try to figure out the answer first. If we don't, we might brute force it. Now we don't have much to brute force with. There are, I think, too many options right now. I think there must be some more clues that I missed. Shh. Maybe some hidden rooms that I missed.
I'll take a peek.
Wizard's Double.
I'll see what I can find. Shh.
Could this be a clue? The pages are dog-eared and worn, and the gold threads which form the title of the book have begun to fray. The book tends to open to a particular section where someone has marked a verse with a small blotch of ink. Eadnung, the bright star, spoke, and her voice was like a clarion cry, calling his soul forth. He knew her for the right hand of the shining god, and was afraid. So, right bell. "O wanderer, hear me," she spoke. "You are known to us, and your deeds put you far from salvation." And he wept, for he knew that his sins lay bare before the great illumination. Then Sargeras spoke, and his voice swept forth with heat and force of the bright day's sun. So this is the big one, middle. "Weep not, the child of light has forgiveness even for you, and you will, if you will embrace him." Harmkey knelt before them, then resolved to save himself and ask what he must do. So this must be the left one, since it's a different name. And Modigang spoke. Who is Modigang? Her voice was like the songbird's final hymn, bidding farewell to the day's lights. "What darkness lie within you, you must cast into his light. Your sins will be burned from you until you are newly formed, reborn into his keeping." Who's that? Who's that one? Eadnung, the bright star, spoke. "That is the right hand." Then Sargeras speaks, then Harmkey speaks. Then who is there another bell that I'm missing? So spoke Modigang, but Eadnung warned him, saying, "You have walked all these years into darkness and must now return. You will find the path like treading fire, and at every step you will be tempted to turn away. But no harm will come to you if you keep your faith." So maybe this is not one of the bells. Like maybe we have to sound the right bell again, since Eadnung speaks again. I don't know, maybe I'm completely misunderstanding this.
Easy does it.
But let's try right, middle, left, right. See if it works.
I'll see what I can find.
The peculiar chime rings through the ruins. There's a quiet, melodic chime from all three bells before their discordant voices meet in one powerful rising rush of sound. It seems to fill the whole of the temple, a driving flood of song that drowns all other thoughts. As the tolling fades, you hear a creak from the direction of the doors as the passage to the lower level swings open. Okay, we got it. We got it. Oh, lower level. Okay. Find the remains of the Eothasian priests.
You know, it's strange looking back. All the time I spent here growing up. Never seeing what was coming.
Shadow.
Hey.
Curses!
Come on. Okay, we got it.
They'll never know I'm here.
Uh-oh. 2 of them. They are not immune to blind, so... Are they immune to prawn? They are not immune to prawn.
You're not getting through me.
Minor ring of protection. Don't we have a cloak of minor cloak of protection? We do.
I see where you're going with that. There, what did I tell you?
Fine as dog, a two-handed weapon. I'm not going to be using that right now.
Alright then.
Let's take a look what's here. Oh, okay. Can I catch that one?
Hey.
Uh-oh.
Yeah?
That's good. Okay, we got it.
Easy does it.
I'd love it when Twitch throws the fits. What happened?
Hey.
What happened with Twitch? Something wrong with Twitch?
I shall be discreet. Leave it to me!
Now, where were we?
Ah.
Sure.
Whoa. You're dying.
Hey.
Okay, it sometimes happens. I should probably get some rest. Can I try and lure one of them?
Of course.
Ah. No.
I shall.
They're all coming. This is not going to work well. I think I will die.
Hey there.
See what we can do.
Yeah?
Hey.
Actually, I'm holding the doorway, so they are coming one by one. We might be okay.
Hey.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Bullseye.
Of course.
He has taken quite a bit of health damage though. It is not within our natures to forgive. Those who seek redemption seek a long and winding path. A road which takes us down into the very hollows of our soul and asks us to reflect upon the fractured, come on, aspects of ourselves. Is this a clue to something? Could be. Oh, hello. Bloodstone, okay. I should probably get rests. Get some rests. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, we are not going in there. No way. No way. There was some camping supplies somewhere that we weren't able to loot. So how do I rest? Use camping bonus. Damage reduction. Oh, everyone picks their own bonus. So everyone needs their own survival skill. It's not for the party. Okay, I see. I hoped, as long as there was someone with a survival skill in the party, everyone would get the bonuses. But that's not. Okay, let's try that fight with... Actually, I wonder if we can level up elsewhere before attempting this. Well, I think we'll be fine.
Hey there.
I'm scared.
How may I help?
Hey there.
Alright. Okay.
Hey.
Oh, really? Everything missed?
And that's how it's done.
Well, that wasn't too bad. I used 2 spells, but you know, that's fine. Amethysts, money. Cloak of an Euthasian priest. Of will. +9 will. What did will do again? Oh.
Hey there.
I wasn't ready. Did she die? No, knocked out.
Hey.
Well, that sucks.
Hi?
What are you doing? Stuns.
Lava will be on seek.
Frostbites.
Nice to see you too.
Does she have an injury now? Is that how this works? Let's see. Injury. It doesn't mention anywhere that we have an injury. Oh, maybe this is the injury. Frostbite.
Hey.
It must be the injury. So, will. Defense opposes attacks that are mentally based. Perception. I think that one's okay. Oh, whoa, okay. This would be using 3 lockpicks. Maybe we'll find a key or something. Come on, there are so many enemies here.
Hey.
Oh, I cannot? Can I not lure them? I cannot trick the game.
How may I help? Aye?
Uh-oh. This does not bode well. Okay. Let's see what we can do.
Aye?
I'll teach you a lesson!
Okay. You hear a grinding noise beneath your feet and a rush of water. Well, I hope we did something good and we didn't drown anyone. Black ooze, these weren't too bad. Wait. Ray of fire, do I dare? No. I thought these were easier. They hit pretty hard. So they are immune to prawn.
Leave it to me!
Hey.
Hey, we got a key. That's good. Hopefully it is for that door. Yes, it's for that door. Really far. We are very low on health.
Oh,
come on. Squeeze. Their prawn is funny, by the way. They are still hovering in the air.
Sure.
Your salad card works perfectly.
Thanks so much for being here and thank you for the follow. Hope to see you again soon. And have a nice rest of your day. Good luck with what you have to do. Two more there. They are not coming though. It's fine. It's fine. Shadow there.
how may I help?
You're not getting...
This we can prawn. No, I'm not so sure about fighting two of these. Idir is pretty damaged.
Hey.
We can attempt, I suppose.
Yes?
There's something here that worked.
They are immune also. Okay, I didn't notice. Yeah, I think we need rest for sure now.
Of course.
Let's look around. The still dark waters are reflective as black glass. There's a screech of metal and a snapping noise as you pull the lever. Where does this go? Let's take a look. Quick look. Oh, no. King? No. I didn't mean to. Well, this will be a problem.
Aye? Lavaru beyond seek!
Yeah, he is dead. No, we are dead. We are dead. Adding another reload.
Of course.
Let's check here.
Remind me never to help kill my god again.
There. What did I tell you?
Gun snare, unique flail one-handed. Convert grace to hits, draining ooh. The pry bar. This is a fine weapon. The light rises from the bones as you approach. You have a moment to register the faintest image of a standing figure, featuring a blur of mist or smoke, before the world tilts. It's as if you have stepped sideways and into a new life. You are racing down a flight of stairs, following a weaving circle of torchlight. Your own panting breaths are loud in your ears. Panic and your robes alike foul your steps, and you nearly stumble before a hand reaches out to grip your arm and steady you. A fellow acolyte, who smiles encouragement as you reach the bottom. You run around and past the shallow reflection pool that marks the lowest point of the temple, following the dark shapes of the older priests as they lead the way towards the narrow hall that leads you to the vault. You pass one of the torchbearers as you go. The harsh illumination of the flames reveals a familiar face. For a moment, your awareness spans time and identity, and you think Vertin has joined you. Here at the bottom of the temple, in the memory, he glances at you for a moment, then looks past at someone else. This is the guy who gave us the quest, right? I'll come back once they are gone, he's saying. You are being pressed along by the crowd, and his words are growing faint. Just keep quiet, we can't take any chances. Inside the vault, golden relics gleam like welcoming stars. The memory twists, jarring you loose from one moment and plunging you into another like a flung doll. There is only darkness around you now. You think yourself blinded until the knowledge settles onto you like a cloak. The candles have all burnt away. You know now, too, with a sick certainty that nobody is coming. There is a cracking noise somewhere to your left, a wet slurping gargle and a ragged sob. You cannot see, and so you cannot know which brother or sister has fallen, and which digs after what water a body may provide. You hear, in the faint murmuring to your right, the familiar cadence of prayer, but you no longer recognize the words. You are too tired to do harm. The thought is like fire within you. Your tongue is thick in your throat, and every breath is a struggle that leeches strength from you. There is a light, they said, at the end of every bout of darkness, but this one does not end. The spirit releases you and you come back to yourself in pieces. Your vision clears and the world around you is revealed once more, cast in muted hues by the sickly illumination of the soul still drifting like fading fog. Clear wafts of the spirit in waves, fraying at your own emotions. I'm sorry, I hope you find some peace in the next life. The spirit seems to withdraw into itself, you sense less of its fear and confusion as it recedes, but the soul lingers still. No matter how many times I see you staring off at nothing, it doesn't get less weird. Gather the remains. You spend a few moments gathering up what you can find of the bones of the priests. It provides a heavy and gruesome burden, but you manage to recover them all. Return to Wurton. So we must be very close to leveling up, right?
Hey.
What we will do is we are going to get some rests. And then we will do the final 2 fights. Actually, I might just rest here. You wake up to sensation of being shaken, and you open your eyes to see Idris standing over you. His hand jostling your shoulder. He looks concerned. Your eyes are heavy and your vision blurred, and vague unease of unremembered nightmares clouding your thoughts. You are not sure you slept at all the previous nights.
Hey! You're awake? Good.
He exhales.
You were kind of thrashing around, eyes rolled back in your head. You were shaking. Trying to snap you out of it for a long time now. I was gonna have to get a bucket of cold water. You don't seem like you get much rest at night. You got those dark circles under your eyes.
Not lately. At night there are dreams and whispers.
It's the Watcher thing then. I'm sure it just takes some time to adjust is all. I'll try to let it sort itself out. But you'd better wake up faster next time. Trust me, you don't want that bucket of cold water.
His smile is not one of a man convinced by his own words. Okay, we still got some rest. We still got rest.
Nice and quiet.
So which room was the final? This one, I think? No, we did this one. This one, right?
Nice and quiet.
Hey.
How to do this? Let's see. I can burn 4 of them. Assuming they don't move.
Hi?
That might have been a mistake.
Yeah.
Oh no, we are doing fine.
Curses!
Come on.
Hey there.
Okay.
Curses!
The flail is very good though. Keeps leeching with every hit, it seems. I think I looted a note. And the sun shall break through the darkness, the new dawn arriving with the rebirth of the day. So is this just lore or is it a puzzle thing? We will see. I did loot a note. Let's see. This letter is fairly intact, though the parchment itself has been crumpled. Giester, I know that the temple baths boast great healing properties and that your back ails you still. Still, I would ask that, if you are to indulge for the greater part of the day, you give over your key to the sanctum to someone else for safekeeping. This is not the first time we have been forced to wait to perform the day's rites, and Rectrix Obrica is often too far below to hear our knocking. So, this tells us where the key is, which we already found. That's good to know. Now let's see this final thing.
I shall be discreet. Word. Word. Then rough.
That didn't take too long, okay? Well, it was enough.
Hey. That's not very helpful.
And that's how it's done.
Yeah, Webuka strats work very well. At least right now.
Hey, lava beyond sea.
Come on. Use everything.
Gotta have something here that works.
Another barrage. Oh, it wasn't necessary. We did it! We did it!
Of course.
The Pilgrim's Lasting Vigil of Resolve of Perception. Hey, we got a resolve item. What about you? Nah. At least I now have my 14 resolve. I win the game. As you step over the circling of candles, you hear the rattling clang from the wall nearby. The door slides open with the grinding rasp of stone. Alright, alright. This was a quick exit. The glasses flicker gently as you approach. There's a gap above the altar, lined with broken glass, where a mirror may once have been set into the wall.
Candles are still burning. Not bad for a dead god.
What's this all for?
Redemption. They got this whole right for when you come of age. They take you by the hand and you descend through the temple with your eyes covered, and that's supposed to be like a wicked life. They don't tell you where you're going. I was sweating like crazy when I did mine. They take you to that reflecting pool back there, and you're allowed to look at it so you can face your sins. Then, you come out into this room and they uncover your eyes again and everyone's there to greet you, all your friends and family. And it's like you've been redeemed. You light your candle, and it burns with the others. Never had a feeling better than that my whole life.
Peter's eyes linger on the candles, and he seems for a moment to be a young man.
Candles are still burning. Not bad for a dead god.
We cannot snuff a candle after that story, can we? Can we now? Of course we cannot.
It's nice to see those candles still burning. I figured they'd have gone out by now.
Now, hello, my friend. Let's see what you are going to say for yourself.
How do you do?
Burton smiles nervously as you approach. Think I've sorted out the worst of it? I'm sorting a little less. He hesitates. You were down there for a while. Did you find anything? His eyes dart constantly about the ruins. You lied to me. What? Burton grins uncertainly. I was clear about everything. Risking mold? Is that what you mean? I did say there'd be spiders, and I'll pay you, of course, for the trouble. You and I both know what I saw down there and what they told me. Burton opens his mouth to protest, but something in your expression stops him. He swallows nervously and looks away. His voice, when he speaks, is small. How did you? How could you betray them? They trusted you. Burton makes a strange wounded noise. Betrayed? I was never one of them, mad followers of the Shattered God. If I could have chased them all out of town, if... You don't understand. I tried to help them. I did. Every day. Every single day. I went to that temple and I warned them. I told them that they were playing with fire. That Radric wouldn't be patient forever. And every time they'd shrug it off. Like I didn't know what I was talking about. Like it was costing me coming in to try and help them. It wasn't costing me. I could have been arrested right alongside them. What's happened? Radric sent word he was going to have them arrested, drag them out, lock them up. They wouldn't listen. The Rectrix said they'd be reborn if anything should happen, and she wasn't afraid. I convinced them to hide at least. They have that vault full of old relics, gold and such, I thought. I thought they could hide in there. And once the guards left, they'd have something to sell for passage out of Deerwood back to Adir. But when I told the man that the priest had already gone, they ordered the temple sealed. I couldn't get in again. Burton shakes his head. There was nothing I could do. Peter's eyes are wide, disbelieving. Nothing you could do but tell someone, get the town together, organize a rescue. I'd have dug them out with my own hands if I'd known there were some of the last decent folk left in this hole. Now all we've got left is people like you. You could have spoken up, told Radric the truth. Burton nods slowly. I could have. It would have ruined me, maybe killed me, but I could have saved them. He looks up at you, eyes wet. I didn't. I told you the way of it, Burton says, his voice rough. I told you what happened. Guess it's your turn now, to make a decision. It's not too late to make amends. Burton lets out the breath he was holding. I'm not sure that's true. It's been years now. What am I supposed to do? Bury their bones. Try to lead a better life than you have so far. Burton looks at the remains. He runs a hand through his hair, letting out another ragged breath. I can do that. I can. I'll lay them to rest. Try and do right by them, somehow. Thank you, truly, for what you've done, giving me a second chance. I'll put it to good use. And I think that marks the end of this specific place, so the rest would be traveling further south. Oh, we have this Swainer. We have to talk to Swainer. We can do that. And that'll be the last thing I think today.
Good day to you.
Hail, traveler.
Well, well, talk of the town you are, and you deign to come our way? What are you here for, foreigner? A toast? Some applause? He raises his empty mug in mock salute. Aloth narrows his eyes. Careful, looks like they are cut from the same cloth as those rowdies who attacked me. He wrinkles his nose. Smells like it too. I saw you outside of the mill. What was that about? Swainer angles a searching look your way. That business? Let's just say that if you mean to help out around this place, maybe you ought to consider the common kids sometimes. Trumble's thinking he's king of the town on account of he's got the mill to his name. Thinks it's fair, him giving us barely anything for the wheat we bring him, then cutting our purses when we need to buy grain. There's farmers going hungry while that bastard gets rich off their crops. Maybe he's the one you ought to be asking questions to, stranger. We are tired of him playing Lord. Look, there's no sense in threatening the miller. You have him up against the wall. Maybe you could ask some other villagers. Some of the other villagers for help. What are you doing in here then? Trumbull says you've been threatening his family. Oh, I'd bet he has. All nobility, that Trumbull. 2 big strong kids. Purest soul in all of Gilded Vale. The dwarf sneers. Cowers sending out messages to handle his business. Well, you can go and tell him we haven't had a solid meal in days on account of him, and we can't afford a good drink on account of him. But we won't be bullied by some foreigner on account of him. What if I buy you all around? Will you talk to me then? Swainer considers it briefly. He looks up to the others. Fair enough. You bring us something to wet our throats? Might be I'll fill up the trading routes. Don't I have ales about this trouble with the miller? I said, no, I'm going to bring him this, okay?
Hail, traveler.
I'd like to buy a round for the fine fellows over there. Fine fellows, you're having me on. In more fighting and I'll have to ban Swainer from the inn entirely. Innkeeper frowns. Until then, it's 6 copper pieces for the lot. Please, if I can just get them talking, I might be able to convince them to stop harassing the mill. The innkeeper studies you warily a moment, then sighs. Well, that's all right then. Here, 3 drinks for the 3 fools. You get them off Trumble's back, and maybe he'll be a little less stingy with his supplies.
Hail, traveler.
I brought drinks. Hey, so you have. By the flame, I never thought I'd be so happy for a mug of the Blackhound's shit beer. Gods, that's good. All right then, you got my attention. What is it you got to say that's worth a round of applause? Look, there's no sense in threatening the miller. No, maybe you could tell me more about what's going on. It's like I said, the miller's in charge of the grain prices. He says they're fair, but I know for a fact that the folks like Ofra pay half we do. The dwarf sighs, and maybe we've been a bit rough with him. But what are we supposed to do? We can't keep paying. They're going to starve. Do you think Trumble's going to be sorry about it when we do? Maybe I could go talk to Trumbull for you. Ah, you think you'll get through to him when we haven't? The man's thick as a peat bog. I hear he got his soul read, found his kin used to grow sunreed trees for their Adrian lords up until they figured out their side was losing. Explains why his knees still ache to bend to whatever lord or lady crosses the road. You'll be holed up in that mill for days, the coward. The dwarf eyes you consideringly. But here, if you want to give it a shot, then good luck. He'll owe you one if you can manage it. Let's try talking to him again. Maybe we can convince him to lower the prices a little bit, and everyone will be happy. I mean, honestly, both sides make good points, so there's no easy side to choose. So if you could find a compromise. I spoke to Swainer. And what did he say? He says you are treating the farmers unfairly, raising prices and giving them rotten grain. Of course he does. He's been saying nothing else for days now. The man is delusional. If he wants grain, he'll have to pay for it. What's going on here anyway? Where to begin? Swainer's whipped them into a froth, going on about the grain stores, claims I've hidden away most of it. All I do with the grain is sell it. I can't create it out of thin air, and I can't hand it out for free. I pay the farmers for the crops they bring in, and I sell what comes out of the mill. Most of it goes to the Blackhounds on the west side of town for ale, and Swainer and his lot sure don't mind that part. You take a look at the fields on the way into town, the crop's blighted, and most of what I'm getting from the farmers? Trumbull gestures to the sacks and containers. It's gone off, rotted through. I can't pay top prices for blighted wheat, and I've barely got enough good grain to go around. Swainer's howling after things he has no right to. If you don't want those people in here with torches, maybe you ought to stop lying to me. Trumbull blinks, taken aback. I'm not. Look, it's no lie. The stores really are low. And with so little grain going around, I had to raise the prices for some people. There are folks in this town that deserve far better than Swainer and his lot. People who have done more for Gilded Vale. People like the magistrate? I can't do anything about that. Trumbull says, his voice quiet. That's just how it works. Maybe things are different elsewhere. Here, Raedric's men, they keep the village safe, so they eat well. So I don't have enough resolve for this. Swainer's people are farmers. They gathered that grain for you. They sure didn't mind losing that grain when it was going into the drinks at the inn. They don't make like kind neighbors. When they insult my son, go stumbling drunk through my own crops, you think they are the only ones that need to eat? Now the crops are sick, and the wind's too weak to get the windmill turning. Our village's children are born as empty shells. That's not my doing. This place is cursed, and Swainer and the others haven't done a thing to help rest of us through the lean season. Is your self-righteousness worth losing your family over? Trumbull opens his mouth to protest, but his expression shifts into resignation well before he finally nods and speaks. You're right, he says quietly. I've been trying to plan for the future, but we are in danger here and now. Fine, tell Swainard and the others that I've reconsidered. Provided he pays the same as everyone else, he's welcome to his fair share. Trumbull sighs, and let's hope we can trade for supplies real soon, or we'll all be in a bad way. So we did convince the guy to lower the prices for the aggressive farmers. I'm not so sure if I actually wanted that to happen. I guess it's fine. It's a peaceful solution. It's a fair solution, even if the guys are not deserving.
Good day to you.
You again, what is it? What if I told you that Trumbull changed his mind about his grain prices? The dwarf looks up, blinking. What? You serious? He exchanges looks with his fellows, who grin hesitantly. The old man's listened to reason. About time. I told them he'd come around, but damn if he didn't take his time about it. He sets a few coppers on the table. Here, buy yourself a drink, now that we can afford it. Goes for you too as well. Drinks on me. We gotta level up. We got 2 levels up. Let's get this to 5. Get this to 1. Actually, let's do it like this. What is savage attack? Oh, that's melee. Increases freeze damage and damage reduction. 25% range recovery when moving. It's a good one for kiting. I think I'll take Fast Runner. Let's do it like this. 1 more knockdown. I like it, but I think I might like this more. Let's pick this one. Alright, I think this is a good point to stop for today. So let's stop the timer. Over 6 hours played. That's a good amount. Let's get a save, let's get a quick save and quit the game. And find ourselves a raid target. Let's see who we can raid. Let's see if anyone is playing this game. No, it's just me. It's just me. Alright. We will go and see our good friend Boogie Boogie. who is playing Baldur's Gate 2, continuing his hardcore run. Thank you so much for being here today. If you have enjoyed the stream and you haven't yet, consider giving me a follow to come back. I am loving this game. I hope you are too. I will be back to this game next Friday, but before that, in 2 days on Wednesday, Tuesday, I will be back to finish Simon the Sorcerer. And yeah, until then, take care of yourselves and be well. And until we meet again, goodbye.